Pirate Eye, the son of Roger, a 9-year-old admiral. Chapter 321-340. Chapter 321 Wild Waves and White Lines. Ming Brothers' Wrath. What did you say? The smile on Doflamingo's face after Iger said that sentence solidified into a black and hard iron block as if he couldn't believe his ears, and asked again. This little devil in the Navy really doesn't take his own life as his life, doesn't he? His own jigsaw was already on his neck, but this guy didn't even feel nervous at all. How dare you provoke yourself with nonsense? You don't understand human language, right? I said it won't and die. Iger seemed to be unable to see the form at all, raised his head and opened his mouth wide, repeating word by word. Good on. The sound of blood expanding suddenly resounded in the air, and the blood vessels that swelled above Doflamingo's forehead suddenly bulged like a water pipe. Rumble boom. The dark cloud that was originally blasted by Thor's spear once again covered the sky again. The rich purple-black color did not require Iger's participation this time, and he had already completely blocked the entire sky. It was through this piece of the king's dark cloud that Iger truly believed that the Doflamingo who was blown up by himself just now was indeed a fake. Dark cloud of kings summoned by Doflamingo just now is like a giant poisonous snake. It is extremely cold and entrenched in half of the sky. Then, what Doflamingo summoned in front of him is simply to move the entire underworld out. King Yama sits in the center, and countless little ghosts hover around him, swallowing all the light. Get in. There is absolutely no comparison. The original dark cloud of kings looked only a thin piece, and even the moonlight could not be covered, and even the purple-black thunderbolts wandering in it were a little weak. It is precisely because of this that Iger can already compete with him without fully urging his overlord color. Dark cloud of kings appearing above the sky is like one palace after another. When it gathers from a distance, Iger can't even see the top. As it gathered little by little, all the light in the entire sky was completely blocked above the dark clouds. The world has fallen into complete darkness, and the only light is the purple-black thunderbolt that is hidden in the thundercloud and slowly wandering. Even the thunder and lightning are much thicker than before, and they are walking between the clouds in a hurry, like huge pythons. Thunder and lightning rarely penetrate the air through the clouds, but they are all entangled in the thunder clouds, rendering the oppressive force of the dark heaven entrenched in the air even stronger. The sound of thunder may not scare the warriors, but it is as dull as a huge dark cloud on the lid of a pot, and it will definitely make people worry about whether it will hit the thunder of the world. Iger finally felt this time the sense of terrifying oppression from the overlord. It turned out not because of his special domineering attributes, but because the original Doflamingo didn't have such a strong aura at all. Click. Unlike Iger's dark cloud of kings, which was the kind of frenzy that kept crackling and flickering, Doflamingo's thundercloud took half a minute to slowly shoot out a thick purple-black thunder. The purple-black light full of evil fell from the sky, outlining the outline of Doflamingo's fierce and angry. Doflamingo's face was expressionless, and the jigsaw on his leg was even tighter on Iger's neck. Since you don't know how to live or die, then go to die. Scoff. The jigsaw slipped. Doflamingo learned his lesson this time, and deliberately attached all his domineering, armed and tyrannical colors to the jigsaw, and then fiercely moved towards the depths of Iggy's neck. Cut it down. However, when Doflamingo went down with the saw, he didn't see blood splashing and flying across his head, but he heard an extremely harsh rubbing sound and sparks shot out of Cheel. La la la. What? Doflamingo was immediately dumbfounded. This Nima. What is this kid's skin made of? My jigsaw deliberately used the pure cutting power of wire, plus my armed color and overlord color, not to mention people's skin. Even a city wall made of diamonds can be cut instantly in half. Originally thought that when the saw goes down, Iger's head will fly up on the spot, and the blood from his body will instantly spray out dozens of meters away, but who knows, it turns out to be a few meters high sparks. The jigsaw of my own is like cutting a seafloor stone, but I can't cut it. With the help of the sparks, Doflamingo finally saw a little more clearly. The surface of Iger's seemingly fresh neck was actually covered with an invisible barrier. What kind of thing is it that can resist his own slash? Do you think I'm standing here and let you cut my head? Iger rolled his eyes and sneered. Of course, Iger knew the power of Doflamingo, especially after knowing that this was the deity that appeared later. His heart was hanging high. This guy's line, but even a natural ability person can't cut it, and Iger, who has seen the war on the top, knows that this guy will shoot when he speaks. It is completely unreasonable. Even if he was just good with you and look puzzled, in the next second he can be violent in an instant. Rise. Coupled with this guy's arrogance and domineering, as long as he wants to move, he will definitely behead himself without hesitation. That's why Iger deliberately mentioned Fergo's matter to Doflamingo. That is, in Doflamingo's fleeting moment of hesitation, he summoned a thin barrier to cover the surface of his skin. For this moment, Doflamingo is stunned by the wonderful operation of Iger's miraculously blocking his slash. This is an excellent opportunity for Iger Iger to attack. In the dim light, a mass of pure black suddenly rose in Iger's hand, as if there was a magical power that could swallow everything in. Taking advantage of Doflamingo's daze for a while, he made a decisive attack and took Doflamingo's chest with one hand. If this blow hits, all the internal organs, blood, skeletal muscles, and muscles in Doflamingo's body will be instantly vanished. Hey, what a tough boy. Knowing that the danger was coming in advance, Doflamingo spat in disdain, and then the thin line in his hand swelled, and he directly dragged his body and flew away from Iger. Iger hit the air with one palm, but fortunately, the purpose of forcing Brother Ming to retreat has been achieved. However, Iger just wanted to take a breath and prepare for the next round of battle, but Doflamingo over there was one step ahead of him. The rocks in the sea, the ground on the continent, the mountains, and even the clouds in the sky all turned into white lines. Wild waves and white lines. Chapter 322. You killed all these people? Rumble boom. Iger, who was standing on the ground, suddenly felt that the whole world was shaking. Wherever the eyes pass, anything other than sea water slowly melts, and then it is drawn into thin threads as if it were peeling off a cocoon. The thin thread of Doflamingo is so thin that it is almost invisible, which is equivalent to almost no thickness, and this kind of thread so thin that it is almost invisible. If you want to weave a stone, the number of threads required is astronomical, generally huge. Whoa. Pieces of huge rocks that are enough for all the top officials of the Don Quixote family to lie on their backs. Like huge cocoons, countless silk threads are pulled from it. Even the stone under Iger's feet was unavoidable. After shaking for a while, it began to turn into a huge white cocoon, and silk threads were madly pulled away from under the feet. Immediately, Iger didn't dare to delay at all. A flash of lightning, Iger instantly turned into a lightning bolt and quickly rushed into the sky. Just now flashing above the sky, Iger looked down and saw that the reef under his feet had turned into dense threads and rose into the sky. Looking up again, even the original floating clouds above the sky, as well as the huge spider nest that had been blown into two halves by Iger's Thor's spear, flowed again, and clumps of silk threads were pulled out from it. Countless silk threads were madly pulled away from the sky and the ground in all directions, and gathered together in the air, like living creatures madly intertwined in the air. The dense threads gathered together, directly woven into a surging wave, surging above the sea, under the feet of Doflamingo. In less than 5 seconds, Iger looked down again and saw that there was no complete place on the entire sea, except for the officials of the Don Quixote family who were still on the rocks, and everything else was covered with white. The tide is submerged. The white wave is stained with a hint of purple and black, and it looks extremely evil and strange. It is quite domineering and entrenched on the sea surface, covering the entire sea surface. Doflamingo's silk thread originally had the power to cut, and the thin threads were closely attached to each other, and the cutting power was exerted to the extreme, and it was directly transformed into a wave-shaped shredder. Except for the cotters of the Don Quixote family, everything, whether it is the rocks that have not been drawn into thin lines, the crew of the Barrero's pirates, and even the hulls that are broken at sea, were all involved in the wave. Looking at the crew members who were caught up in the waves and turned into pieces in an instant, a chill rose up behind Iger's back. It's just hell on earth. The people who were still alive were directly involved in the jigsaws arranged side by side, and their flesh and blood turned into a rain of blood and blood mist that directly merged into the white wave, glowing with purple-black light, dyeing it again. A layer of blood. Doflamingo, he really has no humanity at all. Don't care about other people's lives? Iger's eyes were scarlet, and his whole body was shaking violently. He looked at Doflamingo, who was stepping on the transparent thin line in the air, and felt a chill. He came from a civilized society. Where has he seen such a big scene? In his conception, being able to kill a person is unbelievable. Even if he dealt with Saint Homic at that time, Iger threw him directly to the king of the sea, and turned around and left. And if you count the people from Brughem, he will act brazenly because of their opposing positions. If he cannot kill, he will definitely not kill one more person. Good guy. This Doflamingo, he directly minced all the people who were supposed to be protected by him into minced meat. He had never seen such an inhuman guy before. Even when he robbed the fruit just now, it was just to scare them. This kind of guy is still alive and fair in this world. Originally, I still liked this super popular villain created by the old thief Oda, who became completely evil because of his tragic life. But when I saw the real humanity of this guy with my own eyes, I suddenly felt a chill. The firm idea that has grown up under the red flag for more than 20 years. No, it was the intimate idea deep in his heart that told him that he must get rid of this Doflamingo. Fur. What's the matter, kid? You've never seen such a scene before, have you? Although Brother Doflamingo frowned, he bared his teeth happily. Seeing Iger's difficult to adapt expression, he immediately guessed that the child's heart was not tough enough to bear, and he immediately sneered. Isn't this going to fail? Fur. These untouchables took things they shouldn't have. and it's not a pity to die at all. Ha 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 ha. Take something that shouldn't be taken? Who stipulated that something shouldn't be taken? Iger knew that this was Doflamingo's heart attack, but he couldn't help but fight back. Fur. If you could take it, would you still come to snatch the fruit of the operation? Doflamingo said, and Iger was at a loss for words. Iger couldn't help lowering his head and thought for a moment. He just wanted to protect Khorasan and treat Ludo before going back to snatch the fruits of the operation. But in fact, even for himself, the fruit of the operation is definitely not something that Bar-Eluz can hold in his hand, because in his own opinion, he should belong to Ludo Cai. This Doflamingo is definitely his real body. Those eyes hidden behind the sunglasses can see through everything in the world, and he will break the fourth wall when he speaks. In just 2 sentences, a cold sweat oozes out of Iggy's back. Seeing Iger's temporary silence, Doflamingo smiled even more proudly. Do you know, even if you don't grab this fruit, the personnel from the Navy who came to trade will definitely not hand over the 5 billion. There will be someone who will deal with the entire Barrero's pirates. Iger was speechless again this time. I told him once again that he was right. The reason why he had the opportunity to come to this island was because his grandfather received a call about Barreros, and he rushed over without hesitation. Is this really naval justice? Fur. Seeing that Iger was speechless again, Doflamingo knew that his words had an effect. So you know, they were actually killed by you. Damn. While talking, Doflamingo quietly triggered his own white wave, and when he said the last word, the white wave surged directly towards Iger. Chapter 323 Strong Collision. God kills. The white wave that was surging calmly above the sea changed into a ferocious and terrifying face in an instant. The waves that looked round and soft instantly turned into ferocious and sharp spikes, and they were pulled up from the sea surface 10 meters, 100 meters or even 1000 meters high. The purple-black light condensed on the sharp edge of the thorns, and there were thousands of sharp thorns in the front and back, turning into a thorny cage. The grid is firmly shrouded in it. 1,000 arrows pierce the heart feather strike line. The smile on Doflamingo's face bloomed to the fullest. He looked at the hesitant Iger above the sky and knew that from this blow, it was the prelude to his suppression. As early as when he saw Iger trying to feed Ludo the fruit of the operation, he had already had a strong murderous intention towards Iger, but he was still quite curious about what he talked to Khorasan. That's why he deliberately used his shadow riding line clone to confront Iger head-on, but his deity was hiding on the other side, waiting for an opportunity. The strange appearance just now, but after a long time of calculation, Doflamingo finally caught the opportunity. He could see from the beginning that this Navy kid is not easy to deal with at all, and it may only be possible to say something when facing a death threat. The result really surprised him. This Navy kid was able to keep calm even in that situation, and even used his words to make himself stunned for a moment, and then he took defensive measures. This time, it made him more determined to kill. Doflamingo completely believes that this kid will never give out any useful information at all. Such a person with strong talent and toughness must be eliminated as soon as possible. Otherwise, when he grows up in the future, it will definitely be a big trouble. Fortunately, I stumbled upon this guy's kind heart, and he began to deliberately take advantage of the situation, step by step, to let him relax in the battle. Now, it's thunderclap. The densely packed sharp thorns rushed towards Yike from all directions. Whether it is front, back, left, right, above or below, all the places that Iger can see are dense spikes wrapped in purple-black domineering. It was like a large net covered with spikes, shrouded in an airtight manner towards him. Seeing that he was about to be stabbed into a hornet's nest by thousands of spikes, Iger's face was still hesitant, as if he was still immersed in Doflamingo's words, just like the devil's bewitching. Fur. Seeing that his attack was about to succeed, Doflamingo laughed softly. Originally, I planned to use this move as a foreshadowing, first to suppress the fighting rhythm of this Navy boy, and then rely on my own ability to attack one after another. But now it seems that there is no need for the next operation at all. This kid will immediately become a hornet's nest. Of course, even so, Doflamingo still won't wave casually, but made a decisive decision, reaching out and commanding the thousands of spikes in the sky, and the speed is even faster. Shhhhhhh. The air was ruthlessly ripped apart, and there was a sharp sound of breaking the wind one after another. Amidst the continuous blasting of the wind, countless spikes were already close to Iger's body. Seeing that he was about to be pierced by thousands of arrows, Iger's body suddenly lit up with a shining silver-white lightning, and then his entire body turned into a lightning bolt and ran away. The spikes that stabbed to Iger's original position slammed into the air, but at the same time, there were spikes in the other direction, waiting for Iger to dodge. All the spikes have been shrunk within a short distance, and Iger even seems to be stretched to dodge, until the moment before hitting the spikes, he can barely dodge. And this is just dodging the past, and there is another direction of spikes spikes bursting. Iger didn't hesitate. The thunder light on his body suddenly became hundreds of times brighter, and then he heard a bang, and a violent thunder light exploded from the body. This explosion, the thorns that were originally airtightly wrapped around Iger, were suddenly blown up by a gap. Although the gap was blocked by another bunch of spikes in an instant, Iger had already taken advantage of the gap in such an instant to get out. There was a flash of lightning, and Iger's figure rushed out 100 meters away. Until this time, Iger seemed to wake up like a dream, and shouted at Doflamingo below, "Don't put a hat on me, you just want to kill." After being absent for a few seconds, Iger completely understood. The deal that the Barreros pirates made with the Navy headquarters is itself a conspiracy. No matter whether this deal is made or not, the Barreros pirates will definitely end up being destroyed. If it is done, the Navy will find an excuse to get back the huge sum of 5 billion, but if it is not done, the Navy and Doflamingo will definitely find an excuse to directly snatch the fruits of the operation. So Doflamingo thought very clearly, saw it thoroughly, and grasped the operations that the Navy might make quite accurate. However, things are definitely not as dark as Doflamingo thought. His grandfather Garp was simply not used to it. As a Navy, he still had to buy things from pirates. This is a humiliation that the Navy will never tolerate. This is the justice that a Navy should have. What Doflamingo said just now was just an extreme rhetoric made by a psychopath. Those are not important anymore. The important thing is that you are going to die now. Brother Doflamingo doesn't care what's going on. The only thing he thinks about now is to completely kill the Navy kid in front of him. While Iger was talking, Doflamingo waved his arm, and thousands of fine and dense spikes suddenly began to entangle and gather around each other, turning directly into 16 huge spikes. After that, the speed of the spikes rose again, and it stabbed towards Iger. 16 holy bullets. God punishment. Don't think everyone is as dark as you. Iger snorted coldly, and looked at the 16 holy bullets stabbed under him. There was no panic in his expression, but he waved his hand to dissipate the thunder light wrapped around him. Immediately afterwards, the huge darkness above his head emerged from the air like groundwater surging to the ground. Look at me swallowing your 16 noodles with my big black mouth. Chapter 324 Awakening Duel. Secretly showing power. 16 rounds of holy murderous bullets, like a big alien hand, aimed at the key points of each part of Iger's body from all directions, and stabbed them with precision and ferocity. Obviously there is no earth-shattering power, and even the dark cloud of the king entrenched in the sky has no drastic changes, but anyone can feel that the destructive force condensed on the thorn tip can definitely be pierced. Everything, anyone, no, any creature, as long as it is a living thing, as long as it faces this thing, it will definitely raise a chill in the bottom of my heart, especially Iggy. This kind of power obviously does not have the power to destroy the world, but as long as he stands in front of him, it can stimulate the opponent's scalp to tingle, and Iger is all too familiar with it. When I was facing the Whitebeard pirates, I had a fight with Blackbeard Titch, and the hook on Blackbeard's hand gave me this feeling, and at this moment Brother Doflamingo's awakened line fruit coupled with his sinister and cunning overlord color simply strengthened this sharp feeling countless times. Blackbeard's claws are nothing compared to these 16 holy bullets. More than the numbness of the scalp, the goosebumps all over Iger's body have already stood up, as if locked by an unknown sniper between the eyebrows. A chill shot from the solace of the feet to the top of the skull. He even had the illusion that even if he was wearing an armor made of halostone, he would not be able to resist these sacred bullets. As long as he is hit, he will be torn to shreds by the sharp and domineering entwined above in an instant. However, he is definitely not a vegetarian. Gudong, gudong, gudong. Iger's palm moved towards the sky, and the rich darkness that was so thick that it couldn't be opened, as if the sea of the Black Sea, which was born in a different time and space, suddenly tilted into reality, and penetrated from the space within 100 meters around Iger. Dark cloud of kings summoned by Doflamingo, and the whole world was almost plunged into complete darkness. Since it is almost, it means that it is not thorough enough, because more thorough and pure darkness is surrounding Iger at this moment. Compared with the darkness around Yige, even the sky that was almost completely dark around was a little gray. The pure darkness was like flowing water flowing into Iger's hands in the murmur of water, and a pure black vortex formed in front of his palm. The whirlpool was slowly rotating, obviously only the size of a hula hoop, but when it faced 16 holy bullets, it exploded with a huge gravitational force, attracting all the holy bullets in all directions to the whirlpool internal. Immediately afterwards, inside the black vortex, it seemed that some ancient beast opened a big mouth, and a burst of suction frantically erupted, like sucking noodles, sucking all 16 rounds of murderous bullets into its mouth. Babble babble. Really, even with the funny sound of sucking noodles, the moment of contact between the huge gravity and the hard bullet. Violent friction occurred. Iger put the overlord color directly into the black vortex, and Brother Doflamingo, seeing the strange black hole above the sky, also quickly painted his 16 bullets with domineering. The two strong and domineering collided, and suddenly a sharp sound was rubbed. Fu. Is it dark? Doflamingo looked at the black hole in the sky and laughed lowly. If you have experienced what I have experienced, I am afraid you will too. Think so? I just saw the essence of human beings clearly in some things. How can there be justice in this world? If you die today, I will be justice, and you must die today. The more and more Doflamingo spoke, the more excited he became, until the last 3 words he burst out with his explosive roar. Countless white lines floating on the sea surface were dyed purple and black. There are endless spikes rising from the ground. This time, the spikes are no longer white with purple-black light, but completely dyed into purple-black. The purple-black spikes all over the body surged toward the black hole above the sky, each of which surrounded the original 16 bullets, and then wrapped tightly around the bullets like strands of rope. On top, what was originally a sacred bullet that looked like 16 huge octopus tentacles suddenly turned into 16 giant sharp cones. 16 rounds of sacred wire cones, god-slaying. Doflamingo let out a high roar, and as his roar fell, all the white threads floating on the sea were wrapped around 16 bullets and turned into 16 huge thread cones. Then, a huge force suddenly injected, and the 16-shot wire cone actively stabbed toward the center of the black vortex. Squeak! A sour voice sounded from the depths of the black hole. It was clearly in the darkness, but everyone could see clearly. The black vortex in front of Iger suddenly protruded to the back. It seems that he is about to be pierced by 16 bullets. I want to see today whether you killed me or whether I arrested you in the Admiralty. Looking at the black hole in front of him that was on the verge of shattering, Iger's eyes burst out with ferocity, and then he motivated all his remaining power, all of which were injected into the dark fruit. Do you think you're the only one who will awaken? Dark fruit, awaken. After exhausting all his strength, a smile appeared on Iger's face. Let me show you what is true darkness. As soon as Iger's voice fell, the black vortex in front of him suddenly accelerated. Grumpy. The gurgling sound that seemed to be resounding in a different time and space just now resounded in the space again, but this time, it was no longer behind Iger, but in the entire space. It seems that the entire space is locked by Iger and thrown into the dark sea of different time and space. Pieces of pure darkness emerge in all directions around the two. Doflamingo's brows suddenly wrinkled, looking at the darkness emerging around him and the navy boy on the opposite side. An inexplicable coldness rose in his heart. No, he must not be allowed to complete this move. Boom! The purple-black thunderclouds above the sky flashed again, and one after another purple-black thunderbolts were draped over the 16-shot line cones, making the latter stronger and stronger, and it was about to break through Iger's defense. Chapter 325. Absolutely dark. Brother Ming was shocked. Doflamingo was almost stunned. Deliberately, he first used a fake body to approach Iger, and then his real body hid in the dark to observe. When he saw that this little devil had the dark fruit, to be precise, when Pika condensed such a huge body, but was swallowed by him with one move, he already understood that his big killer was the line of awakening. Line fruit. The awakening of the fruit is a fruit development technique that ordinary people have never heard of. This kind of thing has always been circulated among the people who are most proficient in using devil fruits, and this wave of human beings generally have the same characteristics. That is, he has spent quite a long time with his devil fruit. Among the powerful humans standing at the top of the world, which one has not been with their own fruits for 10 or 20 years? I originally thought that this navy boy could develop the fruit ability to the stage when he was 10 years old, which is already very powerful. After all, it takes time to develop the ability of the lightning fruit, but now it seems that this guy is simply a pervert. Looking at him like that, at the age of less than 10 years old, he was able to develop his own fruits to awakening, especially natural fruits. The awakening of the natural devil fruit is not as good as that of the ordinary superhuman type. Depending on the surrounding things and the characteristics of the fruit, it will affect the direction of the fruit's awakening. In other words, the fruits of the natural system must have a chance of awakening when the fruit development and the surrounding environment are in harmony. This kind of thing is simply difficult to reach the sky, and this navy kid in front of him, he actually did it. Not only did he do it, but what was even more surprising was that he was still in a calm state. Obviously, this kind of thing has not been done once or twice. When is it? 8 years old, 9 years old, or earlier, 7 years old? That guy is really scary. This guy can't stay. Not to mention that he is no longer in the same position as him now. It is absolutely necessary to clean up his talent and strength alone. Otherwise, no matter what he wants to do in the future, I am afraid he will have to go with his heart. Even the one who is above the official government of the whole world can hardly shake his his position. After pondering for 2 seconds in his heart, Doflamingo strengthened his determination to kill Iger, and waved his hand fiercely to inject the purple-black lightning in the sky into the 16-shot wire cone. The line cone is originally formed by twisting together countless thin lines. In addition to being hard and sharp, it also has the property of absorbing water like a brush. When the purple-black lightning strikes on it, it turns out to be like ink and is absorbed into the line. Inside the cone, all of a sudden, a wave of terrifying fluctuations emanated from the 16-shot cone, and the black vortex in Iger's hand began to show signs of collapse. Fur. What can I do if I wake up? It's not that there is no chance to use it. When Doflamingo saw that the 16-shot wire cone was about to pierce Iger's defense, he was relieved, and then his fingers were hooked into claws to eagle. This Navy boy is now working hard to defend against his own line cones, while also organizing the awakening of the dark fruit, and he has no extra energy to deal with other attacks. Doflamingo was right on this point, using his only remaining 5 lines to launch a fatal blow to Iger. 5-color thread. It's over, kid. Fur. In the dim air, gorgeous 5-colored lines cut through the sky and swept toward Iger at an absolutely incredible speed. If this blow hits, Yike's dark fruit will not be awakened in time, and he will be cut into 6 parts by the 5-color thread. The distance of 100 meters is approaching in an instant, and the 5-color thread in the hands of Doflamingo has fallen in front of Yige in an instant, and it is only a moment away to completely chop Yige into pieces. Doflamingo even thought about it. After killing this Navy boy, he would take his head to the G5 base and ask that Fergo in person to see if there was any problem with this guy. However, just when Doflamingo had even imagined what would happen after the victory, Iger, who had closed his eyes, suddenly opened his eyes. Click. The first thing I did when I opened my eyes was that Iger loosened his palm and took the initiative to shatter his black vortex. As soon as the black vortex ruptured before it completely dissipated, the 16-shot thread cone that was about to pierce the black vortex immediately became fierce and shredded the entire black vortex. Immediately afterwards, the 16-round line cone continued to move forward without mercy and blasted away at Iger's small body. This time, Doflamingo, who was wielding the 5-color thread and the 16-shot thread cone that stabbed from the ground, immediately formed a two-pronged situation, rushing towards Ige together. From every angle, Iger has become a dead end. Phew. Ha. Have you given up already? Then I will fulfill you. Seeing this, Brother Doflamingo laughed even more arrogantly, and the 5-color thread in his hand hurriedly sent out some more, and at this moment, Iger's eyes turned into bottomless black at the same time. Absolutely dark. Almost at the same time, the vortex fragments that were originally torn apart by the 16-shot wire cones flashed in the surrounding space, and were connected with the black water flow that originally appeared in the void. The whole process only happened in an instant. The black vortex was like a bottle of adhesive connecting the black ocean scattered all over the space to China Unicom, and when all the black waters were connected together, Doflamingo suddenly felt a fierce fear from the bottom of his heart. Yes, fear. Just fear. He never dreamed that he would be afraid one day, but the fear was so real that he had to admit it existed, and the source of fear is yourself. His own 5-color thread and the domineering 16-shot thread cone had already been attached to the Navy kid's clothes, and even his skin was a little cracked, and bright red blood seeped out. However, they have already reached this level. Their hands, the thread in their hands, and their 16-shot thread cones have all come to an end. No matter how hard he tried, his figure seemed to be attracted by huge magnets in all directions, and he couldn't move at all. If you look around, you can still see the sea water and lights in the distance, and you can even see the birds in the sky. And now, it is pitch black all around, except for the Navy kid in front of him. He can't see anything. Chapter 326. Pika is revived. Naoko Mingji. How is this possible? Raudo Flamenco had such a ruthless temperament that he couldn't help but scream when he looked at the situation around him. Brother Doflamingo never dreamed that his fatal blow would be awakened by the fruit of this Navy boy, and it would be interrupted. Not only that, but even because of this self-defeating blow, it directly exposed the weakness of his defense. The current self is like a bird bound by a cage of nothingness. No matter how much it flies, it cannot fly out of the control of the cage. No matter how much you struggle, you can only watch yourself and your 16-shot sacred wire cone, bit by bit, being completely engulfed by his terrifying absolute darkness. Pika's tragic situation just now, he saw it when he was hiding in the dark. His ending can almost be determined. In the last struggle, he could only take back all his domineering and concentrate on wrapping it around himself. However, this struggle seems to be of no use, and the speed of being swallowed by the darkness has not slowed down. I didn't expect to be put together by you, a Navy kid, today. What a miscalculation. Before being completely drowned in darkness, Doflamingo looked at Iger's face through through his sunglasses and sighed with a half-smile. Nothing is impossible, Doflamingo. From the moment you decided to guarantee the steal, you were already doomed today. It can be said that you killed yourself. Iger was expressionless and looked at Brother Doflamingo in the darkness without a trace of turbulence in his eyes, and said softly in the same tone as he had before. Of course, he was not sure whether Doflamingo, who was in the dark, heard what he said, because at this moment Doflamingo's body had lost all colors and the whole body had turned black and white color. All movements, all expressions can no longer be seen by Iger, and even the sound is completely engulfed in Iger's field of vision. The last face of Doflamingo was frozen behind the pair of sunglasses with a half-smiley smile. Hiccup. In the darkness, a faint burp came from somewhere and bowed his head again. The figure of Doflamingo had completely disappeared. Clap la la la. As if the flowing water washed away the gathered ink and engulfed the absolute darkness of Doflamingo, the ebb tide slowly dissipated from all parts of the space. Although it was still dark outside, Iger had a feeling that the whole world was suddenly enlightened. Dark cloud of kings entrenched in the sky has all dissipated, and the rocks, plants, and other things that have become thin lines under the influence of Doflamingo's ability have also returned to their original state. Taking a long sigh, a strong feeling of dizziness exploded in Iger's mind. Fuck, it's so tiring. This guy is so rubbish. Just a rubbish monster. Iger muttered to himself and slowly landed from the air on the only remaining huge rock on the sea. Just after landing, his legs suddenly softened uncontrollably, barely controlling the balance of his body. Iger couldn't help but smile bitterly. A sound. Brother Doflamingo is really the most laborious boss that he has come into contact with since he came to the world of pirates. This blood bar is really too long, and it took so much effort to solve this guy's fake body. Just when I thought I could breathe a sigh of relief, I didn't know where the real body appeared. This is not to mention the combat power of the real body. Although there is no huge transformation skill and there is no particularly powerful power in the moves, but it is among so many enemies, which brings him the strongest sense of death threat. In less than an hour, Iger seemed to have experienced a battle royale full of murderous intent. The mental, brain and physical strength consumed exceeded his greatly strengthened limit. His grandma's, what a torture guy. Iger couldn't help but complain again, and then turned his attention to the unconscious Don Quixote family officials lying on the rock. Looking at the tattered Pika, Iger really felt fortunate from the bottom of his heart that he solved Pika in advance, otherwise he would really have to face Doflamingo's headache. The birdcage. It really means that CAO and CAO are here, and Iger just thought in his heart that fortunately Pika has been solved, but suddenly he heard an extremely sharp muffled sound. As far as he has watched so many episodes of One Piece, he can definitely recognize this voice, because in the whole world there is no other person who can have such a funny voice. It's Pika. There is absolutely no one who can have such a superpower that makes people want to laugh as soon as they make a sound. Iggy looked down and saw that Pika, who was almost taller than him lying on the ground, had opened his bloodshot eyes at this moment, and his eyes were staring straight at the sky. Although he was amused by Pika's incomparably funny voice, Iggy was subconsciously tense. After several consecutive battles, at this moment he is completely unable to exert any strength, and it is extremely difficult to even urge domineering. Under such circumstances, even Pika, who had been dealt with by himself in one move, would become a great threat. Fortunately, Pika has just woken up and seems to be still a little confused, turning her head left and right as if observing the surrounding situation. Dover. Turning her head, Pika softly repeated Doflamingo's name in her mouth. The first thing he did when he woke up was to confirm the surrounding environment, because he deeply knew that after he fell, the guys in Torapole and Dover would definitely take care of that Navy kid. However, Pika exerted all her strength, but what she saw when she turned her head left and right was the originally intact piece of the coast has completely turned into pieces of floating islands in the sea. Torapole, Diamante, and Corazon, who are also the top cotters of the family, all fainted around him, all unconscious personnel, and most importantly, no matter how much he searched and called, he did not find the figure of Doflamingo, the head of the Don Quixote family. Don't look for it. Seeing that this guy was working too hard, IG couldn't help sighing and said softly, Brother Doflamingo, I have already taken care of it. Chapter 327. Brother Ming recovers. The birdcage is coming. Has been cleaned up. Pika, who was still bewildered, repeated Iger's words in a daze, and then, as if he didn't understand, muttered to himself a few times in a low voice. After a full minute, Pika repeated the sentence a dozen times before sitting up abruptly from the ground, shaking her fingers and pointing at Iger, who was standing on the other side, her eyes almost popping out of their sockets. The expression was like seeing a ghost. Pika was stunned for a few seconds, and her mouth seemed to not obey. You, how are you still alive? Iger was taken aback by Pika's sudden reaction. He jumped back a full 10 meters in a conditioned reflex and then said helplessly, I didn't say it. Doflamingo has already. I cleaned it up, otherwise how could I live? Just like your boss can't wait to cut me into 80,000 pieces. Can you still keep me alive? Boom. Iggy was talking non-stop on this side, but Pika on the other side seemed to be out of power. The majestic upper body that finally sat up fell down softly, like a hungry ghost who was unwilling to be rescued at ease. Even if he fell down, Pika's bloodshot eyes still stared at Iger, and his eyes were filled with thick horror and disbelief. This Navy kid, got Doflamingo out of the way. Who is Doflamingo? The patriarch of the Don Quixote family. Don Quixote Doflamingo, who was so powerful at sea, stretched his hand badges to Dressrosa, the underground world, the naval headquarters, and even the main palace of the world. Man, when he is less than 10 years old, he dares to kill his own father's master. It is also a powerful man who has awakened the domineering in less than 10 years old. He has been with his devil fruit for more than 20 years, and has developed the fruit's ability to the extreme. Even a ruthless man who has reached the awakening realm. King 7 Wilhei, handpicked by the naval headquarters, that big pirate who is strong enough to despise almost all pirates at sea. At the same time, he is also a businessman with a very shrewd mind and an extremely tough hand. In the industrial chain of the underground world, there are underground giants with industries almost all over the world. Not only that, he is also a former Tianlonggren. The only great person in this world who dares to break ground on the head of Tianlonggren, except for the legendary D family, is such a sea giant who has established a huge force in all corners of the world, will be defeated by such a navy brat who has not even entered the reserve yet. Pika wanted to poke his head directly into the sea to see if his brain was broken, and he would actually believe such a thing. This kind of thing, even the most unreliable newspaper in the world can't write such fake news. But look at this situation now. The original entire continent has been shattered into narrow pumice pieces. All the family officials, including himself, have lost consciousness, and his patriarch Doflamingo has disappeared. The most important thing is that the navy kid who was crazy and arrogant and provoked the majesty of the family from the beginning is still alive and intact. He is still alive. It can be said that Pika, who watched Doflamingo grow up, has a good understanding of the personality of her master. Those who sabotage their own transactions will be killed without mercy. Show a hostile position and have enough threats. Try your best to kill. For those who hinder their overall plans and are very likely to grow into powerful enemies, kill them as early as possible. Just look at this navy boy. Whichever one is stable, according to the character of his master, it is not too much for a person like him to be killed 1,800 times. But now, this guy who should have died countless times actually stood in front of him intact. That also means, in the face of Doflamingo, who had murderous intentions and even strong murderous intentions, this navy kid not only was not killed smoothly, but he even cleaned up Dover in turn. This. Pika immediately felt a click, and her head seemed to be with the world. All crack. Pika lay on the ground, her fingers still trembling at Iger. Her lips were trembling, and she was speechless. What are you? Iggy looked at Pika, who was shocked and didn't bother to pay attention to him. I know your Dover is strong, but there is always someone stronger than him in the world, right? Look at that Kaido. Don't you dare to mess with Dover at all. Iger finally won the battle. Seeing that this Pika has no strength at all, and has no strength to fight at all, he simply put his mind at ease and was about to drag Pika to complain. However, before Iger could finish speaking, the haunting laughter that was so familiar that it could no longer be familiar rang out in the void again. I'm going. No. Iggy gave a wry smile, plucked out his ears, looked at Pika and pouted. You just say how annoying your Dover is. You have already finished playing, and you can still hear his laughter. Ig, who thought it was hallucinations, was stunned for a moment, and then he was about to drag Pika to continue complaining. However, the expression of Pika opposite him changed dramatically, from shock and disbelief to indescribable ecstasy. Obviously, he heard it too. What the hell? Iger suddenly felt goosebumps all over his body. Aroused. It's a horse. Isn't this stuff already sucked into the black hole? To be reasonable, shouldn't this guy be in a black hole now, in the process of resisting gravity, slowly tortured to the point of fainting? How can I still hear his laughter when I'm outside? You're awake, Pika. As if to remind Iger that the sound he just heard was not an auditory hallucination, Doflamingo's voice sounded again in the void. You didn't expect that, little devil in the navy. Even if you cover me up, I'm still alive and well. Yes. Iger grimaced. Really couldn't bear it. I said to you, can you stop? Why are you so resistant to grass? Much. Dover. Compared with Iger's hard work, Pika's reaction was much more excited, and his sharp voice almost pierced Iger's head. Phew. Although it's dark here, it can't block domineering, so instead, you can't hurt me, kid. Doflamingo smiled sullenly, and said to Pika, I think I also want to clean up this kid. kid. Then come on, our birdcage. Chapter 328. What are you talking about? Horror birdcage. Iger just felt like he had some kind of hallucination and shook his head frantically as if he wanted to throw away the voice of Doflamingo that sounded somewhere. But no matter how much he throws it, that sullen voice in the void, like a maggot on the Tarsus, will not disappear no matter what. Really beeping a dog? Is this guy really human? How is this different from what is written in the manual of the dark fruit? Doesn't it mean that once bound by the dark gravity, everyone has only one way to fight against gravity and lose consciousness? Why exactly? Why is this lingering ghost Doflamingo in his own black hole able to speak like a normal person as if nothing happened? You can even contact Pika and want to use the combination skill of the qualifying fruit and the rock fruit with him. Countless question marks appeared one after another in Iger's mind. Driven by curiosity, he once again summoned his own black hole and glanced inside. It doesn't matter at this point. Iger is about to faint again. This Doflamingo actually brought all his threads into the black hole just now at the crunch and then wrapped them around him in a circle, turning them into a huge cocoon. Not only that, but he also wrapped almost all of his domineering on top of his cocoon, greatly reducing the thread of gravity. In this case, a thread was pulled away from the huge white cocoon, leaving it to be attracted by the much weakened gravitational vortex. At that speed, I feel that if I want to finish drawing the silk thread wrapped around this cocoon, I am afraid it will take another 10 days and a half months. Not only that, even if the silk thread of this cocoon is all drawn out, I am afraid that this guy can still be strong for a long time with his physical body and domineering. Iger really felt that his heart was about to be drained. The fuck? Never seen such a grass-tolerant guy. It's already been swallowed up by this black hole, so why don't you just wait quietly to die? To be able to come up with such a struggling method, this Doflamingo is simply a perverted talent. And not only that, looking at his appearance, it seems that he still has enough energy to use skills through black holes. His grandma's. If this is the case, the remaining physical strength of oneself is also a big problem to solve. Minga's birdcage. Maybe he just planted it like this. On one side, Iger was suffering from a severe headache, but on the other side, Pika was moved with tears on his face. After listening to Doflamingo's words, he nodded heavily and then tremblingly stretched out his soft hand and touched it. Get on the rocks below you. Stock lulululu. This time, Pika, whose stamina was almost exhausted, lost the terrifying and frightening power when she used her abilities and seemed much gentler. I saw that his body instantly turned into a grayish-white color and then slowly merged into the rock below him. Then, on the edge of the rock, dozens of slender rocks shot out, slowly drawing arcs from the air, extending to the surrounding rocks that were also floating in the ocean. Whoa, whoa, whoa. At the same time, all the broken rocks that were originally split were connected together by the slender tentacles extended by Pika. Amidst the sound of rushing water, they seemed to be slowly but briskly gathered towards Pika in the center. Pass. Click click. After a while, all the rocks that were originally floating on the coast were gathered together by Pika and merged into a complete rock, turning into an isolated island several kilometers in size next to Coco Asia Island. During the whole process, Iger just watched but did not stop it. First, he was thinking about countermeasures in his mind in a hurry. Second, he really wanted to see if Doflamingo was bluffing. Third, he really didn't have the extra strength to stop Pika from gathering the rocks. And after all the rocks were successfully gathered together, Doflamingo's gloomy voice resounded in the black hole again. Phew 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 phew. I'm surprised, right kid? I didn't expect that I could still be alive after being hit by your trick. Yes, I really admire you. You are really a leader in the boss world when it comes to resistance to grass. Iger spread his hands and replied calmly, if that's the case, then I'll tell you something even more powerful. Brother Doflamingo was unhurried, as if he was winning. I also found out that your gravity cannot stop the power of awakening. Good guy. It was so. It was because his dark fruit could not suppress Doflamingo's fruit awakening, which gave him room to turn around. He even sent all the 16-shot thread cones that he summoned into the black hole, letting him form a cocoon to resist the erosion of gravity. Iger suddenly felt that his IQ was being bullied. He counted all the calculations, not counting that this dark fruit could not suppress his awakening ability. Fur. Seeing that Iger stopped talking, Doflamingo stopped dawdling immediately, and the awakening power of the thread fruit exploded, directly ignoring the gravitational force of the black hole of the dark fruit and spreading out of the black hole. Sizzle. The power of awakening pointed directly at the broken rocks on the isolated island, and the rock that sensed the power of awakening was also drawn into balls of silk threads in Iger's shocked eyes, like a thread being pulled from a cocoon. Really not bluffing. Iger originally had some luck in his heart, thinking that brother Doflamingo was bluffing, and then let the awakened Pika or other cotters secretly kill him. So at first he was secretly guarding the cotters lying next to him, but now Iger suddenly didn't even give them the slightest attention. All his eyes were focused on the threads that rose into the air one after another. After all, Doflamingo is in a black hole and the power he can exert is limited. After drawing a few pieces of broken rock into silk threads, the process of drawing silk threads is over. However, even if these few rocks are drawn into silk threads, the number of silk threads is quite huge. On the sky where the threads gathered, it exploded like fireworks. Countless threads erupted radially in mid-air, slowly descending in graceful arcs all the way, and inserted into the edge of the island. Fur. Let's go. Chapter 329 Buried Together. I will do you. Click. As soon as Doflamingo's voice fell, the birdcage that enveloped the entire island suddenly seemed to come alive, and every thin line gathered towards the center of the birdcage. As the thin lines gathered, the thin lines cut the originally deeply buried rock layers apart, and countless extremely deep and extremely thin cracks gathered together and approached the central yard. Although the size of this birdcage now is the same as the one that was displayed in Dressrosa, Admiral Fujitora, the entire pirate alliance, and countless pirates who are locked in the garbage heap are extremely headaches. The giant birdcage is simply incomparable, but it is such a small birdcage which has firmly enveloped Pika, Toripole, Diamanti, Corazon, Roy, and Iggs, the only remaining people on the beach. It looks like it's just an ordinary birdcage with no high voltage electricity, no poisoning, and no power to destroy the world, but Iger knows that this thing is definitely all of Doflamingo's skills. The most dangerous of them all. Indestructible, unstoppable movement, super cutting force. Before all the contents are cut into pieces, it will never stop any steps except active and passive cancellation. Especially in Yiji's current state, there is absolutely no way to fight against this birdcage. When the birdcage is close to the final center, then only death will greet Iger. Seeing the thin lines around the birdcage gather towards the center little by little, Pika seemed to have a satisfied smile on her face, and then her raised arm fell softly to the ground. Compared to Pika's relieved and even a little perverted smile, Iger was completely dumbfounded. What the hell is this, Nima? Looking at the thin line of the birdcage that was only less than 1 kilometer away from him, Iger suddenly screamed. He screamed not because Doflamingo was in his own black hole and he could combine Pika's power to display the terrifying birdcage that could destroy everything on the island, but he meows. You two want to build this birdcage? Why do you have to put yourself in it? Look at that, Pika, with a generous expression on his face. Both of you know that all the cotters of your Don Quixote family are lying here. This is to bury all the cotters of your family with me, a newcomer to the navy who I never knew. What kind of brain circuit is this, Nima? Even if Pika has the consciousness of choosing to sacrifice for the sake of the family, but after his birdcage is attached to the domineering, even the black hole that he has placed in the air can be cut open. That is to say, even the head of the Don Quixote family, Don Quixote Doflamingo, will be torn to shreds along with him. Isn't this crazy? Do you have a problem with your brain? Just to kill me and then die with me? At this moment, Iger was neither afraid nor panicked. He was completely shocked by the brain circuits of Doflamingo and Pika. What kind of trick can this lunatic come up with? To say that this move was used in Dressrosa at that time to inflict panic on the people of Dressrosa on a large scale so that they could stage a big show of killing each other according to their own plans, which was reasonable. But this, Nima, just to kill me alone? As long as I sit on Pika's stomach casually, and when the birdcage is tightened, I can definitely die with the Don Quixote family. To do such a crazy act, but Doflamingo himself seemed unusually calm. He couldn't even see half of his face, but as soon as the gloomy laughter floated out, it was able to make people speechless. Pressure. Are you afraid, Navy kid? That's not okay. A man walking on the sea doesn't have this kind of mortal consciousness, but it's not okay. No expression, no body, just a meaningful and unhurried sentence. It is really quite hard to guess what this guy is thinking. But one thing, Iger is certain. With his knowledge of Doflamingo, Iger believes that this guy has been sucked into the black hole by himself, and it is absolutely impossible to sit still. This birdcage seems to be doomed together, but in fact this is Doflamingo's negotiation method. In the line of pirates, life and death have been put aside long before going to sea, especially for a truthist like Doflamingo who has seen the truth of the world early. So he may be afraid of failure, he may be afraid of betrayal, but he must not be afraid of death. Even with his icy human nature, if he couldn't survive, it would be even possible to bring the whole world over to be buried with him, not to mention a few family cotters who had been with him for so many years. Under such circumstances, the lives of the top cotters of several clans were not lives at all. As opposed to Doflamingo, Iger definitely doesn't want to die. Not only did he not want to die, he even wanted to revive the situation. In this situation, he is a descendant of Tang Tang Glong. How could he travel to a low-dimensional world and die with a bunch of characters in comics? So Iger showed a strong desire desire to survive, and this desire to survive was just firmly grasped by Doflamingo. Good guy. Even if you are in a desperate situation, you can still pull the situation back. Iger really admired this guy from the bottom of his heart. Although he didn't quite like this guy's personality, he was definitely a first-class master in terms of combat power and mental insight and manipulation. Sure enough, seeing that Iger did not speak, Doflamingo shouted again in the void. Phew 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 phew. Navy brat, you say, are we two going to die together? Or should we take a step back and let me out? If you die, grandpa, grandma, mom and dad will be sad, right? But the person who gave you that assignment, will he be sad for you? Do you think that after the Admiralty's condolences for you, they will miss you every day and cry for you every day? No, you didn't even give them back the fruit of the operation. A soldier without merit is just a corpse destined to rot. Compared to this, isn't it better to live? Brother Doflamingo's voice fluttered unhurriedly in the void, and he couldn't see his body or expression. The tone of his speech was very arrogant, but he was like a devil with a fatal attraction. However, facing the temptation of Doflamingo, Iger's answer was, fuck you. I'm going to fuck you. Chapter 330. Break the game. The first productivity. Really? My temper. I have already put you in my black hole, and I will be threatened by you. Iger waved his hand directly, summoned his own black hole, and yelled at the huge white cocoon in the black hole. I'm so mad at me. Do you think you're going to kill me? I tell you, I will kill you today. It just doesn't make sense. Iger can't stand this kind of communication that seems to be negotiating but is actually a threat. He was actually caught by this Doflamingo in terms of his desire to survive. When did wanting to live became a weakness? Good guy. After that, everyone can live with their heads up. Do you have to have a heart that doesn't matter if you die? What are you kidding? And the most important thing is that this Doflamingo is already a prisoner, so he still negotiates conditions with himself so arrogantly. Being held by a character who is one dimension lower than himself is definitely the biggest shame in Yiji's life. Did you see what he said was human? It doesn't matter if we die, but it's not worth it if you die. Far to coax me with this trick to deceive children. If I let you out, I'll be the first one you kill. Let you out? Impossible. I don't believe it anymore today. He has already put you in the gourd, and he has been pinched by you in turn. Fur. Brother Doflamingo was still smiling sullenly, as if he was laughing at a poor man who was incompetent and furious. After all the cards on both sides had been revealed. How to break the game? Look at you. Even standing is already exhausting, right? How can you fight against my birdcage now? Ha 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 ha. To say that Iger in this state can break his birdcage, Doflamingo was the first to take off his high heels and dip them in soy sauce to eat. Not to mention Iger in this state, it is absolutely impossible for Iger, who was jumping around just now, to break this birdcage. Dark fruits are not easy to use. In front of the already powered birdcage, Iger's dark fruit black hole just emerged, and it will be completely torn to shreds by the cutting force. If it wasn't for Pika, who just came up and was cleaned up by Iggy, and he had already released the birdcage, why would he need to work so hard? So under this situation, if Iger doesn't negotiate with himself and asks him to cancel the birdcage, he will definitely die. Doflamingo was waiting. After Iger exhausted his last strength and struggled in the birdcage to no avail, he asked Pika to wake up the other cotters and directly kill the Navy kid. Who said I was going to deal with your birdcage? However, Doflamingo, who was waiting for Iger to try to break the birdcage, waited for Iger's extremely calm question. The completely unexpected answer made Brother Ming stunned for a moment. Just as he was still thinking about what this Navy kid meant, Yiji, who was next to him, had already stepped into the black hole. At this moment there was only a white worm cocoon between Iger and Doflamingo. Fur. Do you want to get rid of me in here? When Doflamingo saw Iger's action, he couldn't help but laugh, covered his face and laughed. Human, you always do some stupid things before you die. Just because you are in this state, do you still want to break through my cocoon? Wait until you finally try your best to get rid of this worm cocoon. Your black hole has already been chopped up. Brother Doflamingo really didn't expect that the little devil in front of him looked very smart just now. How could he become so stupid when he came to life and death? Among the thousands of choices, he chose the stupidest one. Drag such a tired body directly into the black hole and fight against the most powerful defense. If he wants to enter the black hole space, he will definitely put his black hole outside, and once he is outside, he will definitely be cut into pieces by his birdcage. Once the black hole is cut into pieces by himself, this Navy kid will follow his black hole and disappear into nothingness. As for himself, he is the controller of the thread fruit. At the moment when the black hole is torn apart, he has enough time to stop the birdcage. In other words, this Navy boy's choice can be regarded as the most powerful choice for him. Of course, Doflamingo himself is very willing to see this ending, so he quite welcomed the Navy kid to come in. However, Iger's reaction once again exceeded Doflamingo's expectations. Who said said I was going to come in and be tough with you. Iger stepped forward with a calm expression on his face. The reason why you wrap yourself in this cocoon is because you can't be exposed to the black hole at all, right? So, how are you going to expose me to your black hole? Doflamingo asked in a questioning tone. It doesn't matter, let me show you the primary productive force of our intimate idea. Iger didn't talk nonsense, he just stretched out his hand and made a move. In the absolute darkness, two invisible forces were like two big invisible hands holding the cocoon firmly from the top and bottom of the cocoon. This is the ability of the dark fruit itself, gravity. In the black hole of the dark fruit, the objects on the surface are free from gravity and easily suspended in space. But in fact, these are the results of superposition of gravitational forces in opposite directions. To put it bluntly, as long as you change the arrangement of the gravitational direction in space, you can shape the gravitational force in any direction you want. Iger used this principle to create a pair of upward and downward gravitational forces to fix the cocoon, and then he stretched out two fingers and gently pinched a thread that was thrown from the cocoon. Immediately after, "I'll go to yours." Iger let out a loud roar. The invisible gravitational force attached to the sole of his shoe wiped the surface of the cocoon and pulled it out along the tangential direction. Shhhhhhh. As soon as he stepped down, the huge white cocoon that was quietly suspended in the center of the black hole suddenly began to rotate around the gravitational force up and down, and the thread that was thrown out suddenly stretched out the elder. "I beat you to death with a spinning top." While shouting, Iger kept kicking the surface of the white cocoon with the solace that supported gravity, and every foot kicked in the original direction, making the white cocoon spin faster and faster. Chapter 331 Show you what is high-tech. Fur. Are you going to use this stupid method to open my cocoon before the birdcage closes? The technology of your affectionate idea. I'm afraid it's not. Call it a stupid idea. Doflamingo, who was hiding in the white cocoon, couldn't help laughing when he saw Iger's movements. "I am within the range of my ability, and almost all the silk threads are gathered together. Even if I turn 100 revolutions in 1 second, I am afraid it will take a few days and nights to finish it. And the way he accelerates with one foot is so stupid that it is as if modern people learned from the ancient human beings who used wood to make fire. This kid, his brain is really broken." Stupid way. Iger kicked while talking trash to Doflamingo. "I'll show you how powerful the technology certified by the idea of intimacy is." Before he finished speaking, Iger slammed the spot where he had kicked the white cocoon again. Base. After one kick, the speed of the white cocoon became faster again. The power of the entire white cocoon is driven by gravity, except for the two gravitational forces used to fix the rotating shaft of the white cocoon. Everything else is applied along the direction of the white cocoon's rotation. In addition, there is no friction force in the black hole, so there is no need to worry about energy loss. So theoretically, if Iger kicks it with one foot, all the force will eventually become the speed of a white cocoon. The white cocoon looks huge, but you know, Doflamingo's thread is almost weightless. On the other hand, Iger himself has been strengthened to a 3-digit strength value. With that kick, he can directly kick a football faster than a train. What's more, it doesn't add up to an apple-heavy white cocoon. Each foot is equivalent to directly exerting the speed of a fighter jet directly on the white cocoon. Fur. Of course, until now, Doflamingo still doesn't believe that Iger can finish his white cocoon before the birdcage is closed, and still looks at Iger's joke with a cold eye. What a persevering young man. I am moved by seeing it. But you know, these lines of mine are enough for you to walk to the moon from here. Just kidding. These thin lines are connected together, and the length is enough to circle the entire red Earth continent several times. No matter how fast he turns, it is absolutely impossible for him to finish the cocoon in the few minutes after the birdcage is closed. Hey, is it? However, Iger didn't seem to worry about this problem at all, as if the birdcage outside the black hole had nothing to do with him at all. "Then I'll show you high-tech." After speaking, Iger expanded his hands into a hugging posture, and then there seemed to be some huge machine in the black hole that started slowly buzz. The invisible gravitational force circulated with Iger's mind again, and after half a second, a cylindrical gravitational field was formed around the white cocoon. Every point in the gravitational field is precisely attached to the white cocoon, and the direction of gravity is exactly the same as the direction of the white cocoon's rotation. It was as if there were countless Iger's feet surrounding the white cocoon at the same time, and every minute, every second and every moment would kick in the direction of the white cocoon's rotation, and the strength of the kick can be changed at will according to Iger's mood. Simply a ruthless acceleration machine. Iger even thought that if this ability could also be used on Earth, what kind of particle collider would be needed? Using the simplest gravity directly, you can accelerate particles to the speed of light with your bare hands. That is, at the moment when the gravitational field was formed, Doflamingo's face suddenly changed drastically. Because he has a domineering look, he is extremely sensitive to the perception of speed. At the moment when the gravitational field is generated, he feels the rotation speed of the white cocoon, which is rapidly increasing like an explosion. And this explosive growth is happening every minute, every second, every moment. Just when he realized that the speed of this white cocoon had suddenly risen by a notch, the speed of the white cocoon had increased by more than 10 times. If at the beginning it was still a very ordinary rotation, at most it was the speed of the missile that Vegapunk researched. Although it was fast, it was not too fast to be outrageous. So now all of a sudden, the speed of the entire white cocoon is like dividing the fuel of hundreds of missiles into one, and the speed is about to fly out of the world. And just in the few seconds he sighed, its speed doubled several times. Whoa whoa whoa. It was visible to the naked eye that the white thread after another was pulled out from the original thread and quickly piled up a hill outside the white cocoon, but the original white cocoon was obviously thinner. According to this trend, I am afraid that I will not be able to last for a minute and I will be drawn into a ball of air. How could this little devil think of such a thing at such a young age? It's just too scary. Since this is the case, it is even more impossible to keep you alive. The smile on Doflamingo's face gradually solidified into tension and solemnity. He raised his hands within the white cocoon, his fingers formed claw-like shapes, and he controlled the birdcage outside like a gear machine. He wants to speed up. He wants to kill this Navy kid at the fastest speed. The lives of Pika, Toripole, Diamante, and even his own younger brother, Corazon, are no longer important. If this continues, not only the Cotters but also their own lives will be involved. Click click. Outside the black hole, the rock was slowly splitting, little by little toward the center of the cage wall, and suddenly began to accelerate. If the original speed was slow like a turtle, then now, the speed of the cage wall is shrinking like a car. A distance of several hundred meters can be crossed in a short while, and the densely arranged cage walls in the surrounding space, each of which directly cuts the rock formations underneath. It seems to be a round watermelon that is cut by thousands of knives at the same time, and divided into thousands of sectors by thousands of knives at the same time. What used to take hours to complete now takes less than a minute. Doflamingo made a decisive decision, that is, to be faster than Igbo. He just wants to compare whether it takes less time to run from the ground to the moon at a fraction of the speed of light, or to travel a few kilometers at the speed of a high-speed car faster. Whoever is slow will die. Chapter 332. Brother Shenbombing Carp is here. I don't believe it. No matter how fast your birdcage is, how much faster can you be than me? In the black hole, Iger was also aware of Doflamingo's movements. He also knew in his heart that between himself and Brother Ming, they were now competing for speed. Whoever is fast wins, whoever is slow will die. So I must rush this guy into the darkness before Doflamingo can completely close the birdcage. Iger, who was well aware of the current situation, suddenly worked harder, opened his hands wide, squeezed out all his remaining physical strength, and injected it into the gravitational field surrounding the white cocoon. Buzz. As if an engine was injected with extremely high-quality gasoline, the gravitational field hummed, and the tyrannical gravity hidden in it suddenly increased several times. Brush 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 brush. The gravitational field injected with Iger's power suddenly turned on its horsepower, injecting a strong speed into the white cocoon surrounding it again. Coco Coco. The white line suddenly resembled a tsunami, turning into white waves in mid-air, surging frantically. Even due to the faster and faster speed, the silk thread that was only wrapped around the white cocoon was no longer restricted by its own viscosity, and began to be thrown out layer by layer. As a result, the entire process of spinning the white cocoon, in addition to Iger's violent speed, which is even close to a fraction of the speed of light, has another layer by layer peeling process. On top of the white cocoon, in addition to the white waves that were swept up by the threads pulled by Iger, there were eggshells peeled off due to centrifugal force. The eggshell is only composed of a layer of thin lines. The moment it was peeled off, it was torn apart again by the powerful gravitational force, and then another layer of eggshell burst out. It was like this, layer after layer, paragraph after paragraph of white cocoons condensed by Doflamingo, rapidly narrowing and thinning at a speed visible to the naked eye. Damn brat. This time, Doflamingo couldn't laugh anymore. The muscles on his entire face were tense, twisted into a lump on his face. The veins burst out and the blood was agitating. Even after killing him, he didn't expect that this Navy kid who seemed to have no power at all, a Navy kid who couldn't have any fighting strength left at all, could still have such an operation. Originally, I still didn't believe that this Navy kid could draw out the white cocoon before the birdcage closed by pulling only a silk thread. But since Iger's gravitational field was generated, Doflamingo believed it. Not only did he believe it, he even suspected that his birdcage might not be able to keep up with the speed at which he could finish all the threads on the white cocoon in an instant. Is this guy really under 10 years old? How can a normal 10-year-old child have such a powerful operation? Who the hell is this guy? What was the intimacy he had just shouted about? What kind of theory is it that can allow a kid who is less than 10 years old to master such exquisite knowledge? Although Doflamingo has not studied books on gravity carefully, he has heard more or less. Knowledge of this aspect is admittedly difficult, and even those scientists who specialize in this field may not have such ingenious ideas. This kid is really scary. Even so, Doflamingo still doesn't intend to give up. He is like crazy, injecting all his domineering and power into the thin lines outside. Crack clap. At the moment when the power was injected, the birdcage wall, which had already traveled half the distance, was once again increased in speed. If it is the same speed as a car, then the current speed is close to that of a train. The rock that was reunited by Pika is on the verge of collapse once again. The entire island was trembling violently, as if predicting the end of its impending collapse. It roared with fear and grief. Rumble boom. The huge sound like thunder resounded through the entire island, and even the dog-headed warship far above the sea could hear it clearly. Fuck, what the hell is that? With the telescope in hand, Garp aimed at the coastline of Coco West Village. In his field of vision, the entire coast of Kokoyasi Village was covered by a huge birdcage-like thing, and the originally complete ground had been split into countless fan-shaped cuts. Doflamingo. It turned out that the tyrannical guy I felt at the beginning was him. That notorious birdcage trick. I have seen it more than once in the newspapers alone. That is because I thought this guy was extremely dangerous. It was accepted by the Navy as the King 7 Wilhe. Is it such an opponent that Iger is facing? Karp put down his binoculars and read silently. This guy isn't better than others. Karp has his own assessment of the opponents Iger have faced so far. In all fairness, anyone he has met before, including Whitebeard and Shanks, is not dangerous to Iger. There is no other reason, because this guy is simply inhuman. He can do whatever he wants, and the city is deep, and the strength itself is quite powerful. A worry suddenly flooded into Garp's heart, and he looked up at the birdcage again, which was closing in towards his center at a very fast speed at this moment. Wherever you go, everything will be broken. Karp deeply knows how powerful Doflamingo's move is, especially when his grandson is still inside. Hey, hurry up, the old man is going to rush over to observe my grandson's battle. Without further ado, Garp roared at the sailors who were sailing. When Karp rushed to the coast of Kokoyasi Island, Iger and Doflamingo's speed competition had entered the final stage. The rocks that were cut off by the cage walls around the birdcage had been smashed into pieces by the waves, scattered into the rolling waves, and sank into the dark sea water. And at this moment, the safe area in the birdcage on the coast is only 100 meters away. For the speed of the train, this distance is almost instantaneous. At the same time, in the black hole, the high-speed rotating white cocoon has been peeled off to only a few thin layers. You can even see the pink flamingo figure hidden in the white cocoon. Who wins and who loses, who lives and who dies, the result will be determined in a few seconds. Chapter 333 Uniform Brother Ming. A new title. Kara Kara Kara. On the floating island rock that has been chopped into thousands of pieces, the birdcage that has been harvested into a thin wire is still crunching towards the center, and the speed is even faster than the sea train. At this speed, they gather towards the middle ground, and in less than a second, they will directly gather Pika, Torapol, Diamanti, Khorasan, and Luohuan, which are gathered in the center of the floating island. Black holes with Iger are all cut into pieces. Pika lay weakly on the ground, tilted her head to look at the thin line cut towards her body, and there was a trace of unwillingness in her eyes. The top cotter of his own dignified Don Quixote family, who used to be the #1 fierce man in the sea, is actually going to explain it here today, and he was the most proud of himself and used it to kill countless tricks. It's the most helpless thing in the world. Think about how beautiful you were back then. Wherever you go, some people will be afraid, and some people will respectfully bow in front of them and serve them hard and without complaint. At that time, the self guarding the foundation laid by Doflamingo stood at the very top of the sea, overlooking everything in the world. Just like this Navy kid who is definitely standing in front of him, he will be scared to cry and cry, wiping his tears and looking for his mother's roll everywhere. I just don't know why the kid I met today turned out to kill me completely in one move. This battle made him fall into a huge confusion. Has the times changed? No. Wherever I go, there are still countless people who feel fear because of their own strength, so they can become as huge as a mountain with just a few fingers. Since it's not that the times have changed, that is, there really exists in this world that kind of super genius who is only under 10 years old and can fight to such a degree with a powerful man like Doflamingo. Especially the super genius is the existence that he has to look up to. 10 years old, only 10 years old, he was able to defeat himself who had been drifting at sea for decades, and he only used one move. Originally, when Doflamingo said he wanted to use the birdcage. His first reaction was to refuse, because as one of the users of this move, of course he knows that the birdcage is still useful for dealing with a large area of the weak, but it is really unrealistic to use this move to deal with one of the enemies. In particular, he had to pay the price of death for all the clan cotters, and he faced an opponent of the level of that navy boy. The price is too great. But Pika thought about it. If the world hadn't changed, then she would rather die than admit that she would be cleaned up by a kid who was not even 10 years old at all. In this case, it is better to die with this stinky brat, so that in the future, this brat will only be able to live in his own memory. Looking at it that way, it's not bad. Kara kara kara. The sound of the rock being split is getting closer and closer. Pika can even feel the sharpness from the thin line, and even the skin of his ear has felt a sharp pain. At any rate, I have taken away one of the super geniuses who will definitely be able to overthrow the 4 emperors in the future, and it is not a loss at all. He slowly closed his eyes and quietly waited for death to come. However, Pika waited for a full minute, and the feeling on her ears still remained at the little pain that was cut to the skin just now. The white line did not advance an inch further, and even the sound of the rock cracking like a broken bamboo stopped abruptly. What happened? A trace of doubt rose from the bottom of Pika's heart. He slowly opened his eyes, trying to figure out what happened. As a result, it didn't matter when he opened his eyes, but he just stared blankly at Pika. As soon as I opened my eyes, the walls of the cage surrounded by thin white lines were still clearly visible, but the difference was that at this moment in the sky, the thin white lines actually started to dissipate from bottom to top. Disappear, disappeared. Pika stared blankly at the vision above the sky and muttered to herself, what constitutes the birdcage is the ability of myself and Doflamingo. I still have consciousness, but the birdcage dissipates automatically, which means Doflamingo lost. Doflamingo lost. He was killed in that black hole where he couldn't see what was going on. What the hell happened? Brother Doflamingo, the head of the Don Quixote family, was really killed by this unremarkable navy kid 10 seconds ago in the black hole. Whoa, whoa, whoa. There are almost endless white silk threads, like an erupting fountain. The white silk threads are intertwined into huge waves, which are peeled off from the white cocoon, becoming thinner and thinner. Thin. At the same time, the top of the rock faced the wall of the birdcage, folded in the middle, and immediately approached the center. The two sides seem to be evenly matched, and it is still unclear who wins and who loses. But Doflamingo, who has always kept all the factors in mind and has secretly calculated, has a heavy heart because he is familiar with the length of his white line. He knows that in this part of the speed competition, he has been thrown away by Iger. In this kind of life and death situation, even if it is only 1 second ahead, it is an absolute victory. And the white line that Iger is peeling off, there are only 2 layers left. It was nearly 10 seconds ahead of myself. Even if he lent him 10,000 cartoonist heads, he didn't have the imagination to come up with it. Hundreds of thousands of kilometers and only a few kilometers. It turned out that the former won, but it's definitely not your personality to sit still. The white thread flashed in Brother Doflamingo's hand, and he broke out of the cocoon and rushed straight to Iger. Anyway, it is a defeat after the boil. It is better to give it a final fight. Doflamingo's sudden operation frightened Iger, but Iger was always on guard against Doflamingo's backhand and immediately moved his palm, and the strong gravitational force directly controlled Minga's figure. Immediately afterwards, a large dark mouth opened in the pure darkness, directly swallowing the pink flamingo man in spoken language. This man who made his debut has already stood at the top of the pirate world. He has built his own industry in various parts of the world by his own means, and even grasped the fate of a country by tough means. Darkness engulfs. Ding! Congratulations to the master for completing the new achievement and obtaining a new title. Chapter 334 Line Fruit. Success in hand. Ding! Congratulations to the master for completing the new achievement using the principle of intimacy to defeat the enemy, and have won the new title Spider Spirit Conqueror. Ding! Unlocking the new achievement reward has been issued. Please pay attention to check it. Ding! Congratulations to the master for getting Faith * 5000. Ding! Congratulations to the master for triggering the hidden reward. Since the master already has the dark fruit, he can capture the enemy who has been defeated by himself. Ding! It is detected that the opponent defeated by the master is Doflamingo, so he can obtain Doflamingo's fruit ability, Line Fruit LV10. In the darkness, a series of voices broadcast by the system rang in Iger's mind. Row is that he has no strength in his body, and after hearing the series of system broadcasts, he couldn't help but jump up with joy. Directing gravity to drag his body, Iger lay sideways in the darkness in an extremely comfortable posture, and with a very excited mood clicked on the backpack of the system. Oh my god. Line Fruit, Faith Value. These two things are what Iger needs most now. The String Fruit, one of the most bells and whistles developed by Brother Ming, is also one of the fruit abilities that Iger most wanted to have when he first watched One peace. As I had analyzed in my heart before, although the string fruit is not as powerful as the dark fruit, the thunder fruit or the light fruit, and it is not as powerful and domineering as the diamond fruit, but it is not weak at all. There is no other reason, because this fruit has infinite possibilities. Just look at its panel introduction to know. Skill name, line fruit LV10. Skill rating, SS. Skill description, a series of abilities to manipulate threads derived from the devil fruit. Thread fruit can manipulate all thread-like objects, and any material can be controlled by the user, including but not limited to cotton, hemp, polyester, steel, rock, and even concepts. Lines of any material through their own development of capabilities, and the characteristics of the lines are given by the user. The user's development of fruit ability, that is, the trial and practice of various characteristics of the thread, including but not limited to the strength, hardness, viscosity, ductility, material, elasticity, etc. of the thread. When using fruit awakening, users can not only turn things around themselves into thin lines with arbitrary characteristics, but also control all linear objects in the surrounding space by grasping the line. About line. Line, like the wind contained in the air, the water contained in the ocean, the light contained in the sunlight, and the fire contained in the flame, are all tempered pure power. Line is a concept that theoretically gathers all the properties and all materials that the user can give, and there is no entity that cannot be destroyed by physical means. Since line is a concept, it can connect or separate anything, including space and time. Remarks. Brother Doflamingo has developed the fruit of the thread to the fullest. The master must learn from him. SS class. SS class. What is the concept of SS class? It is almost the top devil fruit in the world. In terms of grade alone, it can even be compared to the fruit of surgery that Logo just ate. Absolutely the ultimate fruit among the ultimate fruits. Just look at this dense row of annotations. Each item is full of a powerful breath, not to mention anything else. Just for Doflamingo's performance in the battle with him just now, it is enough to see how powerful this fruit is. I have the dark fruit and the thunder fruit in my hand, two of the most powerful natural type fruits in the world, but that's it. Facing Doflamingo, who is holding the string fruit, it cost me so much. It took a lot of effort to get rid of him. If this is not enough to explain the possibility of this thread fruit, then look at the performance of this fruit. Logically, a devil fruit named after the item is theoretically eaten, and the body will become that kind of thing. For example, Luffy, who ate a rubber fruit, would turn his body into rubber. A Sengoku who ate a giant Buddha fruit could turn into a giant Buddha, and Sasuke who ate a rock fruit would turn his body into lava. The ones that won't change the nature of the body because of eating the fruit are all superpower fruits that refer to concepts such as Logo's fruit of surgery. Because people can't become surgery, those who eat the fruit will have the ability to perform surgery without injury. And this thread fruit, after eating it, the body does not turn into thread at all, but only has the ability to produce and control the thread, which explains two problems. On the one hand, it is obviously because the old thief Oda deliberately weakened the ability of the thread fruit when he designed it. So the first point, this is an obvious weakening of the string fruit, and the second point, according to the comparison with the fruit of surgery, the line in the fruit of the line has been designed as a conceptual word. This also shows that this is a superpower line, and its characteristics will be infinitely amplified. This is the real power of this fruit, and according to the system's annotations on the fruit of the line, one can cultivate to a powerful realm, and one's own line can even be connected to different time and space. This means that you can not only use thread to cut, weave, or stitch, you can also use it to build a passage of time and space. Teleportation, crossing, calling from another world. No one can do these fantastic things in the world of One Piece's original novel, but in this world where he appeared, it is absolutely possible. At that time, I can even summon the world-destroying monster from another world at will, and add a few volumes of legends to this world. Iger simply couldn't describe his excitement at this moment. He was even happier when he got the fruit of the thread than when he gained the belief in the sea god. Speaking of Poseidon's faith, it was only at this time that Iger suddenly remembered that the system had just pushed a message to himself. I got Poseidon faith value *5000 by myself. It's a double happiness. When I opened the faith panel, Iger was shocked to see a light rain that fell in the haze. At this moment the pattering rain had grown a lot. Chapter 335. Moderate rainfalls and faith is upgraded again. Crackling, crackling, crackling. As soon as he clicked into the faith panel, the mighty sound of rain was transmitted directly to Iger's mind, as if he was walking in an unusually heavy rain at this moment. Not only that, even the air that breathed into the nostrils, the wet stickiness and mild cold in the air, and the breath of the rain that was blowing in the face, were exactly the same as the real thing. Hearing the sound of the rain, Yiji's face was already able to show an impatient smile. This sound of rain is much stronger than when my belief system first started. Moderate rain. Iger looked at the two large rating characters next to the faith panel, and his heart was full of excitement. You must know that at that time I was in this faith panel, but I didn't even hear the sound of rain, so I found nearly 2,000 raindrops. And now, not only can I hear the sound of rain like 9 days pouring down, but I can also directly feel the breath of the rain. Based on this alone, Iger knew that it was absolutely impossible to just defeat Igdo Flamenco and get the mere 5,000 raindrops that could bring about the change. A drop of water is only a few tenths of a milliliter, and 5,000 drops together are less than 5 kilograms of water. Even if it falls in a room, there is absolutely no sign of a heavy rain. What's more, as a system, it is absolutely impossible to use such a foolish setting as raining in the house. At least it has to enclose the scope of a playground. And if, according to this logic, the area is expanded to the size of the playground again, then the 5,000 raindrops in this mere area will be meaningless to the growth of the rain. So, there must be no other raindrop income about Doflamingo, and the amount is quite terrifying. You must know that each raindrop in the belief panel represents a person's belief in his intimate idea. If so many raindrops are added all at once, it means that there are at least tens of thousands of believers. What does tens of thousands of believers mean? Does it mean that you will gain a lot of power from these powers of faith? Maybe some, but definitely not all. The more important part is that it means that his idea of intimacy, soon, even now, has spread around the world. Of course, this process sounds like a plague, as if the number will double the next day, but in fact, Iger knows that there are many dead believers among them. The so-called dead believers are such believers who do not have the opportunity to have too much contact with the outside world, but simply accept such a belief and have no chance to spread this belief to other people. Such people should now be the majority of these tens of thousands of people. As for the reason, Iger can somewhat guess one or two. Although I said that I experienced a lot of interesting, thrilling and even terrifying things after my trip to the Windmill Village. In fact, it has only been more than half a month since I left the Windmill Village. For more than half a month, for the parties involved, especially for Iger, the things that happened before, whether it was a sea king or a dragon, all seemed to have passed by. But the impact of those things has been further fermented in these more than half a month. The first is the death of the heavenly dragon Manhamak, and the legend of the sea god of the East China Sea, which has spread almost all over the ocean. How can the gangster reporters be eye-catching? He will rack his brains to write in that direction. For this purpose, no matter how outrageous the writing is, it was during this operation, coupled with Iger's secret help, that it was Iger who appeared and summoned the Sea Kings with incredible power, and was transformed into a classic episode of the sea gods coming to the world and the chosen messenger. It is this bridge section that makes the local legends of the East China Sea known to the world. Not only the four seas, but also countless pirates including the Great Root are also gathering in this direction. In this context, the minds of the common people are the most vulnerable, as the indigenous people who have witnessed the gathering of Sea Kings in the mainland. The people of Windmill Village are generally more accepting of this matter, which is still due to the three priests that Iger personally promoted. It is because of their existence that many residents of the Goa Kingdom have become believers of their own affectionate ideas. This should be the reason why the number of his believers will grow so rapidly. On the original island, the miracles left by oneself will spread rapidly, and then a considerable number of believers can be won in a very short period of time. However, because the ordinary residents of the Goa Kingdom have a good opportunity to communicate with the outside world, this has caused the belief that the belief will spread rapidly in the country at first, but after a certain level, there will be a situation of stagnation. According to the current number, the power of belief should still be on the rise, but soon, the collection of the power of belief will usher in a peak. At that time, the development of intimacy ideas, most of which are dead believers, will usher in the first bottleneck period. What I can do is to take advantage of the current time to continue to spread my affectionate idea, and then let my affectionate idea spread quickly in various sea areas. By that time, the bottleneck for the development of the idea of intimacy will naturally disappear, and then, because of the huge number of believers, his own strength will become extremely terrifying. With billions of beliefs supporting him, I am afraid that he is the man at the top of the world. Of course, what I have to do now is to absorb the power of faith as soon as possible and strengthen my own strength so as to speed up the spread of the idea of intimacy. The power of faith come. With a move of Iger's palm in the small world of the faith panel, the raindrops in the sky suddenly seemed to be instructed by some kind of instruction. Suddenly, the figure stopped, and then the trajectory changed rapidly and flew straight towards Iger's hand outside the panel. Brush, 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 brush. Drop by drop of rainwater sparsely gathered in the air into small streams of water, which converged into a small river and finally flowed into Iger's hands. And as the water flowed into Iger's body, Iger could clearly feel that his power was growing at a terrifying speed. Chapter 330 46 3 times. The panel is upgraded again. A stream of river water seemed to be swallowed into the throat by some ancient giant beast. After touching Iger's outstretched palm, it directly turned into pure power, submerged into Iger's body, and turned into a part of the attribute point. And Iger, who was baptized by the river, felt that as more and more river water poured in, his various senses and functions were all strengthened from head to toe. His eyesight has become sharper, and even in the darkness that should have been pure and indistinguishable, he can distinguish where the gravity anomaly is and where the space is relatively stable. In the past these were all sensed by one's own fruit ability, but now these can be seen directly with the naked eye. As for other senses of the body, hearing, touch, heat and cold, vibration, balance, and even intuition have all been enhanced to several times the original level to varying degrees. Compared with feeling, Iger found that the change in his body was the most obvious. As if being injected with infinite power, like eating Popeye's spinach, Iger can clearly feel that every muscle in his body, whether it is skeletal muscle or smooth muscle, is thickened more than 2 times. Because I was in the dark, I couldn't see my outline clearly even with my strong eyesight that had been strengthened several times, so I immediately waved my hand to cancel the appearance of the black hole, and the whole person reappeared on the beach of Kokoyashi village. Superior. It doesn't matter this time, but Iger found that the whole world has become much shorter. Originally, he was supposed to be standing on Pika's waist, and the top of his head was a punch away from his belly button, but now he can look at his belly button with his eyes. My height has increased by more than 10 centimeters. Not only that, the greatly enhanced vision allows Iger to see the outline of his body clearly even in the dim moonlight, and immediately wants to jump up happily. Because his body has expanded a lot, the original Navy uniform has been fully supported, and some places are even about to crack. That's it. Iger's current figure is absolutely 1-to-1 on the uniform. From head to toe, every muscle is not exaggerated, but it is definitely not thin, but a feeling like a solid reef. At first glance, it is full of strength, but it is contained in the overall smooth lines. Well proportioned and warm, yet powerful at the same time. It is definitely tall and good looking when you put on your clothes, and you will never show your timid figure when you take off your clothes. Most importantly, Iger secretly lowered his head and glanced with a satisfied smile on his face. Ward is huge. Please bear with your pants. This is the real happy event. I have a feeling of regaining the dignity of a man again. Looking at his figure, Iger was quite satisfied, but while he was satisfied, he hurriedly clicked on his attribute panel to see what his attributes had become. After all, the amount of each attribute is the key to truly determine how strong one is. Host Eagle. Physical fitness 300, strength 300, speed 300, momentum 30, skill 150. Skills: Shasha Fruit LV10, Awakening, Skill Tree, Overlord Color Dominance LV10, Supreme Swordsmanship LV10, Skill Tree, Thunder Fruit LV10, Awakening, Skill Tree, Dark Fruit LV10, Awakening, Skill Tree, Line Fruit LV10, Awakening, Skill Tree, BGM Skill Tree. 6 forms. Title: The Giant Spear of Harvesting, the Bad Old Man, the Inheritor of Intimacy in Heaven, Fascinate the Hearts, Lord of the Shadow Stream, Sea God, Master of the God of Light, Spider Spirit Conqueror. Items: Caps Leftover Senbei, Great Books from Another World, Famous Sword Ryoma, Famous Sword Autumn Water, Key to Shadow Kingdom. Evolution Point 0, 300, 300, 300, 300. 3 consecutive lines of 3-digit numbers starting with 3 immediately made Yigle blossom. This Nima, it's not too easy to become stronger. Originally, I thought that this affectionate idea was just something that the system made up with my own nonsense. Who knows, this seemingly useless thing turned out to be the source of my strength. It tripled. This is not the first time that 1.2.5 points has tripled, nor is it 5 times when it was 20 or 30 years ago. This is based on 100, and it tripled. Not only that, but even the skill attribute value, which has been strong in double digits, has also broken the 100 mark. Only the peak is only 50 momentum points, and it is still only 30. This time, I can almost compare my strength with those young genius pirates. With a full 300 strength and stamina points, his combat power is more than doubled. This time, even in the face of Doflamingo, who was so difficult to deal with before, he was confident that he could solve him within 10 moves. Of course, in addition to the surprise, Iger also discovered the calculation method of the power of belief, which did not grow linearly as he had imagined before. Before, I had less than 2,000 raindrops, which gave me a gain of more than 70 points, but now tens of thousands of raindrops have only increased by 200 points. This is enough to show that the later the increase in attribute value will, the more difficult it becomes. But Iger is naturally not worried because he has absolute confidence in his intimacy idea. Looking down at his body again, especially the most important piece, Iger smiled again with satisfaction. Now that the panels have undergone earth-shaking changes. It is time to start their traditional operations using the newly upgraded body. Then Iger hesitated for a while and kept choosing the tricks he knew in his mind. After hesitating for a long time, he made a decision. Then let's shave. After he finished speaking, he slightly bowed his body and his muscles instantly entered a state of accumulating power. However, at this moment from the sea behind him, a loud horn sounded. Ige, Iger, you are here, Iger. It was Garp's voice. Garp came. The body that was ready to go was instantly relaxed like a deflated ball. Iger glanced at the sea and saw a dog-headed warship rushing over from the sea. Chapter 337. Have you seen my husband and grandson? From being discovered by Iger to the time the dog-headed warship collided with the shore, there was not even a second before and after. Almost at the same time, when Iger removed the tension in his body and turned his head, a warship with a dog's head collided aggressively. The huge shadow of the dog-headed warship shrouded Iger almost in an instant. There was no time for any reaction. When Iger saw the warship, the two collided fiercely. The only reaction Iger could make was to hurriedly raise his arms in front of him. Boom! There was a huge collision sound, like a huge clock tower hitting the evening bell, and it exploded directly. Obviously it only hit Iger's body, which is less than 1.56 meters, but the whole dog-headed warship stopped straight as if it had encountered a hard high wall. Iggy! The dog-headed warship crashed to a stop, and Garp couldn't care about the group of slumped naval soldiers behind him. He shouted Iger's name and jumped off the warship in a hurry. He rushed towards the figure in the navy uniform on the island. However, when Garp rushed to Iger's side at a lightning-fast speed, he was stunned on the spot. The guy in front of him is completely different except for his face, which is somewhat similar to his grandson Iger, and it can even be said that he is a completely different person. He had never seen a navy soldier who dared to wear a navy uniform as a straitjacket, let alone a number that showed off his muscles in every part of his body. The guy in front of him, the navy uniform on his body actually tightly clasped his body, showing extremely smooth but full muscle lines all over his body. Garp remembered clearly that his grandson, Iger, had not undergone any strength training before going to sea. The little arm was as thin as noodles, and he could break it by pinching it casually. More importantly, he clearly remembered that his grandson Ige was only as tall as his thighs, but the top of the boy in front of him was almost parallel to his liver. The height is simply too much. Could it be that I went to the wrong studio? I thought it was my grandson, Iger, who was fighting heartily with Doflamingo, but it turned out to be such a Saobao was wearing a navy uniform that was several sizes smaller. Abnormal. Lieutenant General Garp. Just when Garp saw Iger stunned, the navy soldiers on the dog-headed warship also recovered from the shock of the collision and quickly ran off the ship. However, when everyone got off the boat, they saw a guy in a navy uniform, but he held the uniform too tight. Even under the lower abdomen, a piece protrudes. The atmosphere suddenly fell into a subtle embarrassment. Have you seen the old man's grandson? Garp smiled awkwardly and politely, looking away from his tight clothes as much as possible. Well, Iger was stunned when he heard what Garp said, but then he looked at his current physical condition, smiled helplessly, and said to Garp, "Grandpa, it's me. I'm Iggy." Oh, you are the grandson of this old man." Garp stroked his beard, still focusing on the tight uniform on Iger's body, casually responding, but then his eyes popped out. "What? You. Garp pointed at Iger with trembling fingers and looked up and down Iger's body with his eyeballs out of his sockets. "What, are you kidding? The old man's grandson doesn't look like. Do you dress like this?" Even if he were killed, he would not admit that his grandson Iger would one day wear clothes like this. It would be a shame. Well, this matter. Iger looked down at the protruding piece under his lower abdomen and fell into deep thought. It's a long story. In order to prove that he is not the kind of pervert who likes to highlight certain places, Iger sighed and told everyone what happened. Since the dark fruit, he knew that his multiple abilities finally had an official explanation from Iger, so Iger decided to tell Garp and the others about it. Just after the battle with Doflamingo, he absorbed his fruit ability, and it turned out to be like this. So, when I absorbed this thread fruit, it became like this. Oh, it turns out that the body changed after absorbing the thread fruit. That's reasonable. After all, a devil fruit can really change a person's body, especially yours still growing. Wait. After listening to Iger's story, Garp immediately understood why Iger had become so big, and followed his logic again, but it didn't matter. Garp discovered something extraordinary. Iger, with the dark fruit, took away Doflamingo's fruit ability. Doesn't that mean that Iger solved Doflamingo by himself? What a joke. It wasn't until this time that Garp remembered to observe the surrounding situation, and as a result, he took a breath of fresh air. Coco West Village is famous for its beauty and oranges, but now, this supposedly beautiful beach is covered with countless thin and deep cuts, as if being cut by thousands of knives at the same time. Garp knew that this was the trace of a birdcage. Not only that, Toropol, Pika, and Diamanti, who appeared frequently in the Navy's wanted list, all fell to the ground at this moment, their bodies lined up in a neat row. Next to the three, there is a guy and a kid. He is not listed on the Navy's wanted list, so Garp doesn't know who he is, but judging from the clothes, it should be someone next to Doflamingo. And most importantly, among so many people, he didn't even see a shadow of Doflamingo. Combined with the fact that he had indeed seen the birdcage dissipate just now, Garp thought for a while that Iger's words were likely to be true. His grandson is so powerful that he can solve it by himself. Even if the Navy wants to move him, he has to think about a huge evil. In the underground world, he supports countless industries with tough means. Don Quixote. Doflamingo. This is like a dream. His grandson. How old is he now? Although he looks like he is 13 or 14 years old, he is actually only about 8 years old. At this age, he has already been able to clean up Doflamingo, and then he will have to, Just as Garp was amazed, Toropol, who had fallen to the ground, suddenly groaned and woke up. Chapter 338. That the old man is also confused. Dover. Garp and Iger looked down at Toropol. At this moment, he was paralyzed on the ground like a puddle of disgusting sticky snot, and he read Doflamingo's nickname in his mouth. Apparently he just woke up from a coma. This guy was stunned in the terrifying collision between Iger and Doflamingo just now. Even in the syncope, this guy is still concerned about the battle, and after he repeated Doflamingo's nickname 2 or 3 times, he suddenly bounced off the ground as if he was awakened from a nightmare. Garp looked at it with admiration. The sticky green liquid bounced directly from the ground. I don't know what kind of way this guy has. Garp didn't know, but Iger knew quite a lot. This guy was actually just stunned. Frighten people to death. Don't lie on the ground with a ball of snot and then stand up suddenly. It's disgusting. Iger looked at Toropol with disgust and said with a frown, who are you? Toropol just opened his eyes and suddenly saw a group of Navy soldiers staring at him. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. You are all who is. Good guy. How long have you been sleeping? How can I wake up and be surrounded by dozens of white-clothed navies with guns and live ammunition? And most importantly, what about the head of his Don Quixote family? That Doflamingo, who was fed offline fruit by himself since he was a child, showed an amazing overlord appearance since he was a child, and built a huge industrial chain in just over a dozen years. Why didn't he see him already? Why are all the surrounding clan cotters lying upright on the ground? The most important thing is, who is this pervert in front of me wearing a navy uniform that is several sizes smaller? My dear, how long has it been? You don't know me anymore? Toropol, with the help of you and Diamanti, I directly killed Pika's Iggy. You don't know me for a while. Iger rolled his eyes, scolding in his heart, but for the sake of his own face, he still reminded with a dark face. Ig, that navy kid. What's the matter? After such an obvious reminder from Iger, Toropol finally reluctantly recognized Iger in front of him, and he reacted in a blink of an eye, exclaiming with a runny nose, what did you do to Dover? If Toropol doesn't know what's going on, then he, the think tank of Dressrosa, is really useless. So many navies are assembled here. Doflamingo's disappearance, and the coma of his own companions. This Nima is obviously unable to beat people. And Toropol's eyes drifted to Garp, who was holding his arms and looking at him coldly, his whole body trembling uncontrollably. You're still a Navy hero, Garp. It's his grandma's naval hero, Garp. This is the man who has been chasing the Pirate King back then. The combat power of the previous era was at its peak. Even if he is gradually entering the ranks of old age, his combat power is still strong, and he can even be on an equal footing with Whitebeard, one of the 4 emperors. This kind of role is here. If the Navy's rule of not catching Kaiwahei is broken, then there is no reason for Dover in his own family to be undefeated. How much energy does this Navy kid have to be able to blatantly defy the rules and directly invite the pinnacle of combat power in the Navy? In his eyes, brother Doflamingo is that in this world, except for the characters of the 4 emperors level, no one will be afraid. Not to mention such an eagle Navy brat. The stinky bastard who should have been ruthlessly cleaned up by Dover has so shamelessly recruited a large army of the Navy. No martial arts. Everything that I have planned for many years is destroyed in one fell swoop. You must know that Doflamingo has been planning various activities of the Don Quixote family for more than 10 years, and he has been searching hard for many years among the people, and finally found the year among the people. Young Doflamingo, it can be said that I value everything about the Don Quixote family much more than Doflamingo. Without myself there would be no Doflamingo today, let alone the Don Quixote family today. And all of this, today, was destroyed into a pile of rubble by a Navy stinky brat who didn't talk about martial arts. There is nothing in the world more embarrassing than this. It was clear that when he chose to join the King's Kaiwahei, he wanted to avoid the risk of being killed by the Navy. For so many years that Doflamingo became Shishibukai, he has been careful careful to avoid things that could provoke the Navy. Even if he has been tracked down by Lieutenant General Crane, he has never revealed the slightest flaw to her. Coupled with the relationship between Doflamingo and the Tianlong people, Torapol always thought that this big ship of the Don Quixote family was the most stable one on the sea. It definitely shouldn't sink, but today it was completely destroyed by an ignorant Navy kid who didn't speak martial arts and didn't know the rules. Because of corruption within the Navy, how could he not be angry with this kind of thing? You have no shame. A strong anger rose in Torapol's heart, and he immediately pointed at Iger's nose and roared, "If you can't beat it, you can't beat it. It was you who broke our deal first, but you still took the cart. Lieutenant General Pu came to bully our Dover, huh?" Iger was taken aback by what Torapol said, but when he looked back at his grandfather Karp, he immediately understood Torapol's inner thoughts. This guy must have thought that he couldn't beat Doflamingo at all, so he recruited the naval hero Garp to help, and as a result he broke the rule that the king must not be hunted down. But you were so shocked that you fainted, and you still have the face to talk to this? Iger was not accustomed to Torapol's fault at all, and immediately made a move with his palm, and saw a flash of black light in the air, and a black hole emerged out of thin air. Come, recognize your master." As soon as the voice fell, the black hole suspended in the air suddenly surged, and a horrible human figure spit out. The pink feather coat that had lost its luster and smoothness, the white and purple striped trousers that had broken countless holes, the high heels that were twisted in shape, and most importantly, the pair of broken sunglasses. "It's Doflamingo." "To be honest," Kapanana said, looking at Brother Ming, who was lying on the ground with a little difficulty. "The old man is also confused. How did he do it?" Chapter 339. Lieutenant General Crane arrived, and the series was shocked. As we all know, the sunglasses are the body of Doflamingo, so when I saw that the sunglasses that had been covering Doflamingo's face finally shattered, Iger finally breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. This damn troublesome guy has finally been solved. The good guy went back and forth, and the health bar was full, and hit again. Rao is Yiji's patience, and he couldn't bear it anymore. Of course, Iger was just relieved here, but the gang of pirates behind him were all blown up. One is counted as one. Brother Will, Adjutant Pockito, and Tom, the good brothers, all shouted out loudly, "What? This, that. This is the one that can only be seen in the wanted list, and can only be heard in the rumors within the Navy. Is it the Doflamingo that the mighty Lieutenant General Crane has been chasing?" This man, even if he didn't have much contact with him, these Navy soldiers deeply knew the strength of this guy. During the years of working in the Navy, almost all of them, not a single Navy soldier, have not heard the legend of Doflamingo. And why the legend of this man is so amazing is because at that time, this guy made a big vote. Robbery the property of the Tianlong people. Dare to break ground on the head of Tianlong people. That's right, Iger is not the first person who dares to shout directly with the Tianlong people. There are even many people who dare to challenge in history, but the fate of those people is not very good. For Ig, who had witnessed each and every one of them, was the only man lying here, Don Quixote Doflamingo, and at that time, Doflamingo was quite young, only in her 20s. Heavenly gold that was supposed to be a tribute to the Tianlong people in public, so that this matter was troubled for a long time and there was no way to end it. It is because the impact of this incident was so great that there was almost no way to end it, and the naval headquarters finally gave him the identity of the King's Kaiwilhe to quell this incident. And in the years after that, this guy's career has grown like a volcanic eruption. In just a few short years, this guy has opened up various transaction chains in the above ground and underground worlds, taking both black and white, and has directly grown into a giant above the sea. But who would have thought that just today, such a huge evil would break down the entire Don Quixote family's pillars and even himself in the rather weak sea area of the East China Sea. Standing among a group of Navy soldiers, Garp's focus was always on the black hole that had been hovering beside Iger. It was not until today that Garp finally knew about Iger's secret, which really gave him a great surprise to Iger. It turned out that before this, Iger had been hiding his strength. This kid was originally the ability user of the dark fruit, and through other means that he did not know, he was able to collect the abilities of the rustling fruit and the thundering fruit, and all of this happened when he didn't go to sea at all. Is it your own son, Dragon? It is absolutely impossible. He knows his personality, and it is absolutely impossible to train his own children into the revolutionary army. What's more, if there are such powerful three fruits of nature, wouldn't it be very good to cultivate their own revolutionary army? Why should they all be thrown into it by an uncertain child? I am afraid that the source of these fruits of Yige is his biggest secret. Karp looked at Iger deeply, and he understood that defeating Doflamingo was probably not his limit for the current Iger. In the near future, it is even possible that this grandson of his own will be able to directly attack the four emperors by himself. With such strength and talent, the most valuable thing Doflamingo is the heart full of justice, which really made Garp want to fly to the Navy headquarters immediately and turn this kid into a naval admiral immediately. Compared with the thousands of thoughts in the hearts of the Navy soldiers, the will of Toropole on the opposite side almost collapsed over. Toropole let out a loud roar and immediately turned into a sticky green slime and rushed towards him, shaking Doflamingo's body frantically. And it wasn't until he personally touched Dover's body and felt the thick dark aura that permeated him that he finally believed that his own Dover was really defeated by this Navy kid. How is this possible? Toropole held the unconscious Doflamingo in his arms, his eyes were slack, and he repeated in his mouth, "How is this possible?" When Garp said he didn't know what was going on just now, he still held a bit of luck in his heart, and even when the Navy soldiers behind Garp were all shocked, he still didn't want to believe it. It wasn't until he personally felt the dark aura that was emanating from Doflamingo's body that it was almost impossible to dissolve, and he suddenly woke up as if a basin of cold water had been poured on his head. All of this, everything that I was unwilling to believe just now, turned out to be true. This one looks inconspicuous at all. The Navy kid who seemed inconspicuous just now actually really defeated Brother Doflamingo, who he had cultivated so hard for so many years. This result really made him want to hit his head in the sea. "Cap, why are you here?" Just when Toropole and a group of pirate soldiers fell into unparalleled shock, a turbulent horn suddenly sounded a few hundred meters away from the sea. The sound of the horn suddenly attracted the attention of everyone on the beach. There are three reasons. First, the voice who said this is a woman, and you can tell by listening to the voice that she is definitely a beauty. Second, the protagonist in the words is Lieutenant General Garp, and the relationship with Lieutenant General Garp sounds quite familiar. Third, as we all know, sailing on the sea and using trumpets is only the Navy. A beautiful soldier in the Navy who is very familiar with Admiral Garp. Although the Navy soldiers didn't see what the coming person looked like, they had already guessed it in their hearts. Sure enough, after looking back at Garp, he suddenly laughed out loud. "Ha ha ha ha, Zaya, haven't you been chasing this Doflamingo? You're the first to get any news. Is it actually late today?" Chapter 340. Sorry, I did it, Zaya. Hearing this name, Iger also understood the identity of the person who came. He once joined the Navy as a soldier at the same time as Garp. Warring States. He traveled all the way to the north and south, and his fighting power is strong. He is a fruit-washing ability with the power to cleanse everything. Lieutenant General Crane. Although this old lady has a strong fighting ability, what is more powerful than her fighting ability is her brain power. She is also one of the best think tank figures in the Navy. When it comes to the same period as Garp, not only Iger but any naval soldier in this era is full of admiration in his heart. There is no other reason, just because in the era when Garp Sengoku entered the Navy, even if he is only a lieutenant general now, that level of combat power is incomparable to a considerable number of young lieutenant generals now. In other words, the seniors who entered the Navy in that era, who were finally able to become a lieutenant general or above, can only use one word to describe it, that is, powerful. And Lieutenant General Crane, among these powerful admirals, is the representative of women. Although he has been serving as a lieutenant general because he hates the responsibilities of the general position, Admiral Tsuru is the second most popular idol after the Navy's relay Garp. In the entire naval headquarters, more than 1/5 of the Navy regard Admiral Crane as their idol in life and put her photo on their bedside to worship. All in all, this is a beautiful general who combines beauty, strength, and wisdom. Moreover, the target that this beautiful general has been chasing is the Doflamingo he just cleaned up. Iger turned his head, and sure enough, he saw a huge warship slowly moving towards the coastline, and standing on the bow is the heroic Lieutenant General Crane in a white cloak. Lieutenant General Crane. It is Lieutenant General Crane. Wow, even at this age, she is still so beautiful. Lieutenant General Crane, my second idol. For a time, all the naval soldiers who saw Admiral He cheered in a low voice like little fans who had seen a big star. "Hey, Garp, what did you mean by that?" Lieutenant General Crane commanded the people under his command. Park steadily on the shore, walked down the stairs gracefully and calmly, walked through a group of bewildered naval soldiers, and walked in front of Garp. "What do you mean? Why did you come here? Have you forgotten?" Garp didn't answer directly, and carelessly inserted his little finger into his nostril. "Why do you speak so strangely? Everyone in the Navy knows that I've been chasing Dover." Hearing Garp's answer, Lieutenant General Crane immediately ridiculed him mercilessly, but before he had finished speaking, his eyes suddenly saw the figure lying on the ground not far away. A pink flamingo coat, white and purple stripe-cropped trousers, and a pair of purple high heels. This person lying on the ground turned out to be Doflamingo, who had been chasing him for many years but had no gain at all. This is. Lieutenant General Crane saw Doflamingo lying unconscious on the ground. His face changed greatly. He pushed Garp away from the road, and 3 steps were taken. Do 2 steps and run to Doflamingo. The vision gradually became clearer, and the short distance of a few meters was enough for Lieutenant General Crane to see the face of this guy. And when the arrogant blonde hair and the broken purple sunglasses came into view, the last bit of luck in General Crane's heart was finally torn apart. Don Quixote Doflamingo, since his debut, has been targeted by himself, chasing him all the way, but has never been successful. Even after this crazy guy dared to directly rob the gold in the sky, the solution given by the naval headquarters was not to let him arrest him, but to give him the title of Kaiwahe. That's how to protect him. It's outrageous. That's fine. I still take the initiative to apply to the Navy headquarters, and I'm still stalking this guy secretly, and I'll be ready for a thunderous strike when I get the chance. And just today, I got news from Doflamingo again, saying that this guy presided over a transaction on Coco Asia Island. In the process of approaching, some people saw traces of battle on this island, and it was obviously the battle that Doflamingo participated in, so Lieutenant General Crane suspected at the time that this guy was holding back and was ready to use it. Who knew that after he rushed here in a hurry, his old friend, the hero of the Navy Garp, appeared in this place one step before him. He even joked to himself that he was a step late. Lieutenant General Crane suddenly felt that his whole body was split from the middle. You can imagine that the prey that you are conscientious and hard-working, never willing to give up even when it is protected by the official black and white, will never give up, but suddenly one day the prey is robbed. Lieutenant General Crane felt that he had been busy all these years in vain. A nameless fire suddenly rose from her heart, and a layer of black iron domineering immediately covered her fists. She came to Carp angrily, facing Carp's stomach fist. "You bastard! Why did you grab my prey at this time?" Lieutenant General Crane roared and punched Garp fiercely. Don't look at Lieutenant General Crane as a woman, but that level of punching power is no less than that of any Navy soldier present. With such a distance from a fist of this level, it would be difficult for Garp to dodge even if he was on guard, let alone when he was unguarded. Boom! After a muffled sound, Lieutenant General Crane's fist slammed into Garp's stomach. Wow! After Garp shouted, he flew straight out, and the whole person drew a gorgeous arc in the air and flew out far away. "What are you doing?" "I didn't do it." It wasn't until he fell hard to the ground that Garp reacted and shouted at Lieutenant General Crane with a puzzled look on his face. "Why don't you take responsibility at all?" Lieutenant General Crane said involuntarily, and scolded when he opened his mouth. "Who else is it if it's not you?" "Not him. Who else?" Looking around, apart from the Don Quixote family, the only people on this beach are the Navy, and Lieutenant General Crane just glanced around. Except for Carp, there is no one with the rank of Major General or higher. Who can believe that a Major General can beat Doflamingo? Bullshit. It's definitely the immortal Carp. Ahem. I'm sorry for Lieutenant General Crane. Just when Lieutenant General Crane was about to clean up Garp, Iger, who had been silent for a while, suddenly he coughed. "I did this." Pirate I, the son of Roger, a 9-year-old admiral. Chapter 341-360. Chapter 341. Incredible pervert boy. Why won't you report anything? Lieutenant General Crane, who was in a rage, saw a perverted boy in a Navy uniform that was several sizes smaller talking inexplicably, and the anger in his heart was suddenly ignited again. "Didn't you see that I was talking to your Lieutenant General?" Lieutenant General Crane is about to lose his mind. At this time, anyone who comes here to join in the fun will probably be regarded as an enemy by Lieutenant General Crane in his rage. "You Lieutenant General Garp didn't teach you." Did the commander want to interrupt when he was talking to make a report? "Who told you that the Navy uniform can be worn like this? And you did this. I see you." What did you say? Lieutenant General Crane, who originally wanted to hold Iger's military face and berate him for a while, after a short repetition of Iger's words, suddenly came to his senses. This perverted boy who looked only 15 or 16 years old in a super tight uniform just now. "What did you say?" "What did he just say?" "I did this." "Is this his?" "What did he do?" "What is this?" Lieutenant General Crane was a little stunned for a while. She looked around at everything around her, looking at Pika, Diamante, and Corazon, who had collapsed on the ground, as well as Toripole, whose bodies were all blown to shreds, and Doflamingo fell into a long silence. After a long while, she seemed to wake up from a big dream, and suddenly understood what this perverted kid was talking about. Don Quixote Doflamingo fell unconscious on the ground, covered in tatters, and the officials of the Don Quixote family also fell in a row as if they had gone through a great battle. This perverted kid he's talking about. This scene in front of him was all done by him. Only then did Lieutenant General Crane react. The fire all over his body was extinguished, and he was replaced by endless amazement. He pointed at the little devil in front of him and said his doubts aloud. "You mean you did all this?" Diamante, Pika, and Doflamingo. This was true even for Lieutenant General He, and the Navy soldiers who were originally on Lieutenant General He's ship were all incredulous, and the eyeballs in their sockets were about to pop out. All the Navy soldiers suddenly burst into an uproar, chatting and discussing. Did you hear that? Doflamingo was killed by that kid. Damn, isn't this a joke? That's right, don't be afraid to flash your tongue when you speak. Among the entire Admiral Crane's naval soldiers, not a single one dared to believe what Iger said just now. After all, everyone here is a Navy soldier who has followed Lieutenant General He to the north and south, and they all know that the boss of his family has been chasing Doflamingo for many years and has never succeeded. And today, in such a piece of the East China Sea, he was cleaned up by a Navy kid who had never heard of it before and was dressed very abnormally, and it was completely uprooted. All the top officials of the Don Quixote family, one counts as one, all lie here obediently. Good guy, no one would believe this kind of thing. What's more, there is a naval hero next to this kid, a peerless fierce man who can be on an equal footing with the characters of the four emperors. Yeah, I did everything, it's nothing to do with my grandfather. Oh, Toropol isn't still awake? You can ask Toropol. Grid shrugged and admitted his deeds without any shyness. Following Iger's words, everyone's eyes suddenly converged on Toropol, who was dumbfounded on the side. Toropol's heart was being shaken by the endless thunder and lightning, and suddenly he saw another group of Navy rushing over. He originally planned to squint quietly, but he was suddenly cued by that Navy kid. In a trance, he only felt a flower in front of him, and a thin figure appeared in front of him like a ghost. Before he could react, Toropol felt a sharp pain that came from his abdomen. In an instant, even his legs were unstable, and he fell directly to the ground. All the Navy soldiers took a deep breath when they saw the scene in front of them. Lieutenant General Crane, who was usually gentle on weekdays, just for the sake of Iger's words, he directly showed the shaving that would not necessarily be displayed even in battle. Just put him down. Even Iger reacted wisely after Toropol fell to his knees, and then a touch of regret filled his heart. Good guy, Lieutenant General Crane, who I know has always been gentle and gentle. Today, in front of him, he directly violently beats and kneels at Toropol. Speak. Who did Doflamingo solve? Lieutenant General Crane was expressionless and his voice was cold. Toropol was originally an operator who was good at hiding behind his own dover. When Garp arrived, he knew that he would never escape. After Lieutenant General Crane arrived, he was even more desperate. So at this moment, facing the murderous Lieutenant General Crane, how could he dare not do it? And what kind of tricks he has? Yes, it's the kid. Toropol knelt on the ground with a painful expression and could hardly speak, but his attitude was still quite good, with a flattering expression on his face. Whoa. Toropol's sentence is less than 20 words, but it directly and completely detonated the entire beach. Everyone, all the Navy soldiers and admirals, including Lieutenant General Crane, took a deep breath. If Lieutenant General Garp's crew members have eaten people they have seen, even if they see such a thing, they feel nothing, and even think that Iger can do more powerful things. But the crew of Lieutenant General Crane didn't have such a big vision. Not only did they have no vision, they didn't even have the slightest preparation in their hearts. Before that, everyone thought that the little Iggy in front of him was just taking the opportunity to brag, and some people even planned to teach him a lesson once and for all. But who knows, the answer given by Toropol turned out to be like this. It turned out that he really defeated Doflamingo. Lieutenant General Crane couldn't believe it. He turned his face to Garp in surprise. The latter also smiled bitterly, shrugged his shoulders slightly, and said, "It's really not me." That's it. After hearing this, Lieutenant General Crane was finally willing to face Yi Ji, who was beside him, and his tone was full of incredulity. "Just you perverted boy." Chapter 342. Go home together and eat oranges. Lieutenant General Crane felt like his whole body was about to split. Doflamingo, who had been chasing after so many years without success, was killed by someone in his own navy. Not to mention, if Garp happened to take the opportunity to kill him, then he wouldn't say anything, at most just beat him, and he would still be a good comrade in arms in the future. But the most unacceptable thing is that the one who killed Doflamingo one step ahead of himself turned out to be a nameless soldier on the Carp ship. If it's a serious young super genius, it's okay, and it's worth admitting that the future is terrible. It's a very happy thing to have someone in the Navy in the future. But when he turned to look at this kid on purpose, he found that he didn't even have a military rank at all. He was just a new recruit who was still struggling in the reserve. The most important thing is that this guy is still a pervert who wears his uniform a few sizes too small to accentuate his not so strong figure. This kind of thing is absolutely unacceptable to General Crane. Have you entered the Navy? How old are you? How did you beat him? Why did you beat him? Why did he have to fight you? A series of question marks popped out of Lieutenant General Crane's mind and followed her lips. Lieutenant General He, calm down first. Iger looked at Lieutenant General He, who was threatening, and for some unknown reason, he suddenly felt a guilty conscience and waved his hands again and again. Listen to me slowly. Slow down. So, in order to appease Lieutenant General Tsuru's emotions, Iger decided to make up a story on the spot. He heard about the transaction of the fruit of the operation at sea, but when he came, he did not know that it was Doflamingo who protected the transaction, and he came to this island just to observe the situation of the transaction. And just after he found the port where Barreros unloaded the cargo, he saw the spy Corazon, who was ambushed beside Doflamingo by the Admiral Sengoku, was about to snatch the fruit of the operation. It was at this time that he discovered Doflamingo, who was rushing over again. In order to protect the identity of this naval spy, Iger had to come forward and play with Corazon, and he himself robbed the fruit of the operation. As for the location of the fruit of the operation, Iger did not hide it. He pointed to Ludo, who was lying beside Corazon, and told the story of the poor child who suffered from the lead disease. So, you were forced into this battle and to protect the Navy's spies? Lieutenant General Crane listened, and for some reason he suddenly realized that the kid in front of him didn't seem to be that abominable anymore. After all, in the description of this kid, he decided to take the risk in order to protect the spy, and even the fruit of the operation he grabbed selflessly treated the child named Ludo. Lieutenant General Crane, who was already kind-hearted, developed a great impression of Iger for a while, but he was forced to fight, and then he had to defeat Doflamingo. Last resort, your sister. Do you think Doflamingo sells cabbage? Crying and begging you to beat him. Lieutenant General, he reacted again for a while, and suddenly felt that this kid in front of him must have some secrets, and his eyes suddenly sharpened. No, you have no Navy status at all, and your clothes have no rank at all. You who is it? Cough that Zayahi. This is my grandson. Iger was stunned by the very tricky question from Lieutenant General Crane, when Garp, who was next to him, suddenly stepped forward, put his arms around Iger's shoulder, and introduced him to Lieutenant General Crane. Are you Garp's grandson? Lieutenant General Crane's eyes widened, and his tone increased several times. The Navy soldiers behind her heard Lieutenant General Crane's exclamation, and immediately seemed to smell some gossip. All of them neatly approached the Navy soldiers under Karp's command, chatting and discussing. Well, yes, my name is Iggy. Iger really has nothing to escape, nodding generously to admit. Good guy. Karp, you have a grandson again? As soon as he heard that it was Karp's grandson, Lieutenant General Crane even went sips and counted his fingers at Karp. Ace, Luffy. Now here comes Iggy again. Come on, who else? Oh, isn't it inconvenient to tell you? Karp scratched his head a little embarrassedly, not knowing how to deal with Lieutenant General Crane. Seeing that Lieutenant General Crane was attracted by the gossip, Iger was also quietly relieved. I originally thought that the problem of the fruit of the operation should be explained, but the two lieutenant generals directly ignored the devil fruit worth 5 billion and started gossip on their own. But no matter what, if he robbed Lieutenant General Crane's prey, he even took it. Big brother who eats my oranges. Just as Garp and Lieutenant General Crane were chatting about coming home, an excited girl shouted from the beach in the distance. Yige turned his head and saw that it was Nami. Behind her was Belmer, who looked worried. Nami! Iger screamed in surprise, once again attracting the attention of all the Navy soldiers. All the Navy soldiers turned their attention to two figures, one big and one small, running from a distance until they ran close. Why are you here? Iger asked and explained to Karp. This is the family that was paid for protection by Barreros before, and I helped them come. We saw thunder on the beach, and I think it's you. Come and have a look. Nami replied with a sweet smile, completely ignoring the misery of the guys around who were beaten to the ground. Hey, don't worry, I'll tell you. Brother, how are you? Barreros has been solved. Iger also laughed. Wow, really? Nami jumped up happily, then took Iggy's hand and dragged it back. Quick, let's go home and eat oranges. However, Iggy did not move at all. I'm afraid I can't go back to eat oranges because we're going to sail. Iger shook his head apologetically at Nami. I also know that in order to return to the naval headquarters as soon as possible, Karp will definitely choose to set sail as soon as possible. Not to mention, Iger looked at the sky. There were no clouds in the sky. The moonlight was clear, and it was a good weather for sailing. Huh? Isn't it? When she heard this, Nami's first reaction was not sadness, but surprise. She stared at the Navy soldiers in confusion with her big beautiful eyes. It's going to rain heavily. Chapter 343. The Daughter of the Weather. The Navigator. Nami. It's raining heavily? You said it's going to rain heavily in this weather? Iger was taken aback by what Nami said, and for a while he even wondered if his eyes had seen something wrong just now. Raising his head in confusion, Iger looked at the sky carefully again, the moon that was so clear that he could see Yueshin, and raised the question in his mind again. Are you serious? It's going to rain heavily in this weather? Are you sure? Tongyanwuji. Nami said these things, and she was not afraid to be heard by other people in the Navy, but even if they heard such remarks, the Navy soldiers just acted like children. Lieutenant General Crane, who was originally gentle, squinted into a crescent moon when he saw such a cute little girl with a pair of originally warm eyes. She walked gently in front of Nami Nami patted Nami's head gently and said softly, "Little girl, darling, my brother is only going for a few days. I will come back to see you in a few days if I can't bear to bear my brother, so I can give him some oranges." In a short period of time, Admiral Crane had learned a lot about Iger from Karp, and also knew Karp's plan to bring Iger into the naval headquarters. What's more, the Navy's itinerary can be delayed by a little girl's unreliable remarks. Naturally, you have to help Karp to coax this little girl, are you, Lieutenant General Crane? Before Nami could answer, Vermal, who was standing behind her, spoke first and called Lieutenant General Crane's name as soon as she spoke. "Huh? You are?" Lieutenant General Crane raised his head slowly and met Vermal's excited eyes. "Have you forgotten? I used to be your student. My name is Belmer." Belmer's originally ruffian face turned into a clever aura. "Ah, it's you, Vermal. How are you doing recently?" Lieutenant General Crane finally remembered that a few years ago he was transferred to teach a military camp, and it was this young girl he met there. After so many years, this girl has already had a child of her own. It's not bad. A happy smile appeared on Lieutenant General Crane's face. "What? Even though I can't bear to interrupt the reunion of your master and apprentice, I still have to say." Nami firmly grabbed the corner of Lieutenant General Crane's clothes. Yang with a small face, "Trust me, if you go to sea now, you will encounter a heavy rain soon." Looking down at Nami's firm expression, Admiral Tsuru suddenly felt something was wrong. The woman's intuition told her that when the little girl said this, she had incomparable confidence in her heart, and she firmly believed that what she said must be right. What gave her such confidence? Karp, who was on the side, didn't believe what such a little girl said, so he stepped forward and said to Nami, all right, little girl, I know you can't bear your big brother, but we really have to go. Oh, I'm very anxious now, and I haven't seen the rainstorm you mentioned, and now it's cloudless. Come on." However, before Garp could finish speaking, Nami pointed to the sky over the sea in the distance and said something softly. Everyone looked in the direction of her fingers, but saw the sky that was cloudless just now, and it was instantly covered with a faint shadow. Not only that, as if to respond to Nami's words, a large black cloud floated over the island behind everyone, directly obscuring the moonlight. The manic cool wind blew in bursts, with a strong smell of rain. This time, all the Navy soldiers knew that the rainstorm was coming, but compared to the wild wind, everyone's heart is even more frantic. This little girl, how did she know? Nami, how did you know? Vermal was also startled, and asked quickly with his head down. Well, I just know. I feel the rain coming when I touch the air with my hand. Is there anything strange? Seeing everyone's strange reaction, Nami, it's even more strange. Yes. Iger patted his thigh and remembered. Nami, the protagonist, is a genius navigator who can feel the weather changes just by relying on her skin. Except for Yi. Everyone fell into a long silence. Genius. A genius who can feel the weather with his touch. The little girl in front of her is definitely a genius as a navigator. The importance of navigators to sea navigation is absolutely beyond doubt, even comparable to the existence of captains. It can be said that if a ship does not have navigators, it is absolutely impossible to sail. If it is forced to sail, the ship will be destroyed under the torture of the crazy and chaotic sea weather and ocean currents. Especially the Navy, a force that needs a lot of sailing, the demand for navigators is definitely the largest in the entire ocean. For a while, Admiral Crane looked at Nami with straight eyes. That, Vermal, can I discuss something with you? Lieutenant General Crane looked at Vermal with a pleading expression. Can you give me this child and let me bring back the Navy for training? Lieutenant General Crane? Vermal was a little stunned for a while. This child, Admiral Tsuru touched the top of Nami's head and smiled slightly, is a unique sailing genius. I don't want to miss her like this, so can you let me take her to sea? Going to the sea? Before Belmer could say anything, Nami was immediately excited and hurriedly tugged at Belmer's shirt. Didn't you say that the sea is fun? Belmer, I'm going to sea. I'm going to sea. Nami. Belmer didn't know what to say for a while. His raised child was going to sea, and he was a bit uncomfortable as a mother. Nami, I remember, you told me that your dream is to draw a map of the world. Iger also helped, revealing Nami's wish to be born since she was a child. And this is exactly what Belmer tells Nami every day. How do you know? Nami looked at the elder brother in surprise. Isn't that what you told me? Yi gave Nami a wink. Is that so, Nami? Belmer looked at Nami and asked seriously. Nami looked at Vermal, then at Iger, then at Lieutenant General Crane, and finally at Vermal, and nodded slowly but firmly. Yeah, oh, as expected of my girl. Vermal's eyes darkened for a second, but then he smiled happily. Then Lieutenant General Crane, after Nami, just please. Hey, don't worry, she will come back to see you soon. Lieutenant General Crane smiled happily, receiving a genius apprentice, much happier than Brother Doflamingo. After chatting for a while, the Navy arranged for Don Quixote's cotters, and then after a night of torrential rain in Kokoyasi village, Yang Fan set sail again. Chapter 344 Personal Disciple Trafalgar Law quack quack quack. It is a sky with thousands of miles of dark clouds in a blue that can't be seen. A few thin clouds float quietly in the sky. A few seabirds flew by slowly and leisurely, leaving a distant and long chirping sound. It is a very pleasant scene. The sun is warm, the white clouds are leisurely, and the sky is bright. It is simply a good weather for a good night's sleep. However, even in such a pleasant weather, the Navy soldiers under Lieutenant General Garp collapsed on the deck like exhausted dogs, sticking out their tongues, and refused to move. Everyone seemed to be thrown into the sea and soaked again. Not a single piece of clothing was dry from top to bottom, and large swaths of water came out from under them, soaking the wooden deck. In this exhausted state, on the bow of the dog-headed warship, an iron tower-like figure stood proudly, holding a horn and shouting at the group of slack guys on the deck. "What are you still dawdling at? It's been an hour's rest. Are you dead? Lying on the deck motionless? Hurry up and repair the ship, or we won't be able to get to the Admiralty for the rest of our lives." Standing on the bow of the boat and shouting at the Navy soldiers below, it was the already silver-haired but still brave Navy hero, Garp. Aside from Garp, the only person on the ship who wasn't lying down was probably Iggy. At this moment, Iger was sitting on the side of the ship blowing the sea breeze comfortably while looking at Garp, who was dripping with water all over his body. He couldn't help but sigh. Even Garp, who is as brave and strong as a tiger, has to restrain his edge in the face of the power of nature, and is like a chicken in the wind and rain. Just a few hours ago, when the genius had just dawned, Lieutenant General Garp and Lieutenant General Crane, commanding their respective warships, sailed away from Coco West Village, and Nami, who had already agreed to follow Admiral Crane back to the naval headquarters to study naval navigation skills, also packed up her bags and boarded Admiral Crane in Belmer's worried and hopeful eyes ship. Originally this should be a very happy thing. Iger is quite happy to be able to get to know Nami when he was a child. Originally, she was chatting with Nami on Lieutenant General Crane's boat, but just after eating an orange, Nami suddenly blushed. "Brother Yige," Nami approached Yige with a blushing face. "I decided to give you a kiss to express my gratitude." After speaking, without waiting for Iger to reply, he pouted his little mouth and slowly approached Iger's cheek. Hey, I can't make it." Seeing Nami's reaction, Iger's cheeks suddenly became hot and he immediately shouted, and then a silver light flashed and his body turned into a lightning bolt which flashed directly to the dog-headed warship. "Hee, as long as I flash fast enough, your kisses won't catch up with me." Iger dodged Nami's kiss at a lightning quick speed. He just wanted to make a joke. Who knows, if he leaves, he will never be able to return to Lieutenant General Crane's ship. In the next second, Nami's complexion suddenly changed greatly and she suddenly shouted, "Heavy rain is coming." And then the weather that was still sunny suddenly became extremely gloomy. "The storm is coming." On the surface of the sea, the river suddenly overturned, and in the turbulent and chaotic waves, Iger and Nami each used their own unique skills. Ignatia steers the currents, and Nami commands the sailors with her talent. Result: Nami and the others sailed farther and farther in the torrential rain, but the dog-headed warship collided with a rock. Misfortunes do not come singly. A sudden violent hurricane even shattered the mast. There was no other way. A group of naval soldiers had to brave the heavy rain, busy repairing the mast while repairing the ship and draining water. So, up to now, the dog-headed warship has completely drifted away from the course. The task now is to fix the broken mast, but everyone seems to have no strength to move. With an idea, Iger came up with an idea, turned his head and shouted into the cabin, "Good boy, come out, it's your turn to perform." No one answered. "Good boy." Still no one. However, Iger was not discouraged at all, and shouted again at the cabin, "My good boy, enough, stop shouting, I'm out." Finally, in the cabin that had been silent for a long time, an extremely impatient roar finally came out, and then the closed cabin door was kicked open, and a thin figure walked out from inside. Just looking at the momentum that kicked the hatch open with that kick, no one could imagine that this guy turned out to be a child who ate the fruit of the naval trade commodity surgery. Trafalgar Law. "I'll tell you again, don't call me a good boy, you bastard." The first thing Ludo did when he came out was to point at Iger's nose and yell angrily, "Oh, don't say that. Since you got on my boat and ate the fruit I stole, then you are mine, and I don't like boys, so I can only accept you for the apprentice." Iger picked his booger and didn't care about Ludo's anger at all, and waved his hand casually. "Go, see that mast over there? Today's lesson is to make it usable. Sooner or later, I will kill you with my own hands." Ludo looked at Iger with an indifferent expression, and his teeth itched with hatred, but despite this, he obediently walked to the mast and began to study. Looking at Ludo, who was obedient even though his face was resentful, Iger was also somewhat relieved. Sure enough, Khorasan's influence on Ludo was really considerable. At that time, Garp and Lieutenant General Crane were commanding the naval soldiers to clean up the mess, and they were about to arrest Khorasan Khorasan together, but they were stopped by Iger. Immediately afterwards, Iger told Garp and Lieutenant General Crane about the identity of Khorasan's spy, and the two were shocked after hearing it, and both expressed pity for what happened to this guy. But when Khorasan and Lugo woke up at night, Iger remembered one thing. Doflamingo was cleaned up by himself, Khorasan was also rescued, and even Lugo's perpendicular disease was cured, and the Don Quixote family's ship sank as a result. As a result, there was no one to train Lugo as a young man. Therefore, Iger had an idea and wanted to take Lugo to the Navy and personally teach him the idea of intimacy. Chapter 345 Amazing Fate. Sanji. At first, when he heard his own thoughts, Lugo himself was extremely resistant, but Khorasan beside him quite agreed with it. After all, Khorasan has been in contact with the Navy since he was a child, and his favorability for the Navy is quite overwhelming. Hearing that Iger intends to bring Lugo into the Navy, he is quite happy. What's more, although the other party doesn't know him, Khorasan has long admired him for a long time. This Iger's grandfather is a famous naval hero, Garp. That is a man who can completely blow up his brother. When Lugo entered the Navy and joined Garp's command and was surrounded by such a group of loving and righteous partners, Khorasan felt that Lugo's growth would definitely be positively affected. And the most important thing is that you and Lugo don't have to be separated anymore, and you don't have to be together in secret anymore, and you can even carry out tasks together openly and above board. Thinking of this, Khorasan's blood is boiling, and he can't wait to let Lugo join the Navy. In this way, under the two-sided attack of Iger and Khorasan, Lugo's CAI finally reluctantly agreed to let Baby as his division, and boarded Garp's dog-headed warship with Khorasan. That's why Lugo appeared on the dog-headed warship. In fact, after Lugo experienced today's battle, he also completely understood that in such a world, if you want to live better and more freely, having tyrannical strength is definitely a rigid need. That's why Lugo agreed to join the Navy and learn combat skills under Khorasan's crazy offensive. He has made up his mind that he must become strong enough so that he can protect the people he wants to protect. That's it. Lugo will never miss any opportunity to make himself stronger. So at this moment, Lugo Zhen was squatting in front of the broken mast, watching carefully. In the torrential rain just now, because there was no time to hoist the sails, the violent hurricane directly broke the mast. A huge force was quite crisp. There was only one crisp big crack, and the rest of the place was basically intact. Lugo pondered for a while, and there was a hint of surprise in his eyes, as if he already knew what he should do, and then slowly stood up. A cyclone spun in the palm of his hand. Room hum. In the air, a slight tremor rippled, followed by a thin layer of blue eggshell-shaped film that spread out, directly wrapping the broken mast. Then, Lugo pulled out a long sword from his waist that did not match his height at all, and cut one on each side of the broken end, leaving only the intact parts. Then Lugo flipped his fingers, and the remaining intact parts at both ends seemed to be picked up by two big invisible hands, and then spliced together. In this way, the thick mast that required a dozen people to operate at the same time took a lot of effort and nearly an hour to repair, was repaired by a small Lugo in just a few seconds. The corpse-like Navy soldiers lying on the deck suddenly opened their eyes one by one, staring at Lugo's operation in a daze, all exuding indescribable amazement. Good guy, there are really more and more evil children on this ship. However, although this Lugo's ability is very strong, if it is said that it is a monster, Iger still needs to be better. Not bad, not bad. Looking at Lugo's operation, Iger immediately clapped his hands with satisfaction. From start to finish, Lugo repaired the mast in less than a minute, and there was no delay or repetition in the operation. This Lugo's talent is really exaggerated and terrifying. Okay, good work, my good boy. Then today's class is here for the time being. There should be nothing else. I laughed, and suddenly he was full of hope for Lugo's future. This guy is a super disgusting ability in itself. If he gives careful guidance, he might become stronger than Luffy in the future. Lugo got into the creation cabin without making a sound and turning his head, and slammed the cabin door shut. Iger was about to say something, and then called out Lugo, who had returned to the cabin, but suddenly heard a sound. If his hearing hadn't been strengthened before, he would never have heard this sound. Almost subconsciously, Iger pricked up his ears and activated his hearing with all his strength. The misty sound that had been floating around his ears gradually became clear. Hey, there's someone here. Here, there's someone here. It was a childish cry for help. After judging in his mind that it was a cry for help, Iger immediately jumped off the side of the boat, ran to the stern, and looked in the direction of the sound. It didn't matter at this sight. Iger's head exploded immediately. It is a gray island. If you don't look carefully, it is like a small reef. You will just ignore it. But Iger didn't. When the shape of the gray reef came into Iger's eyes, Iger rang instantly. The story that once happened in the sea area. Quick, telescope. Like being possessed, Iger flashed silver light on his body and appeared on the deck in an instant. He snatched the telescope in the hands of the Navy soldier, and returned to the stern in an instant. He raised the telescope in his hand and looked towards the isolated island. At this glance, I immediately saw a small figure with golden hair screaming for help beside the isolated island. Fuck. The moment Iger saw this figure, he exclaimed in surprise. This Nima, this is too coincidental, right? Could it be that he swallowed that Chermak saint in Windmill Village really had such a big impact on the world? Really, one of the pirates in the Great Route is counted as one. Did they all come from there? But even if it was withdrawn from the Great Route in advance at this time, this piece of the East China Sea would have become quite crowded and complicated. Even Doflamingo came here to guarantee the deal for Barreros. This is really exaggerated, isn't it? That red-footed Zeph was also inspired by the legend of the sea god to come back early, and not only did he come back, but he was able to meet the little devil who could change his life at sea. How could the two of them come to that island? At this moment, the kid who was jumping up and down on the island like he was asking for help was Sanji. Chapter 346. Check-in. See Restaurant Barty. Someone is calling for help over there. After Iger, the Navy soldiers on the dog-headed warship also stood up one after another, and some people with good hearing also heard Sanji's cry for help. Because the dog-headed warship has no power at this moment, all movement is purely by drifting, so the dog-headed warship looks like the bow is facing away from the island, but in fact the stern is the direction of the dog-headed warship. In other words, at this moment the dog-headed warship is approaching the island little by little. It is because of this that the Navy soldiers can hear Sanji's call for help without Ig's prompting. As a righteous naval team, Carp's crew were very interested. As soon as they heard that someone was calling for help, they rushed to the stern and saw the gray island in the direction of the sound. For a time, most of the Navy soldiers gathered on the stern, completely forgetting the hardships of drifting. The noise of the Navy soldiers alarmed Garp, who followed the sound and came over, stretched out his hand to separate the huddled Navy soldiers, and stood at the stern of the boat. Sure enough, as the boat got closer and closer, the little yellow dot that was beating on the isolated island became more and more clearly visible. Even with the vision of the old man Coperna, he could see clearly. Go. Turn the bow. Let's speed up and get people up first. Immediately, Carp, who was full of justice and kindness in his heart, saw that it was a child, and his heart suddenly felt distressed, and he quickly turned back and shouted at everyone. Yes, when they saw that there was something good to do, the Navy soldiers were also quite excited. They shouted for a while and rushed to the deck in a hurry. Turn the bow around. When a group of people were busy, Iger was ahead of the sailors on the ship by an unknown number of steps. He was thinking about what was happening on the isolated island at this moment. In the original plot of Pirates, the famous big pirate Tetsuo Redfoot, when returning from the Great Route, happened to meet the hotel where Sanji was an apprentice. Zifu, who was still a pirate, ruthlessly destroyed everything in that hotel, beating, smashing, robbing, without the slightest mercy. It was at that time that a huge storm swept the sea, and a terrifying disaster swept over everything, and the young Sanji couldn't swim and had to sink to the bottom of the sea. And Zeph, who didn't know which nerve was touched, actually decided to save this little devil he didn't know. As a result, the two are forced to drift to an isolated island at sea to live with each other. There was only a big bag of treasure, a small bag of food, and nothing else. And Zeph, who was also in crisis, gave all the food to Sanji without hesitation, while he ate his right foot without changing his face. When thinking of this, a sudden burst of sourness suddenly rushed to the tip of Iger's nose, and a question mark suddenly flashed in his mind. Now, is it the first few days for them to survive on the deserted island? Is Zeph still starving for the treasure, or is he eating his right leg? No. Be sure to get there quickly. Just confirm the situation as soon as possible. Inexplicable anxiety flooded into Iger's heart. As one of the most classic episodes of One Piece, the story of Tetsuo and Sanji once pierced Iger's heart countless times in the middle of the night. Every time I recall Sanji going to sea and Zeph behind him calmly telling him not to catch a cold, Iger feels as if a big stone has been pressed against his heart. So he absolutely doesn't want to never see Zeph's accident with his own eyes. He would never allow this to happen. Rumble boom. A faint thunder sounded, and the flashing thunder light lit up from Iger, and then I saw a fierce electric light flashing, and a lightning bolt instantly penetrated the air between the dog-headed warship and the isolated island. In an instant, Iger appeared directly in front of the bouncing Sanji. Sanji had sneaked out of the house and had been hanging out in the kitchen far away from the battle. I had never seen this kind of battle before. When I saw a lightning flash on a warship in the distance, and then a handsome man appeared in front of him. Awesome big brother. He was immediately taken aback. His legs became weak and his back legs were so weak that he finally fell to the ground with an unsteady center of gravity. Sanji's fingers trembled and he wanted to ask how IG got here, but his mouth was stammering and speechless. You're calling for help, aren't you? IG was not surprised when he saw Sanji's reaction, but with a kind smile on his face, he bent down and asked gently, yes. Sanji was startled by Iggy's approach, but seeing the smile on his face, he suddenly felt a trace of relief from nowhere and was slightly stunned, then nodded and agreed. Well, don't be afraid. I'm the Navy on the ship just now. We heard your call for help and are coming now. Iger soothed Sanji's emotions and at the same time quietly inquired about the situation. Anyone else on this island? While Iger was asking questions, his eyes were still flexibly observing the surrounding situation. He saw Sanji's back at a glance, and there was a small cloth bag with the logo of the chef pirates on the bag. Seeing how full it was, he didn't eat it for a long time. According to this analysis, Zeph should have just handed this food bag to him. It was originally a simple question, but Sanji was stunned when he heard it. The circles of eyebrows wrinkled as if thinking about something. Sanji hesitated for a long time and finally responded with a small mouth. No more, just me. What did you say? Is there no one else on this island but you? When Iggy heard Sanji's answer, he was immediately blinded. The cloth bag behind him is also printed with the logo of the chef pirates. Zeph is obviously the head of the chef pirates. The origin of this bag is self-evident. How can there be no one? What a joke. Why is this kid lying? Iger was about to confront him when a very magnetic and feminine voice suddenly came out of his mind. Ding master, a new day has begun. Do you want to have an exciting sign-in lottery system? Sign in? Then you need to ask. Must sign. Must get it. Pump it. Hurry up. Iger was impatient and said to the system angrily in his heart. Ding, congratulations to the host. The sign-in is successful and the reward baladi SSS of the restaurant on the sea. Barty. Chapter 347. Eat a full meal. Eat it up. See restaurant Barty. The moment I heard this sound, countless question marks were born in Iger's mind. What kind of way is this, Nima? Are you planning to start your own business now? Will you be the owner of the sea restaurant Barty from now on? As we all know, in the original world of One Piece, the sea restaurant Baladi is a quite famous restaurant located in the East China Sea. Its boss is the famous big pirate Redfoot Zwofu. You must know that when Red-footed Zwofu walked on the sea, he was famous for his hands that never fought. As long as there are pirates walking on the Great Route, there is no one who does not know Red-footed Zwofu, because he is an outlier among pirates. As long as it is a pirate walking on the sea, which one is not a guy who licks blood with a knife? The ruthless people who dance on the tip of the knife anytime and anywhere. How can they say that they dare to give up their hands to fight with only their feet? For a long time, the pirates felt that there would never be such a person at sea, until they met Redfoot Zoff. After meeting the head of the chef pirates, they realized that there really is such a belief in cooking in this world that they can completely give up their hands to fight. And not only did he give up his hands, his combat power was not weak at all. This guy finally became a famous big pirate. Even in the end, after Redfoot Zwofu returned home and survived in danger, he opened a sea restaurant Baladi in this place in the East China Sea, because the purpose of this restaurant is that as long as it is from the world, it will receive it. What a big heart this is. Even if the enemy from the past came here, Jaffa would ignore the past suspicions and directly serve a plate of hot and fragrant seafood fried rice. In this way, this restaurant has become the most famous and hottest restaurant on the sea. And now, this Baladi, who will become the first hotel in the East China Sea in the future, actually appeared in his hands like this. Filled with doubts, Iger clicked on the description of Baradi, a restaurant on the sea. Item name: Sea Restaurant Baradi. Item category: Commodity House. Rating: SS. Item description: this is a well-known maritime restaurant in the whole sea. Its business is booming from morning to night. Its boss is the red-footed Zwofu, who once made a great name in the great shipping route. Because of his broad-mindedness and unrivaled spirit, this man has formed countless people with lofty ideals at sea. After returning home, these friends are also the caregivers of his business. Remarks: since the restaurant on the sea is a commercial house, it is a non-owned property, not a possession. Seeing the last note, Iger couldn't help but ask curiously, then opened his system backpack and wanted to check the so-called sea restaurant Baladi, but found nothing. Just in the corner of the system warehouse, I found a chapter of charts. Even if he wasn't a navigator, but after spending so much time with the Navy soldiers, Iger could see that this was a map of the East China Sea. Ding master, this one is the high-tech property deed of Barty Sea Restaurant. Not only can you find Sea Restaurant Barty with this picture, but you can also directly obtain the ownership of the restaurant. Good God, deed. Are you that way now? Deed. So, wouldn't he be the invisible boss of the Sea Restaurant Barty in the future? Zwofu and Sanji will definitely be more cordial when they see themselves. Just now this Sanji, it doesn't seem to be the same as the one I used to know. Iger looked down at the kid with long golden hair. At this moment the chef apprentice costume on his body was tattered. From the huge hole, it was obvious that he was already quite visible. Strips of ribs. This guy has obviously been hungry for several days. If he had that cloth bag by his side in the beginning, he would have been eaten long ago. So the current situation seems very strange. For a child, it is absolutely impossible for a child to have both food and starvation. When Sanji first came up, if Sanji said that he was only one person, Iger would doubt whether he had destroyed the fateful encounter between Zhou and Sanji. But saying that he has now found the cloth bag behind him, it is absolutely certain that Sanji is lying. Are you sure? No one else? Where did your food come from? Iger didn't say it directly, but quietly inquired about the situation. Judging from the current situation, it is obvious that Zhou and Sanji have not yet reached the stage of emotional sublimation. If he rashly exposes Sanji's lies, he may destroy the fetters of the fate of Sanji and Zhou. Therefore, at this time, it is absolutely impossible to act rashly. It is necessary to connect the fetters of the two people little by little. I took it myself. Sanji obviously never told a lie. His eyes were always erratic, his hands were tangled, but he still denied the existence of Zhou. Really? Then you're really not hungry at all. Did you only eat such a small amount of food for so long? Iger continued to ask calmly. After Sanji listened, he looked down at his skinny body, and under that bony chest was a belly bulging like a ball. To be honest, it's not because I don't want to eat it, it's because I really can't eat it anymore. I have been living on this deserted island for 3 or 4 days, and I am already hungry. The food I just got was open to eat, and I was almost unable to move. This is what I am. I have to save food, otherwise I will starve to death before I see you. Sanji still refused to let go. Really? I think you just had a full meal. Iger also followed Sanji's gaze and saw his belly, and suddenly found a breakthrough. Oh, there's no hiccup. Sanji panicked when he heard this, and hurriedly denied it, but before he could finish speaking, the long hiccup suddenly went out of control, flushed from his stomach. No. After realizing that he was exposed, Sanji immediately covered his mouth, and his pale face immediately flushed red. Oh, it's not that I've had a full meal, it's that I've had enough. Iger had an expression like I expected. The atmosphere suddenly became a little subtle. Chapter 348. However, I want him to starve to death. No, hiccup. Sanji tried to defend himself again, but he was still unable to resist the power of hiccup. Okay, do Auntie say anything? Tisk tisk tisk. Iggy looked at Sanji sideways, showing a meaningful look. If you had this bag of food in the beginning, you wouldn't have lost weight like this. Oh, forget, you are still young. I don't know that it takes a process to lose weight. Iger didn't finish his words, but just spoke quietly. But these specious words, in just a few seconds, disintegrated the young Sanji's determination to lie. Every word he said just hit the cornerstone of Sanji's sophistry. You said you brought the bag yourself, so why are you still hungry for days? Well, in order to explain, you insisted that you want to save food, so why did you eat so much just now? What's more, it takes a while for human metabolism and digestion, which just proves that Sanji has been enduring huge hunger in the past few days. This layer-by-layer advancement directly formed a logical loop which perfectly defeated Sanji's entire logical chain of lies. Sanji didn't expect that he was asking for help on this isolated island, and he finally hoped for a navy brother, but he actually came up and asked himself if there was anyone else on this island. Originally, Sanji subconsciously wanted to say that there is another person on this island besides himself. After all, this person gave him life-saving food. But then he thought about it. He had been doing a good job as an apprentice in the kitchen, but he was suddenly involved in the sea, and then he unknowingly ended up on this deserted island. It can be said that the reason why I suffer these sufferings is because of this person. This person is the culprit who will end up on the deserted island. If possible, you must never be saved with such a person. A trace of fierce light emerged from Sanji's eyes, which was precisely captured by Iger. His mind was like electricity, and Iger immediately understood what Sanji was thinking. At this very moment, Sanji still resents Zhou in his heart. No, we have to find a way. Iger rolled his eyes, pondered for a while, and then said slowly, oops, you know, why did I ask if you had anyone else in the first place? Looking at Iggy's eyes, Sanji felt a little uncomfortable, but he still bit his head and looked straight into Iggy's eyes, shaking his head. I don't know. Hey, come and see the sign. I laughed, suddenly walked behind Sanji and picked up the bag full of food. The owner of the sign. I am an old man. I've known him for a long time. What? Hearing Iger's words, Sanji jumped up in fright, looking at Iger vigilantly as if he had encountered someone in danger. You. Aren't you a navy? Why do you know him? This navy brother. He came here because he heard his own call for help. He is obviously a good person. How could he know that kind of villain? Iger's words were a huge shock to the young mind of young Sanji. In the juvenile's either-or worldview, good people and bad people cannot coexist. As long as they meet, they will definitely fight directly and fiercely. Even mentioning each other's names behind their backs will make them grit their teeth with hatred. So when Iggy said he knew the villain, Sanji subconsciously regarded him as a bad guy too. But Iger didn't think so. As soon as he saw Sanji's reaction, he knew that this kid must know Zwofu, and in his own heart he defined this Zwofu as a bad person. Iger also grew up with good people and bad people. Of course I understand. I'm the Navy. I know him. Is there any conflict? Iger asked, pretending to be surprised. You're a Navy. You're a good guy. Sanji seemed to have forgotten the predicament at the moment, and with a look of hatred for not turning iron into steel, he pointed at Iger and said loudly, how can you know that kind of villain? Do you even need to ask? Of course, when a good person mentions a bad person, you have to hate it. This guy has never read any comics at all. However, in the face of Sanji's questioning, Iger's focus is not this. He smiled slightly, revealing 8 sly teeth, and asked as if he didn't understand, what kind of villain are you talking about? No. In just a few words, Sanji became dumbfounded and a small face flushed red. What kind of villain? Yeah, what kind of villain? Why do you know that the owner of the logo on this bag is a villain? After a few beats, Sanji finally realized that he had just admitted that there was another person on the island he was staying on. I was lying just now. Seeing that Sanji suddenly stopped speaking, Iger suddenly realized that his words were useful. Since the fight with Doflamingo, Iger has found himself to be long-winded and found that the feeling of talking shit is really quite good. Is the villain who made you trapped on this island, or the villain who gave you the only food? Iger said slowly again. For such a resentful child, it is simply impossible for you to tell him that life is at stake. What you really need to do is to guide him step by step to discover the kindness of others. Children are born little angels, and they have a natural affection for kind people. Therefore, Iger is breaking through Sanji's psychological defense little by little. That's it. Don't you hesitate. Still not impressed? Not yet. Iggy looked at Sanji's expression, looking forward to his next sentence. However, it was completely beyond Iger's expectations. I thought that Sanji in front of him would be curious to ask himself what was going on, but the guy roared like a frenzy, and the spittle star sprayed Iger's face. What do you know? What do you know? Sanji burst into tears when he heard about the food. That bastard destroyed my master's restaurant with his own hands, knocked me into the sea, and gave me this little food. So much food. I saw it all. Sanji obviously had a lot of resentment in his heart because the arm that had been deformed by hunger waved vigorously, forming a huge circle in the air. Did you see it? He has so many. Just give me such a small bag. It's not all because of him that I became like this. It's hard to see you coming to save me. Do you still think I want you to save him? By the way, I don't. I think, let him starve here. Chapter 349. Check it out. The man who cut your leg. I want him to starve to death here. Sanji's last words, I don't know if he shouted extra loudly or if the impact was too great. It was clearly in the ear of Preacher Iggy, but it was like a heavy hammer, and it smashed hard on Iggy's heart. Sanji, that gentle Sanji, even in the face of Ajin, who smashed a large beach in his own restaurant, he still served a bowl of fried rice calmly, giving the man who was about to starve to death a chance to survive. Sanji, in my impression, but facing anyone, even if it is his own enemy, as long as he really needs to eat, as long as he really faces hunger, he will definitely cook for him with great compassion. Chef, that kind of Sanji, standing in front of him, told himself that he wanted to starve someone to death. I don't know why. Seeing Sanji's tragic appearance on this island, Iger didn't feel uncomfortable. Seeing Sanji's unwillingness to admit that there were other people on the island, Iger didn't feel uncomfortable. But seeing Sanji, who was supposed to be so gentle and kind, actually said cruel words at such a young age, Iggy's heart felt as if it was tightly grasped by a big hand, and it was as uncomfortable as suffocation. Even just thinking that Zwofu would cut off his own feet and eat them for Sanji's sake, it wasn't so uncomfortable. That's the kind of heartache to see a young child being devastated. Fortunately, there is still a chance to remedy all this. Fortunately, even in the original work, Sanji did not degenerate into such a cruel person. Sanji. Iger couldn't bear the emotional agitation in his chest for a while, and roared out loudly. Sanji was taken aback, and the passionate roar just now turned into a whimper. He looked at the Navy brother on the opposite side with tears in his eyes, but he felt that this guy's expression did not show a trace of anger. Instead, a little bit of heartache. Do you remember why you wanted to be an apprentice in the kitchen? Iggy's tone was quite serious, but his expression was full of distress. Do you remember why you wanted to learn cooking? I think. Sanji was taken aback by the question, and he didn't understand why this Navy brother said this, but he subconsciously shifted his attention, thought for a while, and replied, I just think those cats and dogs who can't eat and those the slaves are very pitiful, so I thought I would make something for them to eat. After I went to the restaurant, I also felt that the faces of the people who ate were satisfied and very happy. Then you say, are there any bad people among those who came to eat? Iger asked again. This sentence really asks Sanji's blind spot. Are there any bad people among those who came to eat? Do bad guys need to eat? No doubt you need need to eat. So it's normal for people who eat to come to their own restaurants, right? But why do I always feel weird? You know they are bad people, but you think they should eat when they are hungry? Should have, Sanji replied hesitantly. Then, when you feel very happy, will you think about the person who is filling his stomach at this moment? Is it a good person or a bad person? No. Sanji shook his head. He was certain that he had never thought about it. That's right. Iggy slapped his thigh, startling Sanji again. When the cook is cooking, he doesn't care whether his meal is for the good or the bad. The cook is in charge. It's just that you can fill your stomach with your own meals. It doesn't matter if the person is a good person or a bad person. It doesn't matter what the cook is. Just like a doctor only sees the pain in a person, what the cook sees is the hunger that the person is enduring. You bastard. Iger became more and more excited as he spoke. At the end of his speech, he couldn't control his excitement at all. For a moment, he only felt that a passion full of human righteousness rushed to his forehead, and he roared directly. The spittle splashed on Sanji's face like a sharp rainstorm, completely cleansing his mind that was about to become filthy. Iger's words had a direct impact on Sanji's young mind. Although I don't know why he, a navy, has such a great passion for the spirit of a cook, but what he said really hit his heart heavily. The cook is in charge. It's just that you can fill other people's stomachs with your own food. What the cook sees is the hunger people are facing. These two short sentences made the young Sanji froze in place. Just now, what did you say? To starve that bastard? Obviously he is a cook who should help people fight against hunger, but he wants to starve to death a person who is starving with himself. This person just gave him food just now. A trace of guilt suddenly spread from the bottom of Sanji's heart, and he suddenly felt that he was not a cook just now. The small head drooped down like a frustrated ball, and Sanji fell into deep guilt. Looking at Sanji's reaction, Iger was still relieved. It seemed that the child had listened to what he said. He knew that such a child who was determined to step into cooking since he was a child, even sneaking out of his home from Beihai to Donghai to be an apprentice in a restaurant here, would definitely care about the chef's self-cultivation. How good. There is hope for saving a fallen soul. That's it. A real cook never cares whether the hungry person is a good person or a bad person, Iger said enthusiastically, as if his whole body was shining. Besides, how do you know that the person opposite is a good person? Still a bad guy? What do you mean? Sanji Makamaki's eyebrows showed great doubts. When this navy brother said this, he was obviously referring to the guy on the opposite side of this deserted island, but that guy was a big villain who ruined his hotel. Shouldn't he be a pure bad guy? Well, I should be able to catch up with this going. I hope he can hold back. Iger pondered for a while, as if he was talking to himself, then suddenly picked up Sanji's arm and dragged him forward. Come on, let us show you the side of this bad guy. Good guy. Hey, I haven't said that I want to go with you. Before Sanji could react, he was pulled by Iggy's arm and walked back and quickly wanted to break free. But where is Iggy's thin man opponent? After a while, the two bypassed the low hill and saw the figure sitting cross-legged on the beach. And when the two of them saw the figure, Sanji took a deep breath and exclaimed, Chapter 350 Can't see killing intent. Can see your hunger. Red. Bright red. Large swaths of crimson red. Large swaths of crimson splashed out like a fountain, dyeing the originally gray desert island red. The scene in front of me is really too exciting. Even Iger, who has experienced hundreds of battles, saw this scene with a chill on his face, and he was speechless for a long time. This is the case for Iger, not to mention that he has stayed away from combat since he was a child and devoted himself to the cooking career. The only time he has seen blood is Sanji when he is cutting fish on the cutting board. He was absolutely terrified. What do you see now? This is too crazy. What is this person doing? Is it in the evil? At this moment, the figure who is sitting cross-legged on the coast with his back to Iggy and Sanji is the old chef who will take Sanji and train him into a generation of chefs in the future. Redfoot Zwofu. And now, Zwofu is bowing his head, waving a kitchen knife in his hand, and slashing towards the bottom. Iger frowned, and his scalp was numb. Even if he didn't see exactly what this guy was doing, as Jaime, who had read the original One Piece novel, and the red splashed out of his madness, Iger knew what this guy was doing without looking closely. Really hungry people will do anything. This guy, Red-footed Zwofu, a ruthless man who is famous for his kicking skills and one-handed cooking skills, is actually hacking his calf with a kitchen knife. Every time it is cut, it will be accompanied by large red splashes, and then his whole body will be violently spasm with pain. Even so, this man named Zwofu didn't let out the slightest howl of pain, and even spoke to himself in an extremely calm tone. His calf said, Alas, you have been with me for decades, and you have practiced kicking skills for so many years. I really miss you, but there seems to be more places where you need to be used now. It's a pity, my own legs can't be cooked into delicious dishes by my own hands, and I have to eat them raw. This must be your biggest regret. Don't be sad. Eating you and letting me live can be considered as your role. Red-footed's off. This time I really turned into red-footed. Boom, boom. One after another muffled sound. Although the speed is not fast, but it has considerable strength, and the speed is not reduced to hit the eardrums of IG and Sanji. It's not just the eardrum, it's like a sledgehammer frantically pounding the hearts of the two. Iger was trembling all over. After all, this scene was too exciting. Where has he seen such a scene while living under the red flag? Even after coming here, I have encountered all kinds of battles, big and small, but it's all there, except for the perverted guy Doflamingo who crushed everyone in Barreros. This guy is the bloodiest ever. However, in addition to the stimulation, Iger also put his heart into his stomach to some extent. At any rate, he has already rushed over with a large army of the navy, and he has also arrived at the scene, and this guy has not spoken to his legs yet. With his own good disciple Lugo on the boat, even if this guy really chopped off his leg, he can still ensure that he walks off the operating table intact and walks towards the second spring of his life again. The reason why he doesn't react now is to bring Sanji to see the scene with his own eyes. Only the impact of the scene can reawaken the gentleness and kindness in Sanji's heart, and can really touch the misunderstanding between the two men, which will allow the sea restaurant balady to open at the back. At this moment, Iger already knew that his intention had already taken effect, because Sanji, who was beside him, couldn't wait to rush out. Hey, asshole, what are you doing? Are you crazy? Sanji roared hoarsely, and immediately rushed towards Zoff. On the opposite side, Zhou heard Sanji's roar, and the kitchen knife that was about to chop down suddenly stopped in the air. But even so, he didn't look back at Sanji, and he didn't speak. He also didn't yell at Sanji's rushing footsteps, because then he would be exposed. After hesitating for a few seconds, Sanji had already run up to him. As soon as he ran over, he saw a bright red blur on the ground, and Sanji shivered all over his body. But compared to the bloody fear, what Zoff had just muttered made him more concerned. With enough courage, Sanji was finally willing to look directly at the bastard who was about to starve him to death, and pointed to a red mass on the ground. What did you just say? Are you going to eat it? Zwofa never imagined that he was so starving that he was hit by this child with his eyes blazing with fire. But he is also a pirate after all. How can he show such a fragile side like a child? Not a man at all. Even if he was hit by Sanji and questioned seriously, Zwofa still maintained a calm expression. His face was as hard as iron, and he didn't even look at Sanji, who was glaring at him. I just suddenly became interested in it. As a cook, want to try a different flavor, can't you? Fuck it. Sanji sprayed him back in one bite. What normal person would eat his own feet with nothing to do? Look at your thing, Ghost. Really? Seeing this guy's appearance, Sanji almost thought this guy was dead. The entire chest and abdomen collapsed, the muscles atrophied into a wrinkled appearance, and the face lost its luster and collagen, like a skeleton. Just like a ghost, I told myself. I want to experience life and taste what my feet look like. Bullshit. What bothered Sanji even more was that in his narration, there was a huge cloth bag several times taller than him, and it was full of food. Why didn't he eat it? But Zwofa won't give up his pirate integrity because of Sanji's dismantling, and simply shouted at Sanji, "Stop talking nonsense, brat. Can a brat like you understand about pirates? Get out, or else I'll have a taste of you, little devil." As soon as he finished speaking, the kitchen knife in his hand was about to slash at Sanji. Sanji didn't know where the courage came from. He clearly never fought, but he didn't blink when facing Zwofa's kitchen knife, and shouted out with all his strength, "You bastard! I can't see your murderous aura, but I can see your hunger, bastard. You have such a big bag of food over there. Why won't you eat it?" Chapter 351. You can't eat gold. What is it for you? Damn kid, there's so much nonsense. I can eat whatever I want. Can you control it? Hearing what Sanji shouted with all his strength, Zwofa's eyes flashed with hesitation and emotion, but the kitchen knife in his hand did not stop at all. As if he really wanted to kill Sanji, he slashed down. "Go to your grandma's house and eat whatever you want. Does your body say you can eat it?" Sanji's eyes were also red, and he raised his hands directly, and took the initiative to face the kitchen knife that Zwofa chopped down from top to bottom. Although it is said that Zwofa is a powerful pirate with a fierce reputation in the Great Route, but when he is so hungry that he has to cut his legs and eat, he has no heart to do anything, and the strength in his hands is simply small. The poor. Compared with him, the opposite Sanji is the complete opposite. Don't look at Sanji as a child, but in this situation where he didn't know whether he would be killed or not, he was desperately prepared. Not to mention, this guy just had a full meal just now. Sanji brazenly met Zwofa's arm and directly withstood the kitchen knife that Zwofa chopped off. As the saying goes, one arm is hard to beat with both hands. The result of the confrontation between the big pirate Redfoot Zwofa and the chef apprentice young Sanji turned out to be Sanji's victory. As the end, after some not so difficult wrestling, the kitchen knife chopped by Zwofa was easily smashed and tossed by Sanji, and he swirled and flew towards the huge cloth cloth bag that was full behind Zwofu. Whoa. After all, it was also the kitchen knife that chopped Zwofu to pieces. The cloth bag containing the things had been on the surface of the kitchen knife for thousands of years, and it was torn apart without any resistance at all. Bang! The long opening cracked on the surface of the cloth bag, and for a while a golden bracelet rolled out of the bag and hit the stone ground with a clanging sound. Seeing the gold bracelet falling out of the bag, both Zoff and Sanji were taken aback. Damn it, Zwofu suddenly scolded in his heart. How could this kid see it? He has clearly slashed with a kitchen knife. Is this guy not afraid at all? No, I have to quickly think of a way to attract this kid's attention. Zwofu made up his mind secretly and was about to say something to attract Sanji's attention, but the yellow-haired boy in front of him rushed out. Alas, stinky bastard! Zwofu's heart was tight and he was about to get up and chase after him, but he seemed to forget that his leg was about to be cut off by himself. This movement suddenly felt a rather unbearable pain, and the whole person almost fell to the ground. In such a short period of time, the yellow-haired boy had thrown himself away and stood in front of the big hole cut by the kitchen knife, looking down at the golden bracelet that rolled down on the ground with a thoughtful expression on his face. Isn't this a bag for food? Sanji still remembered that when he came by himself just now, the guy sitting over there gave him a small bag and then pointed at the huge bag with a natural face, saying that it was his own. At that time, I took it for granted that this was a bag with super large portions of food. Isn't it food? Sanji's tone was full of incredulity. He kicked the golden bracelet under his feet and put his hungry, rather thin arm through the hole in the bag and pulled it out. Whoa whoa whoa. As soon as the little hand reached in, it was hard and cold, and the sound of metal collisions rang out one after another, and the edges and corners of various shapes kept rubbing against his palm. Sanji's expression froze, his palms digging in and out, and then he took out a gold necklace. However, after taking out the necklace, his eyes didn't even stay on the necklace for half a second, and then he threw the necklace in his hand on the ground. Immediately afterwards, he reached into his mouth and digged it and escaped with a crown made of gold, but he still didn't even look at it and threw it directly to the ground. Piece after piece of gold products were pulled out from the slit: necklaces, rings, bracelets, crown, gold bars, etc. As long as you can think of it, you can see all kinds of gold jewelry that you can see in various comics, and even all kinds of gold jewelry that you can see in various jewelry stores. You can see all of them in this bag. However, it is obvious that every ordinary person sees the gold jewelry that they rush up to snatch with red eyes in front of them, but Sanji has no reaction of any surprise, and even his expression is getting more and more terrifying. In the end, he really lost his patience, and Sanji simply climbed up to the top of the big bag and untied the mouth of the bag. Whoa, whoa, whoa. As soon as the mouth of the bag was untied, there was a clattering sound in the middle of the bag, and Sanji was also unsteady in his center of gravity and fell directly to the ground. Along with Sanji fell to the ground, there were also pieces of gold jewelry in bags. The island that was originally gray is now shrouded in a golden light. If an ordinary social animal sees this scene, it is estimated that they will be able to scream with excitement. However, when Sanji fell to the ground and saw this scene, his face was originally tangled in a ball, and it was even more difficult to see the extreme, because he knew that for Zwofu and himself, who had been living on this isolated island and had been out of water and food for several days, the most important thing was missing in this bag: food. At that time, I was so hungry that I came over to steal this guy's food, but this guy threw an extremely small bag with food in it, and compared to that little bag, this bag is simply outrageously large. Sanji even thought that this bastard could survive for a month and a half by relying on the food in the bag. At that time, I even secretly hated this guy for being stingy. But look at what's in this bag. Nothing but gold or gold. No food at all. So Sanji stared blankly at the ground of gold beside him, swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and said in a trembling voice, "So, from the beginning you have gave me all the food?" Zwofu didn't know why, but it seemed like he had done something wrong, and he didn't dare to speak. After babbling for a long time, he pretended to be tough and replied, "You can't eat gold. What is it for you?" Chapter 352. It's heartwarming to care about each other. You can't eat gold. What is it for you? Zwofu looked calm, but asked a seemingly silly question. But this seemingly stupid question can no longer be stupid, but it makes people feel a huge kindness and impact from the depths of the heart. Why give you what you can't eat? On the other hand, as long as it is edible, I will take it all out for you. When Iggy and Sanji heard these words, they suddenly felt as if a huge thunderbolt had struck the sky, making the two of them dizzy. Although Iger had expected that Zwofu might say something similar, when he actually heard these words coming out of Zwofu's mouth, his heart was still like an electric shock, and he only felt the apex of his heart tremble. There is even a feeling that I was so cheeky just now that I was showing off the chef's belief here. Compared with himself, Zwofu Zhou is a real man with great consciousness. This courage and arrogance swept through every inch of his body, and even gave him the urge to kneel and worship. Igdo is still like this, not to mention the impact Sanji received. The whole person was stupid at that time. You said gold can't be eaten, so you didn't give it to me. Sanji's mind was still echoing the words of Zwofu just now. So you gave it to me. Food, that's all, isn't it? I said, you brat. Answer me. Zwofu was stunned. He stared blankly at the yellow-haired kid who suddenly burst out in front of him. For a while, he seemed to have done something wrong, and he felt a little guilty. As a famous big pirate, how could he be willing to admit in front of this kid that he had done these things? Don't you want to be embarrassed? But what I really didn't expect was that this guy ran over just when he was about to cut his legs for dinner. He just gave him food. Shouldn't he eat hard? Countless thoughts flashed through Zwofu's mind for a while, but none of them could deal with the questioning that made people's minds shut down at this moment. Zwofu looked at the pool of blood and flesh under him and sighed. You are still young and eat less. These things can make you live a little longer. So, that's why you're going to cut off your own leg and eat it? Of course, Sanji already knew the answer. He just wanted Zwofu to admit it, and when Zwofu nodded to admit it, his tears could no longer be held back, like the seawater bursting out. This. What kind of person is this? He was also living on a deserted island, and he was also hungry for 3 days. Originally, he still kept a bag of food to save himself. It's the guy who is so reluctant and cherishes food so much. When he was too hungry, and when he was found secretly in the past, he actually gave all the food to himself without saying a word. He would rather cut off his own legs to eat than go begging himself for some food. The reason is that I am a child. Can I last longer by eating these things? Is this Nima a lunatic or a fool? How could someone be able to do this to a little devil who didn't know each other? Sanji suddenly thought that when this guy saw himself falling into the sea, he jumped into the sea without hesitation and rescued himself. What is the reason? What's wrong with this guy's head? Why in the end, if you felt like you couldn't survive in the first place, why did you save me, bastard? Sanji was completely unable to control his emotions, and every word was shouted hysterically. Hearing such a question, Zwofu also shook his face and replied with a cold face and a neck. You are a child after all. How could I let you go? In a word, like a boulder, it smashed heavily on Sanji's heart. You are a child after all. It's a child. You are a child. He actually treats himself like a child. Isn't he a pirate? Shouldn't pirates treat anyone's life like a must? How can you care about the life of a child? I don't know what's going on, but Zoff's words seemed to have magic power, which suddenly brought back Sanji's memory. He didn't know what was the difference between his birth and others. He only knew that he was one of the kingdoms of a certain country, and he was born with a mission stronger than others. But unfortunately, he is not interested in fighting at all, but deeply in love with cooking. Just because of this, because of such a little child's little willful thoughts, not even willful, and he himself has no mistakes, he was regarded as a waste by his father. By the way, father, Sanji successfully remembered the face that he never wanted to recall in his life. When he was bullied, he just watched on the sidelines. When he cried to him, he said that his own was a waste. Even when he wanted to run away from home, this guy asked himself not to say that he was his son. This so-called father has always thought that he was a machine born to fight, and that he did not meet his requirements. For him, he was a waste, a pile of rubbish. His own father, he never regarded himself as a child. But such a ruthless, cold-skinned, and hard-hearted master actually treats himself as a child. Not only that, but this guy uses his clumsy acting skills to protect his own life without hesitation. He even cut off his own leg. For the first time in his life, Sanji felt that he was cared by a man, and that man was not his father, but a pirate he had never met. It's so funny. Zwofu probably never thought that his words could actually make the kid in front of him want to recall so many things. He just heard a wow, and then saw a yellow shadow flashing, and the kid suddenly rushed in his own arms. Wuo, you bastard, do you have a problem with your brain? Wuo. Sanji buried his head deeply in Zwofu's arms and burst into tears. Zwofu is a vicious pirate who traverses the sea. Where did he experience this? At the time, he only felt soft in his heart, and then his arms wrapped around Sanji for no reason. Chapter 353 or Open a Friendly Hotel. I don't know why, when the yellow-haired boy in a tattered chef's uniform threw himself into his arms and cried bitterly, Zwofu felt a warm current flowing through his heart, which made his heart numb. To be honest, he didn't even know why he did it. Maybe some guilt for ruining the child's original life, or simply can't bear to watch this child die, or maybe, after drifting at sea for decades, he has an inexplicable intimacy with children. No matter what the reason is, he seems to be possessed by a demon, and would rather leave all the food for this child so that he can live as long as possible, rather than take away the possibility of him living a little bit. What is the reason? Did two people live on this deserted island at the same time? Maybe these these days will be their last reliance on each other. There is a feeling in my heart that this child must never die. If he dies in front of him, he will regret it for the rest of his life. He does not know. All he knew was that although his legs were hurting to the bone right now, inexplicably, when he hugged this child and touched his head, he felt a faint feeling of happiness in his heart. Cough cough. Although I can't bear to interrupt you, but seeing that one of you is about to starve to death and the other is about to die of blood loss, if you don't want to die, just let go of it so as not to have a life and death farewell in a while. When Zwofa closed his eyes and enjoyed the faint happiness that rose in his heart, a helpless voice suddenly came from behind him. The vigilance of the pirates developed in the sea for many years made Zwofa wake up instantly. He picked up Sanji in his arms and looked back. When he saw clearly on the stone behind him, a kid in a navy uniform was standing, and he was instantly shocked, and he quickly wanted to stand up and prepare for battle. You are the navy. However, he seemed to have forgotten that his leg had already been chopped beyond recognition by the kitchen knife in his hand. He wanted to stand up in shock, but he felt a sharp pain directly hit him. Fell to the ground. It's over. A faint regret came to mind, and Zhou-Fu's eyes dimmed for a moment. If I had known it earlier, I would have endured it for a while longer, but he would rather die than be caught by the navy. Unexpectedly, after so many years of traversing the great shipping route, I finally found a chance to come to the weakest sea in the East China Sea, and ended up being cleaned up by a navy kid here? No. Even so, he must not admit defeat. Are you here to arrest me? You can arrest me, but please dispose of this child properly. He is not a pirate, but an ordinary chef apprentice of Iger. Zwofa struggled and finally propped up his body with his hands, and then his strong leg muscles exploded, supporting his body with one leg, facing Iger without fear, as if he was about to die generously. Looking at Zwofa in front of him, Iger was also moved and amused. For a while, he didn't know what kind of expression to use to face him. He hesitated for a long time before he said quietly, "Why should I fight you? It was this kid who called for help on the other side of the island. I came here. I came to save you." Huh? Hearing this, Zhou-Fu was stunned at the time. In his limited memory, the various navies he had encountered before were all madly chasing after seeing his own ship, with no anger, panting. Especially when they encountered some difficulties, this group of people attacked more ruthlessly, as if they were their enemies. To be fair, these guys who are biting themselves tightly, seeing themselves weak like this on this isolated island, should be so excited that they should be brought to justice. That's a normal navy, right? But the little devil in front of him actually said that he was here to save himself. He must not know himself. Do you know who I am? Zhou-Fu stretched out his trembling hand in disbelief and pointed to his face. However, Iger's answer was still beyond his expectations. I know it. What's there not to know about Zoff with the red foot? Iger touched his head. The big pirate. I've admired the name for a long time, but it would be boring to arrest you now. What did you say? You mean, am I not qualified to be caught by you now? Zoff felt a rush of blood rush to his head. Otherwise, when such a thing happened, the boat was gone, all of my mates died, and I was even trapped on this island with a kid hungry enough to cut off my legs and eat. Iger shrugged, looked at Zoff indifferently and said, just like this, don't you have any insight? Are you still thinking of going out to sea to be a pirate in the future? Although on the surface, Iger looked indifferent, but in fact, Iger's words were intended to lead Zoff's thoughts from the battle between the navy and the pirates to another direction. Hunger. In the original book, Zhou-Fu was hungry for an inexplicable time longer than he is now, and the capital to continue to be a pirate is gone, so he gave birth to the ideal of fighting hunger and opened Barity restaurant. But now, because he arrived ahead of time, Zoff still has a chance for everything, and Iger is afraid that he will continue to be a pirate, so he will say a few words. Fortunately, Iger's words touched Zoff's heart. After several days of starvation, he finally deeply understood that when people don't eat, they will really die. And this kind of thing, if you don't experience it yourself, you won't understand it at all. To be honest, he now feels that being able to eat a full meal every day is the greatest happiness in life. Originally, this time he left the great route and he came back to settle down. After such a thing, he has no idea of being a pirate at all. Although I thought so in my heart, but the pride about pirates in my heart was still there. Zwofa was still quite stubborn. What do I do to you? You don't have the right to be hard on me now. Iger shook his finger. You're not alone now. Don't you want to save the kid next to you? Iger's words instantly choked Zwofa out of words. He looked down at Sanji in his hand, and his heart softened. I said I'm not here to arrest you. I'm just here to give you a chance for you, a famous cook at sea, to make a living by cooking. When Iger saw there was a play, he immediately picked up the words. Are you interested in opening an intimate hotel with me? Chapter 354. From now on, just call me boss. Affectionate Idea Hotel. When Zhou-Fu and Sanji heard Iger's words, deep doubts appeared in their eyes, and they asked in unison. Sanji, who is only 10 years old this year and is only an apprentice apprentice in the chef's room, is simply curious about this new term and has never heard of it. After all, at this age he is full of curiosity about the world. Hearing a term that he has never heard of, he will naturally feel curious. But Zoff is different. He is someone who has been on the sea for decades, and many people can almost see what kind of way they are with their eyes. But the Navy boy he was facing was beyond his expectations. From the time this Navy boy appeared, we knew there must be something wrong with him. But according to what he knew about the Navy, this guy either took advantage of his weakness to arrest himself to accumulate military merit, or he developed himself into an informant. Even if this guy told himself that he would never arrest him as soon as he came up, and also said something about his hunger, he never relaxed his vigilance against this guy. In this sea, the people who should be most vigilant are never those who will do something if they disagree, but those who talk about him in a twisted way. God knows if this guy is trying to let his guard down and sneak up to win. After all, even if he has lost a leg, the strength he has gained from fighting for life and death for so many years is not enough. If such a kid wants to arrest himself alone, he has to weigh it. So at the beginning, Zhou Fu really thought that this kid wanted to use his words to disturb his mind, let him relax his vigilance, and then strike a fatal blow. But who knew that this guy would directly invite him to open a restaurant with him? This Nima, totally beyond my expectations. Yes, intimacy at the Grand Hotel. Iger lazily took out a small black notebook from his pocket. I have seen what you did just now, and I was quite moved because you perfectly interpreted intimacy, the spirit of the idea. Saying that, Iger turned the little black book in his hand to the page of affection, democracy, mutual aid, and mutual love, and then handed it to Zoff. Look, it's here. I've been looking for someone like you. In order to fight hunger, you can give up your inherent prejudice and put hunger above your position or emotional conflict. Great cook, said it's you. Iger was tongue-tied and once again gushed about his intimacy ideas to Zoff. The 3-inch tongue is about to bloom. Starting from hunger, starting from the belief in cooking, from shallow to deep, advancing layer by layer, little by little, Zoff is brought into the great vortex of intimacy ideas among. As an old Haimai for more than 10 years, he knows too much what Zoff's heart is longing for. Although it is not mentioned too much in the original work, Iger knows that there is a very lofty belief in the heart of this old guy, that is, the belief in food. Therefore, Iger firmly believes that integrating cooking into the banner of intimate ideas will definitely impress Zoff. Sure enough, Zoff, who was a little impatient listening to Iger's story, gradually immersed himself in the great world depicted by the idea of intimacy, with Iger's tongue flying up and down. He even flipped back and forth the little black book that Iger had given him, and turned it back and forth against what Iger had told him. Even he had forgotten that his leg had been seriously injured, and the blood had flowed straight down his calf like a spring. On the other hand, Sanji listened with great interest. Although he couldn't understand what the Navy guy was saying, he somehow felt a great call of duty. Although only a few minutes have passed, it seems like hundreds of years have passed in the minds of the two of them. A huge and magnificent ideal world appeared in their minds extremely clearly, turning into a hot brand firmly imprinted in the heart. Originally, Zhou Fu had some doubts about Iger's purpose, but after listening to Iger's description of that great world, all these doubts disappeared. So, are you going to build such a restaurant because you want to realize this intimate idea? Zhou Fu has a serious face. Although the muscles on his face are as hard as iron, there is a faint streamer flashing in his deep eyes. Iger really persuaded the most important place in his heart. This is what he wants to do. This is the restaurant he wants to open. He has always thought that gathering a group of friends on his boat, cooking for them by himself, eating, drinking and singing songs every day is the greatest joy in life. But now he knows, he understands. A cook should have his own signature, and this signboard is the great world described by this Navy kid. In that world, the hotel you want is the one with the soul. Looking at Zoff's eager eyes, Iger also smiled slightly, sighing that the idea of intimacy is really the greatest thing in the world. Yes, I need you for the world. Nodding lightly, Iger looked straight into Zoff's eyes, expressing his sincerity. 4 eyes met. An indescribable emotion surged in Zhou Fu's chest. It's just a little strange that he was obviously moved by a Maxima who was attracted by Bol, but his Bol was a Navy kid who looked only in his early 10 years. This is really a big world. There are no wonders. But before I join you, there is one more thing to be sure. Zoff calmed down and said again, what's the matter? That's proof that you can be my boss. A chilling air burst out from Zhou Fu's eyes, forming a strong wind directly in mid-air, blowing towards Iger. After all, he is also a pirate. Zhou Fu has an obsession with strength in his heart. Only the strong can be the boss. A strong wind blew across Iggy's face, pulling up his forehead hair. Facing Zoff's provocation, Iger didn't have any anger, just stood quietly, and then a pair of dark eyes, the red-black light burst out. Boom! In an instant, the huge pressure that seemed to be able to collapse the whole world directly crushed Zoff to the ground. When Zhou Fu raised his horrified horrified eyes and looked at Yi again. The latter had already left far away, leaving only one sentence floating in the air. Call me boss in the future. Chapter 355 Hand over all the money. Robbery. On the vast sea, the dog-headed warship led by Garp was docked beside a gray island. All the Navy soldiers, under the command of Lieutenant General Garp, were sweating and repairing the damage on the ship against the sun. On the side of the dog-headed warship, a spare boat was slowly leaving, with 4 figures sitting on it. The 4 figures were Iger, Sanji, Zoff, and Luo, who Iger brought out to deal with Zoff's injury. Just now, Zhou and Yi reached an agreement, willing to be the manager of Yi's intimate idea hotel, and Sanji followed Zhou and became his apprentice. In view of the Navy's own progress, after Eagle reported the situation to Cap, he asked for a spare boat from him, and planned to use the spare boat to carry 4 people to Baladi. Have you heard of All Blue? I didn't say anything all the way, and Iger, who was suddenly bored, took the initiative to start the conversation. He knew that this great sea, which only existed in legends, was the ultimate dream of all chefs in the world, including Zhou of course. Sure enough, as soon as Zhuofu heard the name of this great sea area, his eyes lit up and he asked Iger, "You know All Blue too?" "Yes." Eagle nodded. "I also knew it was the dream of all cooks." "What is All Blue?" Sanji obviously hadn't heard of this kind of thing, so he came over curiously to ask about the situation. "That's the ultimate dream of any chef, with some of the most powerful ingredients in the world." Zhuofu decided to go to sea just to find the Sea of Legends. Naturally, his eyes lit up when he mentioned it, and he turned around excitedly, wanting to have a good talk with Sanji. "Oops, don't move, you bastard. I don't care if I screw your leg up." With this movement of Zhou, Luo, who was lying on the ground to give him a leg, immediately quit, staring at Zhou with a dead fish eye. If his master hadn't forcibly brought him here, saying that it was a temporary training session, he would have eaten and drank in the boat. Why would he need to get along with these guys on a boring boat? "Hey, I'm sorry. I was a little excited just now." As soon as Zhuofu heard Luo's shouting, he felt a little embarrassed and apologized to Luo with a gentle face. A few people were talking, laughing, fighting, and making trouble like this, sailing along the property map in Iger's hand, without noticing that, not far behind them, a group of people had already been eyeing them. 3 children, a guy with a broken leg. These guys dare to go out and wander around in a spare boat? The person on the boat behind put down the telescope, laughed sullenly, turned back to his crew and shouted, "Let's go, little ones. Let's follow first, and when they reach land, we'll copy them." Today's weather can really be said to be quite favorable. The sea is quite calm, and there is no wind at all, which makes Iger very handy in manipulating the current. The journey went smoothly and without any obstacles. The 4 of Iger drove the spare boat and came to the legendary Intimacy Hotel, the Sea Restaurant Baladi. From a distance, Iger knew that it was the great restaurant in his memory, Bardi. This is the most famous restaurant in the East China Sea with the name Battle. It is a place where Chef Zoff and sous chef Sanji live together, and a place full of fond memories. Store follows the principle of never wasting food. For this reason, under it are a number of heavily armed battle cooks. The shape of the restaurant is a giant ship with fish-shaped heads at both ends. Because of the fear of destroying the interior facilities of the restaurant, the whole ship can be converted into the state of battle, which is called the fin battlefield. When the battle begins, 2 huge fin-like wooden battle platforms will open up for the fighters to use. In addition, Iger, who has done in-depth understanding, also knows that Bardi also has many facilities. For example, Mackerel Head number 1. It is the bow of Bardi, like a fish head, a pedal boat for 2 people. Since the power is human, it is difficult to control the direction. The gun in the mouth can fire chef bombs. Another example is the Little Girl number and the Eggplant number 1. The former is an underwater dessert ship where customers can enjoy desserts while enjoying the sea view, while the latter is a connection-type teppanyaki ship dedicated to making teppanyaki. These 2 ships were newly built 2 years later, but the Baladi in front of Iger was actually equipped, which had to make Iger give the system another compliment. Wow, whether it's Zoff, who has just repaired his leg, or Sanji, who has never seen anything at a young age, or Luo, who has been world-weary and hated everything around him since he was a child, the moment he saw Bardi, he couldn't help but marvel. "Speak up. This building is so beautiful. Just to build it, it is estimated that it will take tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of baileys." Even Zhou, who has seen the world and has been to countless restaurants, couldn't help being excited, and said softly, "This is what my restaurant looks like in my dreams. This is really amazing. This design, this decoration, makes everyone who enters here can't help but love it." Seeing that the 3 of them were all stars with the same face, Iger also smiled with relief, thinking that this is not the restaurant of your dreams. It was originally built by you. "Okay, come up quickly. There should be some fresh ingredients in it. Let's cook some food and have a rest." Iger took the lead and walked to the fins first. Seeing that Iger moved first, the 3 of Zhou Fu quickly followed, stepping on the wooden board with one foot. For some reason, an inexplicable intimacy arises spontaneously, especially for Zhou Fu and Sanji. The feeling of happiness is about to bubble up. Let's go to the kitchen and have a look. Zhou Fu obviously forgot the pain of cutting his leg just now, and directly picked up Sanji and Lugo and walked towards the store. However, stop for me. Just as Zoff and Iger were about to open the store door, a sharp roar came from behind. Iger stopped immediately when he heard the sound, and turned his head in the direction of the sound. It doesn't matter this time, but it's to entertain Iger. Not kidding. To meet him in this place, this red cape, this captain's hat, this white glove, and that iconic red nose. Isn't this Uncle Bucky the clown? Bucky, who was opposite, didn't seem to realize that his identity was already known. He thought that Iger was simply afraid. Robbery. Hand over all your money to Laozi. Chapter 356. The King of Clowns. Bucky is here. Ugly Bucky held 4 knives between his 5 fingers and shouted at Iger imposingly. Ignatius had never seen Bucky look so confident before. It was really enlightening, and he didn't know whether he looked too young or the navy uniform on his body was not conspicuous enough. But no matter what, seeing Bucky, Iger felt an inexplicable joy in his heart. Bucky. This is Bucky. In the navy, because of his red nose, he was given the codename the Clown, and in the official archives, he was set as a torn man who ate a fragmented fruit. Fragmentation, as the name suggests, is the ability to divide one's body into countless pieces and manipulate it at will. It is an ability that is strong or weak. At the beginning of One Piece, he was definitely Luffy's biggest opponent, and he even faced Luffy, Zoro and Nami with one enemy and 3 at the same time, and finally he was defeated by the combined force of the 3. Although the official record of victory and defeat is that Bucky lost to Luffy, in the hearts of Haimai, the title of Joker is definitely not enough to describe everyone's admiration for this guy. Bucky, he should definitely be called the Clown King, because this is a man who has been on the ship of One Piece for a long time and can be on an equal footing with the Emperor of the Sea, the red-haired Shanks. Of course, to say that he can be on an equal footing with the red-haired Shanks, one of the 4 emperors, is definitely not because the 2 of them were good friends of the 2 One Piece teams at the time. It's because, like Shanks, this guy has cultivated a causal weapon called Lucky Color Domineering that is above all domineering. As we all know, the red-haired Shanks is a legendary figure. I haven't seen him show much strength at ordinary times. Even when he came to the weakest East China Sea, he was bitten by an offshore king. But no one can deny that Shanks is definitely the only man in the entire One Piece world who can do whatever he wants. Just saying to someone, please give me Shanks a face, can stop a war that would destroy the world. What a huge face. Ah no, face. This is one of the most ferocious weapons of causality in the world, the fruit of face. And similar to him, the Bucky in front of Iger is definitely one of the human beings who are favored by gods in the One Piece world. Boss who was beaten out by Luffy at the beginning, he should have disappeared like other pirates, either being taken in by the navy or being a man with his tail between his tails. But he didn't. Obviously, he will not be armed with the tyrannical king or even seen the domineering arrogance. A fruit that can be strong or weak in his hands has not been used as it should be, and even the main killing and damage still depend on specially made bombs. And he is also very timid and afraid of things. As long as he finds that the opponent is strong on the battlefield, he will try his best to escape. But it is such a guy who seems to be nothing, and he can miraculously survive in every corner of the world, and even hit the miracle of escaping from the advanced city and changing the situation of the war on the top. It was even given the title of King 7 Wilhei by the naval headquarters. The reason why this man can be so amazing is all thanks to a natural domineering, lucky domineering that he cultivated when he was reincarnated in his early years. This kind of domineering is definitely the greatest domineering created by the old thief Oda. He can let users avoid all disasters, obtain all kinds of glory and wealth they want, and go to the peak of life in a confused way. It can even be said that even if Iger now possesses the ability of various fruits coupled with the 6 forms of the world's official government and various strange abilities, there is absolutely no way to kill the man with the red nose in front of him. Just so powerful. Ha 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 ha. Be scared, kid. Get your adults to hand over the money. Bucky saw Iger's stunned expression and thought that Iger had never seen the pirates who robbed at sea. He was a little scared and immediately burst into a wild laugh, and the blade in his hand was shining. This laugh is not only to scare the child but also to be happy for the property he is about to get. He had been eyeing these 4 people as early as when they were still at sea. After a very careful observation, he found that the lineup of these 4 people was a lame plus 3 little devils, and there was nothing to be afraid of. That's it. Bucky dared to come over to see the situation. Who knew that as soon as he came over, he found out that the lame man actually opened such a big restaurant. This made Bucky excited. I thought it was just a small profit to buy some wine, but who knew knew that this was a big golden barrel, or the one that hits the face. Thinking of these, Bucky couldn't stop excited, and his whole body was shaking. Who are these guys? In the few seconds of the brief confrontation between Iggy and Bucky, Tofo, Sanji, and Lugo also reacted and turned around, seeing that Bucky and the people under his hand had already boarded the fins. A group of people dressed in strange clothes. One led a lion with a head full of white hair, one had a bad face, and one had a big red nose, which made people unable to stop thinking about it. The more the two children looked at Bucky's red nose, the more funny they felt, and finally couldn't help sneering, but they felt bad and quickly covered their mouths with their hands. However, although they stopped their laughter in time, they were still seen by Bucky on the opposite side. "You two, what's so funny?" Bucky burst into anger. His whole head flew up and flew in front of Sanji and Lugo in an instant, roaring in exasperation. You know, Bucky hates people talking about his red nose the most. If someone laughs because of his red nose, no matter whether he is a child or not, he will definitely treat him severely. These two little devils, it's better not to say. Your nose, why is it so red and big? Ha 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 ha, can't do it. I can't help it. It's so funny, ha 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 ha. However, before Bucky's inner monologue was finished, Sanji and Lugo once didn't give face, pointing at his nose and burst out laughing. This is not enough because he laughed so hard. Lugo covered his stomach that hurt from laughing, and Sanji was even more exaggerated, kneeling directly on the ground, madly banging the floor with his hands. This time, Bucky's eyes instantly turned red, and he waved the knife in his hand and stabbed the two children. I killed you guys. Chapter 357. If you want money, be a mascot. I'm going to kill you. Bucky really thought so. After the observation just now, everyone in the lineup of these four people is quite weak. Bucky has never been a good person, but in an environment where everyone is stronger than himself, he has to restrain his edge and pretend to be a grandson, so he can only play a gag role on many occasions. But when he believes that these people are crushed by his absolute strength and he doesn't like it, then he will show his fangs to these people. For example, now, a lame man with 3 children, even if one of them wears a navy uniform, it is absolutely impossible to be an opponent of these people on his side, especially 2 of these 3 boys, even in front of their own face. Talking about their big red nose, the most important thing is that their face is so close they dare to make a sound. This is simply not taking the vicious face of the pirate in his eyes. No matter what others think of him, he still has requirements for his image. His requirements for his image are that of an absolutely vicious pirate. He also likes gold and silver treasures, and is so vicious that children will cry when they see them. But his nose. But he made such a joke to himself, whoever sees him can't help but laugh. He hates it. He wants to clean up these people who dare to laugh at his nose, and let his vicious reputation spread to the world. So without any hesitation, he waved the short knife in his hand and stabbed the 2 little devils in front of him fiercely. Swipe! A sharp sound of breaking the wind sounded, and before everyone had time to react, the sharp knife in Bucky's hand had already stabbed down, and after a muffled sound, it was nailed to the delicate flesh and blood. Ah ha 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 ha. You stinky brat, you know how powerful my uncle is. You dare to laugh at my uncle's nose. I think you owe it to death. Feeling the vibration from his hand, Bucky was in a good mood, and shouted in the direction of Sanji and Lugo with great pride. He, let you fight against this uncle. This is the punishment this uncle will give you. Look at your blood holes. But it hurts. Bucky laughed smugly for a few times before he suddenly realized that something was wrong. Obviously the knife in his hand has stabbed the 2 little devils in front of him. The feeling from the tip of the knife is definitely not wrong. That is, it has penetrated deeply into the flesh and blood. But these 2 little devils in front of him, why, are you still smiling? Not only is he still smiling, he doesn't even feel at all. Obviously there should be several small blood holes in the body, and then cry with tears. Why? Bucky is feeling very strange. Can't help but look down with some curiosity. It doesn't matter. He feels even more strange. These 2 children, where there are blood holes that bleed out, they are completely intact. From top to bottom, there is no scar at all. In other words, the sharp knife in his hand did not stab at these 2 people at all. How is this possible? Bucky's head took off in amazement. The knife in his hand must be firmly stuck in the flesh, and the feeling of stabbing people for many years will never go wrong. How can these 2 children have nothing at all? How can it be? My ass. Just when Bucky was so surprised that he almost thought that these 2 children had some strange function that he didn't even know about, the white-haired animal trainer who had just landed on the other side of the fin suddenly burst out with an inhumane burst of inhumanity. Scream. Ah! The shrill screams are simply soul-stirring, and they can't stop the soul, and they almost want to roar through the clouds of 9 days. This roar directly attracted everyone's attention, including Bucky, who was stunned, turned around and looked at his subordinates, wanting to know what happened. This time, Bucky's cheeks suddenly rose as red as his nose. I saw the the white-haired Laogao who was covering his buttocks and turned around in circles. And it was the few laps he made with his butt covered that made Bucky understand what was going on. I saw 3 sharp knives deeply inserted into the white-hair's rotating ass. Bucky hadn't had time to wonder why his knife was stuck in his ass, but his eyes were involuntarily attracted to another thing next to him. That is his body still standing in place. His grandma's. When I was excited just now, I let my head fly over, completely forgetting that my body was still in place. Not only that, especially after he was so angry with these 2 children, he raised his hand and stabbed him without thinking about what was going on. So he was still standing in the same body, and the 3 steel knives he was holding directly stabbed into the white-haired buttocks in front of him. This. His very vicious pirate image. Has it become such a big image? Still in front of 3 little devils. His grandmother's. He has no place to put his face. Are you an idiot? Iger made a knife next to him in a very timely manner. What a ruthless person. When you get angry, you stab your partner directly. If the surrounding partners are not there, do you want to stab yourself? But then again, your knife is really effective. I was taken aback. This Nima, who would have thought that this kind of drama could be seen in his lifetime? Shock. A certain pirate brother logged into a restaurant to robbery. Because he was provoked by the child, he stabbed his own men directly, intending to deter the enemy on the opposite side. Good guy. After all these years, there is still such a person. What are you doing here? Zwofa couldn't help laughing when he saw this funny scene, but the 3 little devils were looking at him, and it was really not funny, so he could only hold back a smile and look at Bucky, who was embarrassed. Don't you understand what you are saying? Bucky was so embarrassed that he finally summoned his hand this time, and with a swipe by Mao howled again. I said I'm going to rob. Give all your money. I hand it over. There are only 4 of them in such a big store, and there is only 1 adult among the 4 of them, so he must be the boss. If you want money, ask him for it. Just the knife you stabbed in the butt of your subordinates. Let's save it. If you want money, make me a mascot. Chapter 358. It's up to you to be the mascot. If you want money, come and be my mascot. It's a rather arrogant remark, especially for Bucky, and a rather provocative remark. Bucky, who flaunts his image of a vicious pirate, has always been quite concerned about these strange problems, especially after he made a wave of oolongs and stabbed his subordinates in the buttocks. He was even more concerned. Hearing this sentence originally, Bucky subconsciously wanted to violently beat someone. He was just a lame man, and there was nothing to fear at all. However, just as he was about to stab someone, the knife in his hand with the blood of his companion suddenly stopped, because just before he decided to start, he suddenly realized something. That is, the voice that said this is quite immature, like a child who has not yet developed. And the 3 people in front of him, a lame man, a yellow-haired kid, and a dead fish-eyed kid. No one spoke. In other words, this sentence was said by the Navy kid standing aside. A kid. To be your own mascot in the past. Scholars can endure, none can endure. What did you bastard say? Do you know who you're talking to? I'm Uncle Bucky. Bucky was angry at the time, and even his scalp was flying high, waving a sharp knife with blood standing in his hand, and roaring hysterically. You are a little devil. Do you have any courtesy? Do you know that your adults have not spoken yet? Do you believe me that these knives are all inserted into your body? Xin. You are the most powerful. You dare to stab your subordinates. How can I not dare to stab me as an ordinary child? Iggy nodded repeatedly, indicating that he had no doubts at all, and then changed the conversation and said, but there is one thing I have to say. If you want to rob this hotel, you really have to find me. After all, they are all worked for me. Iger spread his hands and looked at Bucky with a sincere face. His big eyes were full of sincerity, as if he was saying, come and rob me. But who is Bucky? Bucky is the man who has seen the world. He was born and died with the former pirate King Roger. How could it be easy to believe Iger's nonsense? Ha 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 ha. What are you bragging about? Bucky laughed angrily, pointed to Iggy's body, and then pointed to Zwofo, who didn't speak. Just you. If you were the boss, I would still be the pirate king. Indeed, with an adult and 3 children, anyone would think that the adult is the boss, which is why Bucky didn't believe Iger's words at all. After he reprimanded Iger, he turned to Zwofo and said fiercely, hey, you, go and take out all your money. I'll spare you alive. Zwofo didn't intend to speak, but along the way, he actually had a doubt in his heart. That is the strength of Eagle. Just now, on that deserted island, Iger showed himself a rather terrifying tyrannical arrogance, and it was that tyrannical look that made him recognize Iger in his heart. However, his recognition still cannot offset the curiosity about his strength, so if there is a chance, Zwofo still wants to give him a try. So, Zwofo didn't move either, smiled playfully at Bucky, shrugged his shoulders with a helpless expression, and said helplessly, you really don't believe it? The owner of the store is really you just now. You kid, this money, I really don't know where it is. You have to ask our boss. What? This sentence made Bucky stunned in place. boss. Bucky couldn't help turning his stiff neck and turned to look at Iggy with a smile on his face. This guy, is he really the owner of the sea restaurant? This is not a lie, is it? When did the Navy become so rich? Look at this design, this decoration, this location, and these preparations. Which one is not the top of the top? If this guy is really the owner of the sea restaurant, then how much money does his family have? This guy is either the young master of some big family who entered the Navy for training, or the illegitimate son of some rich man. Then in that case, is robbery too boring? A better plan came to Bucky's mind. What a boring robbery. Kidnap. Robbery can only get such a small amount of money. Seeing that the business of this maritime restaurant is so deserted, it is obviously just opening the store, and it must not have much money. But with kidnapping, everything is different. Behind this guy, there is obviously a very rich family. Otherwise, how could it be possible to let a child in his early 10s come out to be the owner of this restaurant? If nothing else, there must be a lot of money. If you kidnap this kid by yourself, then you can ask for the contact information of his parents through torture, and then you can get a huge fortune that is worth more than the sea restaurant. Wow. Bucky suddenly felt as if he had been enveloped by a huge golden light surrounded by countless Baileys. Then since you're the boss, I'm afraid you'll have to be the mascot for me. Bucky didn't know what he was thinking, but with a radiant smile on his face, he threw the sharp knife and walked in front of Iggy. The original anger was swept away, replaced by an evil smile. Then please come with me. One more trip, boss. Oh huh? Iggy just glanced at Bucky and knew what the guy was thinking about him. He also smiled and responded, really? It depends on whether you have the ability. Big red nose. After finishing speaking, Iger tilted his head and gave Zoff a wink and asked him to hide in the restaurant with Sanji and Luo Xian. Zhou Fu saw Iger's wink and immediately understood. He carried Sanji and Luo push the door into the restaurant and watched through the transparent glass window. Seeing that both Sanji and Luo had entered the restaurant, Iger also showed a hint of reassurance in his eyes, and now he can use his fists. And when Iggy turned his eyes to Bucky again, Bucky in front of him was angered by Iggy again. A face with a clown makeup was covered with terrifyingly dark clouds at this moment, which made the originally funny face a little scary. This is your second time, and I'm really pissed. Hey, the second time? Big red nose. Big red nose. Big red nose. Iger continued to provoke with a look of disdain. Don't go too far, kid. The provocation over and over again firmly detonated Bucky's bottom line. The guy roared out and stabbed Iggy in the face with a sharp knife. Chapter 359 Strange, Lucky Color Domineering. Brush. The sharp blade pierced the surrounding air fiercely and stabbed straight at Iger's face with a dazzling edge at a very fast speed. The strong wind swept across Iggy's face, making him feel a little cool and comfortable. Yes, just cool and cozy. Who has fought against all kinds of powerful opponents and has defeated heavyweights such as Blackbeard Tiki and Don Quixote da Flamingo? Bucky's attack at this moment is in his eyes. It's really like a child tickling. To be honest, from the time I traveled to this world to the time I went out to sea until I came here after passing through so many enemies, no boss can make such a weak attack. It was just like a breeze blowing from the sea in the early morning, so fresh that it had absolutely no domineering, no characteristics, and only a simple sharp knife attack. Everything came so slowly in front of the visual ability that had been strengthened several times. Bucky's movements were simply slow motion in Iger's eyes. Even Eren, the first opponent Iger met at sea, was much more powerful than Bucky's sharp knife attack. Iger was simply stunned. Since he came to this world, almost all the bosses he has encountered have experienced more or less strengthening, but no matter what, the strength of the strengthened bosses is stronger than himself. Much stronger. Don Quixote da Flamingo, who was recently dealt with, for example, this guy is simply reinforced to look like a pervert. I have never seen anyone who can maintain an incomparably powerful combat power in the black hole swallowed by the dark fruit, and can even combine with Pika outside the black hole to display the ultimate birdcage. Even the Whitebeard that I encountered earlier in the original book can only split a gap in the sky, but in this world the collision with Garp is just a joke and the sky can be pierced. So all along, Iger thought that the bosses he encountered were all strengthened. When I first encountered this extremely simple attack, Iger was quite uncomfortable, but to say that this popular character of Bucky has not been strengthened, it is really too outrageous for his wife. In this case, the direction of reinforcement is different. Almost all the people I met before have strengthened their strength, and in Bucky, it has definitely strengthened his luck. After all, even Shank's face fruit has been realized, so Bucky's lucky look and domineering will naturally appear in this world. As for how lucky this Bucky is, and in what direction, it remains to be seen. Shasha fruit awaken. The face of Bucky's lucky domineering sharp knife. Although Iger couldn't feel anything, he still didn't want to be neglected. He chose the rustling fruit that had been useless for a long time in his skill tree, and immediately awakened awakened. Whoa, whoa, whoa. In an instant countless yellow sand burst out from Iger's face and instantly condensed into a thick sand wall. Then, the blue light shrouded in the air and condensed into a hard crystal wall. This is the crystallized sand wall condensed by the shasha fruit that blessed Iger's 10th level awakening and a full 50 points of skills. This is the most cordial defense method since Iger's debut. Down to the fist, up to the continuous artillery bombardment, it can resist 100%. If nothing else, just its surface. As long as people see it, the word hard will flash in their minds subconsciously. Just like Bucky. The moment Iger's rock crystal wall was formed, an illusion that it is absolutely impossible for me to break through this thing has eerily emerged from Bucky's mind. No. Is this kid really a kid? Is this thing made of stone? How could anyone create crystal walls of rock out of thin air? To explain this scene, there is only one possibility, and that is devil fruit. This kid is a devil fruit power user. Moreover, he is an ability person who has the ability of sand or rock. The defense created by this kind of thing. How could these broken knives be able to pierce it? This is just embarrassing. The Uncle Ben. For a time, Bucky's heart was full of grass and mud horses. He thought that it was impossible to think that this kid who seemed to be an intern in the Navy turned out to be a devil fruit capable. This Nemas, isn't this a fool? In just a split second, another thought popped up in Bucky's mind. Or, let's run away. However, this knife was stabbed out when Bucky was extremely angry. Although the speed is not fast for Iger, it definitely does not mean that it can stop when it stops. The knife that stabbed out is no longer something that Bucky can stop. What Bucky can do is just close his eyes and quietly wait for his knife to be sent into the tiger's mouth on the rock crystal wall and then break without accident. Before stabbing in, the only thing he could control was to choose where it looked a little thinner and accept the fact that his weapon was broken. However, what Bucky doesn't know is, as the saying goes, all things have eyes. The sky has the eyes of the sky, the earth has the eyes of the earth, and the stone naturally has the eye of the stone. This so-called eye is the core weak part of the thing, just like the dragon claw fist that Sabo displayed back then. As long as it hits the eye of the thing, it can directly smash the whole thing without any effort. And what Bucky doesn't know is the target of his knife tip, which is the eye of the rock crystal wall created by Iger. Kang. The iron blade collided with the countless heavily strengthened rock crystal walls, and sparks burst out immediately, making a crisp sound of gold and iron clashing. What everyone did not expect was that the rock crystal wall that should have completely defended the sharp knife was covered with cracks in an instant. Immediately afterwards, Bucky was still leaning forward due to the inertia of his body, but such a little strength directly became the last straw that overwhelmed the camel. Whoa. Just a moment later, the sharp knife in Bucky's hand directly pierced through the indestructible blue rock crystal wall summoned by Iger in a destructive state. Damn it, how could our captain be so strong? This scene directly shocked all the members of the Bucky Pirates. His own captain has such strength. Chapter 360 Mascot. You are set. Boom. The sharp knife in Bucky's hand, after passing through the rock crystal wall made by Iger, continued to stab at Iger's face with the fastest speed that Bucky could master. Fuck, it really is. Iger immediately screamed, and then the faint thunder light on his body suddenly flashed, and then the rumbling thunder sounded, and his entire body suddenly turned into a twisted electric light and instantly retreated back to the edge of the fin. Bucky missed this hit, and the sharp knife in his hand was once again inserted into the wooden board under his feet. The 3 sharp knives were nailed to the wooden board without hindrance, and there was a dull collision sound. I have to say that the sharp knife in Bucky's hand is really strong and can fully withstand the weight of Bucky's whole person. He took him to draw a beautiful semicircle in the air and then fell to the ground. His back hit the floor, but Bucky couldn't feel any pain. He just stared at Tiener with a frightened expression, thinking about the scene he had just experienced crazily in his head. How did it happen? Can you use 3 ordinary steel knives to directly break the rock crystal wall made by that kid? Could it be the ghost of the late One Piece, his captain Goldo Roger drifting on the sea? Could it be that he really became a kind of martial arts in his sleep? Is the weapon in his hand invincible? Isn't he already invincible? Why didn't I find out that I had this skill earlier? If I had discovered it earlier, I would have collected the heads of 100 pirates long ago, and then handed them all over to the naval headquarters, and then I would have been able to mix in a kaiwahe. It's not the best. What's even more powerful is that he may even be able to pull down the 4 sea emperors who are now rampant in the sea, and then become the new One Piece. When it falls, you can have as much money as you want. Ha 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 ha. For a time, the unknown Bucky has fallen into a beautiful fantasy about a bright future. At this moment, Iger, who was far from the edge of the fin, was also full of joy in his eyes, and there was also a trace of fear in Bucky's eyes. Man, it's true. This guy is really a man whose lucky color has been strengthened. Good guy. The rock crystal wall that can completely isolate the overwhelming rain of artillery shells from the outside is actually broken by the sharp knife in Bucky's hand so easily. It was definitely a knife inserted into the eye. This ability is terrifying. The probability of stabbing the eye of the crystal wall is only 1 in hundreds of millions. It is such a probability that unless you know the answer, it is impossible to hit at all, and this guy is actually stunned. This Nima, this enhanced ability is simply too terrifying. What is the probability of a person riding a horse and tripping and breaking his neck? What is the probability that a person's arteries are just punctured by their own blood flow? What is the probability of a person being struck by a thunderbolt? As long as this is possible, anything can happen. This horse riding, it can be whatever he says. Iger was really glad that he had kept an eye in advance, not all pointing at the defense of his crystal wall, otherwise he might have killed himself just now. Too terrifying, but fortunately, this guy himself has not realized that he has this ability, and he has not controlled it, so now, this so-called lucky color is still a passive skill. When looking at Bucky again, Iger's eyes no longer had the original fear, but were full of excitement. After confirming that this guy really has the legendary lucky color domineering, Iger's idea of tying him in his shop as a mascot became stronger and stronger. Of course, at this moment Bucky on the opposite side did not believe that he would be a mascot. You have already practiced the peerless magic. Are you still afraid of such a navy kid? What a joke. Wow, ha 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 ha. Stinky brat, didn't expect it. Uncle, I'm so strong. Before Bucky got up from the ground, there was a smug laughter from his mouth, and it took a lot of effort to pull out his sharp knife from the ground. Are you afraid? Just your tattered rock barrier. You can't take me at all. Why don't you surrender quickly? This scene just now really gave him considerable confidence. There is no way, after all, except for Iggy, everyone in the whole world will not understand what the so-called lucky color domineering is. They can only understand what they see. Not only Bucky, but even the crew who originally followed Bucky to Barty, as well as Zoff, Sanji and Lugo who hid behind the glass door of Barati, were all shocked by Bucky's hand. Everyone could see the rock crystal wall that Iger summoned just now, and even the rubble that shattered on the ground was quite heavy and textured, and Bucky, so simple, used a few ordinary knives to stab the seemingly indestructible rock crystal wall. Is this the real strength of this guy? Zhou Fu squinted his eyes, looked at Bucky who was struggling to draw a knife, and thoughtfully, just now, Iger's rock crystal wall, he may not be able to kick it, but he actually stabbed it with a knife, and he made a judgment in an instant. After the defense was broken, Iger directly chose to retreat and dodge, obviously feeling the power of Bucky's attack. Across a layer of glass, Iger has already lost in terms of momentum. This Iger, I'm afraid not, Zwofu observed coldly, not having much confidence in Iggy. Iger naturally didn't know what Zoff was thinking. He looked at Bucky who got up from the ground in high spirits, with a wicked smile on his face. Today's mascot, you're set. Before he finished speaking, Iger's body bowed slightly, his strong and powerful calf muscles contracted into a ball, and then he burst into force. Call out. In an instant, Iger's body turned into a blurred after image, and charged straight towards Bucky. Even if he has the domineering arrogance of the lucky color, the fist should be punched in his face, and he will be punched in the face. Pirate Eye, the son of Roger, a 9-year-old admiral. Chapter 361-380. Chapter 361. Stop pretending, I'm Roger's son. Whoosh. In the eyes of everyone, Iger's body directly turned into a faint and almost invisible afterimage, and at a fast and almost invisible speed, he rushed straight towards Bucky. Everyone knows that another collision has started anew, and this time Bucky's crew, who had always held no hope for Bucky's battle, suddenly felt a strong hope, and a feeling of anticipation rose in everyone's eyes. For the first time, they discovered that their captain was so strong. For a long time, they felt that in addition to being slick and cunning, their ship was at best a little bit better than their simple pirates, and that's all because of the devil fruit Bucky ate a long time ago. In addition, I am afraid that he has to count the weapons hidden on his body. Don't look at how he seems to be wearing a suit, a hat, and a cloak, but in fact this guy's shoes, cloak, and even hat are all hidden weapons. The solace of his shoes are sharp steel knives, the inside of his belt is a super concentrated explosive bomb, and there are various weapons hidden in the hat and behind the cloak. It can be said that this captain of mine, apart from getting along well with everyone, can be said to be quite wretched in battle. Usually following this guy, everyone can see it clearly. The most thing he does is to find a way back for himself. So when it comes to combat, everyone always thinks that this captain is really weak enough. But today, his captain gave his crew a vivid lesson. What is momentum? Look at that blow. When the Navy kid created an incomparably powerful rock crystal wall in front of him, everyone thought that it was absolutely impossible to break it with a sharp knife and fist alone. But it is absolutely impossible that everyone agrees on it. But in front of everyone's eyes, it has become possible. With 3 small knives, he directly pierced the barrier of the rock. They had never even heard of such a thing before. The only possible explanation is that his captain, in fact, has been hiding his strength all the time. He is actually a super powerful boss. After getting this answer in their minds by coincidence, everyone looked at each other, feeling inexplicably full of confidence in the captain. A captain with this kind of ability, let alone this kid in a navy uniform, even if it is an adult who has been a pirate for many years, at a glance, he will definitely not talk about it. Although there are countless thoughts in everyone's mind, in reality, the time in reality has only passed for a moment, and at this moment the blurred after image formed by Yig on the opposite side has instantly deceived Captain Bucky in front of him. Until Iger stopped, everyone was finally able to see Iger's figure in a navy uniform, and when everyone finally saw Iger, the latter had raised his fist high and aimed at Bucky's red nose. Hit hard, Captain. Pack him up hard. Yes, don't hide it. Let us see your strength. Come on, Captain. Seeing this ferocious collision on the verge of breaking out, the members of the Bucky Pirates suddenly felt a strange excitement surged into their hearts, and couldn't help raising their arms and shouting excitedly to cheer their captain. With this cheer from his own crew, Bucky himself was also quite encouraged. For a time, he only felt that his blood was on his head, and his whole body was full of endless power. At this time, even if he brought Whitebeard, he felt that he could beat him. Come on, stinky brat, watch my Bucky stab you through. Bucky only felt proud for a while. His chest was very high. He held his proud head high, and once again clenched the sharp knives in his hands, and stabbed them fiercely in front of Iger's face. When Iger punched, Bucky punched, and the punches collided with each other. The hearts of everyone present came directly to their throats, especially Zhou and Sanji, who were standing in the room, and Luo. 3 people. They were even more nervous, and the 3 pairs of eyes were staring at Iger. Brush. The sharp knife in Bucky's hand pierced the air, waving a sharp sound of breaking the wind. With incomparable confidence, and mercilessly stabbed Ige, who was rushing. Everything seems to have become extremely slow, and the movements of the two are actually clearly seen by the people watching the battle. The muscles on his arms were knotted like angry dragons, and the sharp knife in his hand was about to cut through the tip of Iger's nose. Just when everyone thought that Bucky's knife would definitely hit Iger, and as if he had just pierced through the rock crystal wall and smashed Iger's head, Iger's face suddenly turned strangely to the side. Flash! The tip of the knife swiped against Iger's face, cutting off several of the hairs on Iger's cheeks and the perm that fell on his temples. The hairs were swirling, and Iger's fist had successfully crossed the safe distance with a heavy bang on Bucky's big red nose. Boom! After the heavy muffled sound, Bucky only felt that his red nose, which he had always been in pain, exploded in the entire nasal cavity, and the tears instantly blurred the entire vision. With a buzz in his head, Bucky saw that there were many, many stars in the sky, and then the body seems to be getting lighter and lighter, as if it is about to fly to the sky to touch the twinkling stars. Boom! Another muffled sound. Bucky's body that was sent to the sky by Iger's punch drew a beautiful arc in the eyes of everyone's astonishment, and then smashed it hard on the fin board. Harm! Seeing that their captain was knocked to the ground, everyone in the Bucky Pirates just ignited a passion like a small flame, and was suddenly poured a pot of cool water. Everyone just raised their arms and shouted enthusiastically, cheering for their captain. But when they saw their captain being knocked to the ground, they suddenly calmed down, and everyone returned to their senses. Just now, it really was a misunderstanding. Damn, my expectations for him are a bit high. In the eyes of everyone who was a little disappointed, but at the same time, it was so meaningful. Iger walked slowly to Bucky, and he had walked to Bucky's side within a few seconds. Immediately afterwards, he squatted down slowly, put his hand over Bucky's ear, and whispered, "I'm not pretending, I'm Roger's son." Chapter 362. From now on, I'll do it with you. I am Roger's son. Is Roger's son. Roger's son. Son of. Son. Bucky fell to the ground. The stars in his eyes were still hanging in the sky. The countless flashes of light were still spinning, and the whole head was still buzzing. It was also thanks to this buzzing head that Iger's voice was in his mind, like the murmur of the Buddha, turning back and forth 1,000 times, and the reverberation lingered around the beam. At the end of the round, even Bucky, who was about to be beaten up, recorded this sentence inadvertently and repeated it through his mouth. You are Roger's son. You are Roger's son. You are Roger's son. Originally, Bucky was still lying on the ground, his voice whispering softly from the depths of his throat, but the murmur suddenly turned into an exclamation. You are Roger's son. The originally blurred eyes regained their energy in an instant. Not only that, they even stared 3 or 4 times larger than before, and the eyeballs were about to fall out of the sockets. The violent shock instantly stimulated the remaining strength in Bucky's body, and he jumped up from the ground with a carp. He pointed at Iger with a trembling finger, and asked again in a ghost-like tone, You, are you Roger's son? Iger had long expected Bucky's reaction, looked at his red nose with a slight smile, nodded slightly, and said, Yes, that's right, I'm Roger's son. Which Roger? Hearing Iger's answer, Bucky didn't didn't even have time to react, so Bucky asked. But the moment the question was asked, he realized what a stupid question he was asking. Roger? Which Roger? Is this even a question? Among all kinds of people traveling on the sea today, especially in the communication between the Navy and pirates, the word Roger has always referred to only one person. That is, in this sea, apart from a few people in the world's official government, the only super ruthless man who led the team to the final island on the Great Route and left a great secret treasure on the island. Gold Roger. It could only be this one. That's your own captain. And the kid in front of him turned out to be Captain Roger's son. But it's not right. If you were Roger's son, how could you be in the Navy? Bucky hit the crux of the problem in one sentence. You must be lying to me. Don't try to deceive me. That is, the whole world knows that Roger is the most powerful pirate in the world. One Piece. The world government directly rendered him a heinous, greedy, and even a cannibal demon, the son of the devil by the masses of the people maliciously. Even the Navy is looking for his whereabouts all over the world with the purpose of wanting to publicly execute him, looking for people everywhere. Under such circumstances, this Navy kid actually told himself that he was Roger's son. Isn't this talking nonsense? You and Shanks have a pretty good relationship. Iger didn't defend himself but said quietly, at that time he didn't go to Luftel with everyone to take care of you who were seriously ill. No. In a word, one step at a time. Hearing what Iger said, countless pictures instantly emerged in Bucky's mind. When I was 9 years old, I worked as an intern in the Roger Pirates with Shanks, who was also 9 years old. The relationship between the two has been very good since then. At the age of 12, the Roger Pirates and the Golden Lion Pirates had a conflict, and he did not want to participate in the battle. In the blink of an eye, at the age of 13, the Roger Pirates also fought against the Whitebeard Pirates for 3 days. Shanks and Bucky discussed Tiki in the Whitebeard Pirates. They both looked at him quite unpleasant. Then at the age of 14, the Roger Pirates had successfully found the final island Ralph drew. The day before the voyage, he became seriously ill, and Shanks, who was also an intern, stayed to take care of himself. For myself and Shanks, I missed the big secret treasure that all pirates dream of. This incident has always been the biggest regret in Bucky's heart, and it is also a small detail among the many secrets of the Roger Pirates. After all, no one would care who the interns on the ship were at that time, and no one would know that when the Roger Pirates went to Ralph Drew, 2 interns remained on the ship due to serious illness. Only the crew members who were on the same boat as him at the time knew about this. It is absolutely impossible for the outside world to know what this Navy kid said. The details of that year. Are you really Captain Roger's son? Bucky's eyes were a little confused, and he looked at Iger blankly. The more he looked, the more he felt that this guy was so similar to his deceased captain. After all, he still believed this matter and confirmed it to Iger. Of course. Why are you lying to me? Iger spread his hands, saying that he did not lie. Then, why, you want to become a Navy? Bucky's tone suddenly became a little dissatisfied. Since you know that Captain Roger is the Pirate King, of course you want to go out to sea to become a pirate. Why, you can even go to the Navy. Bucky didn't get angry when he talked about this matter. He jumped up on the spot, pointed at Iger's nose and suddenly yelled, "Okay, you unworthy descendant, how could you do something like this? Backbone thing. I looked down on you." In the face of Bucky's accusation, Iger didn't react at all, just quietly took out a small black book from his arms and handed him to Bucky. "Look at it. This is what my father really wants things to do." Bucky took the little black book suspiciously and flipped it impatiently. He couldn't read it at first, but as he read more and more pages, a trace of emotion suddenly emerged from his heart. He started frantically flipping the little black book in his hand, and the more he looked, the more excited he became, and the more tears he saw, until his face was covered in tears, and finally he closed the last page of the little black book, and his red eyes looked at Iggy. "Is this the world the captain wants? Is there money in that world? Ye foo for it. This guy is really able to think about treasure in the face of such a great ideal, but in order to subdue him, he also knows to answer. Of course, material wealth is extremely rich, isn't it? That there is endless money. Then I will follow you." Chapter 363 New Achievement. Probability Manipulator. I'm going to follow the captain's son. I want to follow the captain's son and inherit the spirit left by the captain. Bucky was trembling all over, and tears flowed out of his eyes completely uncontrollably, like 2 babbling brooks, and a big red nose hung with sticky snot. He really didn't expect that after his captain was executed by the Navy, the great ideal that belonged to the original Roger Pirates was shattered on his pirate road. That is why the desire for money that was hidden in the depths of the soul finally broke out completely. But he himself knows that the real self is not actually a person who is so fanatical about treasures. Since he is an intern who can enter the Roger Pirates, Bucky has at least a lot of appetite for Roger in many places, including his views on the world, his attitude towards his partners, and even his ideals for the world. In addition to being a little greedy for money, there is also a little cowardice. In other places, they are definitely the most standard Roger crew. Although over the years, he has always been a guy who does all kinds of evil, and it can even be said that he is willing to do whatever he can for the treasure, and he doesn't have any sympathy for strangers, but he definitely has nothing to say about his partner. Even the crew of the Bucky pirates clearly knew that their captain was actually not worth the slightest in terms of strength, but they were really impressed by the captain's charm from the bottom of their hearts. That's why I'm willing to follow him to go south and north. So basically, the spirit of the Roger pirates has always been hidden in Bucky's body and has been turned into a seed that has been deeply dormant until today. After meeting Iger, I saw the little black book that Iger gave and read the little black book which recorded the intimacy idea of Captain Roger's will. This seed that had been dormant for several years, finally it is a complete awakening. Bucky. Today, after a lapse of 8 years, I finally truly awaken. He wants to follow Iger and reboard the big ship that has inherited Captain Roger's will. Even if the ship is a warship, it doesn't matter, because this big ship doesn't care about appearance at all, it doesn't care about identity, and it doesn't care about position at all. The ship of the times. Bucky, who has experienced the opening of the era of the great pirates, knows that this Iger is definitely a ruthless man who can open a new and great era after Captain Roger. I'd love to follow you, boss. Please let me be the mascot in this store. Bucky couldn't control his voice. His voice trembled and went out of tune. He threw the sharp knife in his hand far away, fell down at the feet of Iger, and shouted loudly, "What, Captain? Is your head broken? Are you going to follow the Navy?" Bucky's words directly startled the few crew members behind him, and they all screamed, "What the fuck? What, are you kidding?" Just now, he was still angry and wanted to pierce this Navy kid to life. Now he will lie on the ground and begin to show his loyalty. The effort of just saying a word, just read a book. What, are you kidding? Of course, Bucky himself knew that he wasn't joking at all. Hey, how many of you? Bucky stood up after giving Iggy a salute, turned his head to look at his crew. His face was full of reluctance. The Bucky pirates will be disbanded from now on. Thank you for your company during this time. If you want to go, or if you have other places to go, then I, Bucky, wish you all the best. Woo woo hoo. Looking at the eyes of his companions, Bucky couldn't even finish what he wanted to say. He sobbed and covered his mouth, staring at his companions with teary eyes. After a while, he was choked up and finally found an opportunity and shouted out with a crying voice, "Let's go. I want to stay here, in this restaurant. I have my biggest dream. Bye-bye, my lovely companions." Bucky raised his head and covered his face with his flying arms, but he still couldn't stop the tears from flowing. "I have always been tolerant and cared for by you. I feel very happy. Now I am going to work towards my dream. Damn it, my dream should not be the treasure of the whole world." Why are you shaking with excitement when you hear such a thing? I have pity on those friends of mine. Without them in the future, I will have a lot less smiles. What are you talking about, Captain? The white-haired animal trainer Mochi, who had just had his butt pierced, looked at his captain with a surprised expression, as if he was looking at some kind of mental retardation. The acrobat Cabbage on the other side also fiddled with his long hair that covered half of his face, and said with disapproval, "If you stay here, of course we stay here too. Although you are stupid, weak and stupid, let's leave you. We don't know what to do." "That's right, Mochi, also help. I think your restaurant still lacks a show. Why don't we set up a circus? We can cooperate. I'm tired of looking for treasures everywhere." The words of Mochi and Cabbage were like two huge bombs, and Bucky's heart exploded fiercely. Bucky's whole body seemed to be hit by a boulder. Weeping bitterly, "Whoa, you guys are so nice. Whoa." Of course, this guy completely ignored his subordinates and made fun of himself for being stupid, weak and stupid. Ahem, it's really nice of you to stay. Iger nodded in relief when he saw this scene. Then it's just our Barity restaurant. Let's start another business. Just circus performances. Why? Like, Hearing Iger's words, Lychee, the lion who had been sitting obediently next to the animal trainer Mochi, also cried out excitedly, Okay, now that it's decided, let's go into the house and let the chef cook us some food. We're all starving." After everything was said, Iger didn't hesitate and greeted everyone to enter. "House to eat." Bucky, Mochi, and Cabbage listened, nodded immediately, and trotted open the glass door of the Barity restaurant. Iger followed at the end and was about to open the door to go in, when he heard another charming female voice in his mind. "Ding, congratulations to the master for unlocking the new achievement, Probability Manipulator." Chapter 364, Superpower. Fiddle with the hand of probability. This Navy kid really has two strokes. Zwofu, who was standing in the middle of the restaurant, supported Bucky and the others and let the three of them walk into the store. The battle just now was too fast and he didn't even react. He originally thought that the guy with the red nose could directly pierce the rock with a sharp knife and his strength should not be underestimated, but who would have thought that such a guy whose strength should not be underestimated, would be punched to the ground by this kid. And that's not to mention, after knocking this guy down, he even said a word to him which made him cry bitterly, and then fell into a very excited body lying on the ground, and then he actually followed this guy's subordinates. What kind of prestige does this kid have? It looks like he is only in his early 10 years, but does he have such a strong appeal? What will he look like when he reaches his 20s? I am afraid that in more than 10 years, every person who can be named in the sea must be someone who has something to do with him. This kid, this appeal is simply too terrifying. On the side of Zoff, he was secretly shocked, but Iger on the opposite side had no extra thoughts. At this moment he was focusing on the voice in his mind. Ding, congratulations, your master, you have successfully unlocked the new Sea God series of achievements, the manipulator of probability. Ding, congratulations, your master, you have successfully unlocked a new achievement and obtained a new title, Probability Messenger. Ding, the system has detected that you have successfully unlocked the new Sea God series of achievements, and a new Sea God achievement reward has been sent to your mailbox. Please pay attention to check it. Ding, congratulations to the master for getting raindrops *50,000. A series of ding 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 sounds, as well as the numb voice of his own system, sounded in Iger's mind, which made Iger stunned for a moment. What the hell? He knocked down this Bucky with one punch, and by the way persuaded him to work in his own restaurant and unlocked a new achievement, or the series achievements of Poseidon. If it wasn't for this, then the system wouldn't have given itself a notification to unlock the Poseidon series achievements. That is to say, Bucky, who looked quite unreliable in front, turned out to be his own sea god, the second missionary after Blackbeard. Roger. Bucky, missionary. If you say that an old and cunning guy like Blackbeard, plus the temptation of a chance to be favored by the sea god, and then compatible with the ability of 2 kinds of devil fruit, can become a quite qualified missionary and has credibility. But Bucky, as long as Bucky is mentioned in his mind, he is the one who is timid and afraid, and then thinks about getting countless treasures all day long, and dares to choke with shanks. How could such a guy be able to take on the second banner of spreading the great ideals of changing the world and the idea of intimacy? Iger really didn't understand how the system judged him as such a character. But anyway, since the system has been sentenced, it should have its purpose. For me, the most important thing at this moment is that I have unlocked this new achievement again. You must know that the last time I completed the Sea God series of achievements, the system directly gave me 5,000 raindrops, which directly increased my attribute panel by a lot. Then this time, I gathered another missionary for Sea God. The second missionary is more significant than the first missionary, which means that the idea of intimacy has begun to spread on a large scale. In this case, the reward should be even more generous. Can't wait. Iger opened his panel. Title: Probability Messenger. Title: Description: Everything in the world depends on probability to exist, and what is hidden in the probability of existence is that things only see the probability of association. Existence probability of the thing itself and the association probability between things together constitute the world. Behind the things and between the correlation gaps between things, there is the existence of probability messengers. In appropriate opportunities, probability messengers will appear and manipulate probability to make some things happen. Title: Skill: Fixing the hand of probability. Skill level: SS. Skill description: Everything happens is a probability. Everything is possible, and it has its own probability. As long as the probability is properly controlled, all seemingly impossible things will happen. When you have the hand of fiddling with probability, you can manipulate the probability of something on the premise of being able to see the probability. The smaller the probability, the greater the price to be paid. Superpower: If this is not a superpower, then Iger really doesn't know what else in this world is not a superpower. This Nima: Control the probability. Isn't that what you want to do? You can make it happen. Isn't this the passive skill possessed by the legendary Ugly Lord Bucky, a high-end upgraded version of Lucky Color Domineering? This is so outrageous. Your ability is really getting more and more outrageous, right? Originally, Iger didn't realize that after solving Bucky, he could get such an ability. Result: that's it. The guy who didn't even have the strength to let himself use the qualifying fruit after being solved by himself, the system actually gave him such a powerful ability. Iger was very excited and quickly wanted to try this newly acquired skill. However, he found that the so-called hand of fiddling with probability did not exist in his skill list at all. What's the matter? Iger was a little confused, and after repeated research several times, he finally understood what was going on. According to the description of the skill, if you want to activate the hand of probability, you need conditions. That is, in the so-called under the premise of being able to see the probability and need to pay a certain price. As for the probability of being able to see, what kind of seeing method is still needed to be studied, but it should be something in the future, and this skill is temporarily unavailable for the time being. Since I can't use it it now. Iger doesn't want to. I'll talk about it later when I can use it. So Iger turned his attention to his belief panel again. Chapter 365 Heavy Rain. The faith is upgraded again. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Faith. Once the panel was opened, the gurgling rain instantly drowned Iger's ears. The thick, almost insoluble water vapor, like a sticky mist, stuck to every pore of Iger, making one feel a bit wet and sticky. The breath of fresh rain poured into Iger's nostrils, which immediately made him feel a sense of coolness. Heavy rain. Two big words float above the faith panel. As soon as I saw these two words, Iggy's heartbeat couldn't stop and began to speed up. Heavy rain. It has only been a few days since he defeated Doflamingo, and he has already crossed the level of moderate rain and reached the realm of heavy rain. Looking at the rain in the faith panel again, the fine and dense raindrops fell on the ground, hitting the puddles that seemed to have accumulated for a long time, splashing water in circles. This kind of rain, even Iger's dynamic vision after several rounds of strengthening, it is difficult to see clearly at a glance how many raindrops there are in this space. What does that mean? This means that the missionaries who have already released them have spread their affectionate ideas extremely widely. Who would have thought that just a few days ago his intimacy idea only had about 100,000 followers, and in just a few days he had already made such a big improvement? At that time I was still thinking in my heart that among these 100,000 believers, a large part of them should be so-called dead believers, and it is difficult to have any substantial effect on the spread of intimacy ideas. Now that I think about it, I may still underestimate the activity of my own believers, as well as the dissemination ability of Blackbeard Titch the priest and the missionaries of the Sun Pirates. Even he may have underestimated the power of intimacy ideas in this world. But no matter what, for myself, it is natural that the more people who believe in the idea of intimacy, the better. After all, the more followers you have, the stronger your strength will be. Subconsciously, Iger planned to beckon to absorb all the raindrops in the space, but just as he was about to absorb, a voice close at hand suddenly sounded, "Boss, boss, boss, are you alright?" Iger was suddenly woken up from the system, and was seeing Zwofu, who was puzzled, had it on his shoulder, and asked himself with concern, it's okay, I just thought of something." Silently closing the system panel, Iger shook his head calmly and walked into the restaurant. "We come and cook something to eat. You're all starving too." "That, boss." Iger was about to walk into the store, but was stopped by Zoff. Looking back, Zoff's expression was a little worried. "What's wrong?" Eagle asked. "Then what?" Zwofu hesitated for a long time before he got close to Iger's ear and asked softly, "I know it's not a good question. After all, it's your decision, but it's really hard to let these pirates come to work in the store. Is it alright?" In fact, Zwofu's worries are not unreasonable. After all, this group of people, especially the big red nose at the head, is a typical bully, despicable and wretched guy. And the most important thing is that these people just tried to rob this hotel that hasn't opened yet. At first glance, they are not very good people, but his boss, in just a few minutes, brought this guy into his door. Isn't this bringing wolves into the house? Of course, there's something Zoff didn't say, and that's, a few hours ago, on that isolated island, Iger told himself that he needed a cook with a warm idea like himself. As a result, a few hours later, he used the same routine to get a group of gangsters with him. This matter has to be said, which makes Zwofu feel a little tasteful. Iger looked up at Zwofu's eyes and expressions. For those who were careful and clear in his heart, he couldn't help but smiled and reassured. "Don't worry, they are not ordinary robbers. They have to save Faith. They are very determined, because their boss used to be One Piece's crew." "What?" Zoff exclaimed immediately. "He's a shhh." Iger covered Zoff's mouth to keep him from exclaiming. "Anyway, you just know, I definitely don't invite people just casually." Looking at the eyes of the Navy kid in front of him, the latter's eyes were full of firmness and sincerity. After a long silence, he let out a long sigh of relief, then stood up and walked towards the kitchen. "Is there anything in the fridge? I'll make you a big meal." Since the boss said so, and gave him another reason to be at ease, then he has nothing to worry about, and the most important thing is to solve his own hunger. Zwofu really deserves to be the old chef who taught Sanji to be a super chef. His craftsmanship can be described as earth-shattering. Even Iger, a modern man, thinks he has eaten countless delicacies, but in front of Zwofu's craftsmanship, he has been defeated in the first level. I had just smelled the fragrance wafting from the kitchen, and Iger's saliva had already flooded into a river. Not only Iggy himself, but the Bucky pirates who were joking and laughing in the house, and Luo who was alone in the corner with his eyes closed, and even Sanji who didn't know what to do, all with slaps in the corners of their mouths, stood eagerly in front of the kitchen door. After a while, Zwofu walked out of the kitchen with a table of dishes. At this moment, everyone in the restaurant turned into savages at the same time. "Don't move. That's mine. That's my meat. Give it to me. I want to eat that. I want to eat that. Don't rob. There are some. A few hours later, on the spare boat, Iger took Logo and left the sea restaurant Barty and started the journey back to the dog-headed warship. Before leaving, Iggy left a gift for Bucky and Sanji. Bucky, Iger wanted to strengthen his luck and domineering, so he made up a dam of death and told Zoff to supervise his daily practice. As for Sanji, Iger extracted the 6 forms he had obtained and warned him that he must practice more than 6 hours a day. Iger believes that when they meet again, these two people will definitely become stronger than a little bit. Chapter 366 Start Again. Shirobia Village. An hour later, Iger and Logo successfully returned to Karp's Doghead warship, and at this moment the Navy soldiers on the Doghead warship had just completed the renovation of the Dog's Head warship. Oh, Iggy, Lo, you came back just in time. Garp greeted Iggy and Lo. Come on up, our ship has just been repaired. At the beginning, Iger told Garp that the two people on the desert island knew where their shop was, so they drove Zoff and Sanji back to their hotel and came back. Garp naturally had no doubts. It happened that the dog-headed warship was going to be refurbished and there was no task, so he let Iger go. This time, just in time for the departure, Garp was also reluctant to linger and greeted the two masters and apprentices to quickly get on the boat and set off. He separated them from Hezhong at the beginning. Before they separated, Garp learned that Lieutenant General he was planning to go to Rogtown, who knew that there was a heavy rain on the way, and the two separated. As soon as the ship was repaired, Cap immediately set off in the direction of Rogtown. Iger and the rest of the crew naturally have no opinion. Anyway, they have been wandering outside for so long, and there is nothing wrong with delaying for a while. What's more, they went to Rogtown. Rogtown, a town that all Haimai will never forget. The town of the beginning and the end by the pirates. It is the ultimate place to enter the Great Route, so Garp decided to stop there by the way. And why this town is dubbed the beginning and the end is actually closely related to Gold Roger, the pirate king who started the era of the great pirates. This is the town where Roger was born, and it is also the place where Roger was executed when he became the pirate king. It is precisely because of this that Iger is also curious about this place. It can be said that the whole story of One Piece was born because of this town, and it can also be said to be the village of the beginning of the entire One Piece. Iger naturally wanted to visit such a town. Without any dawdling, the dog-headed warship quickly determined the direction of Rogtown, and then Yang Fan set sail. Fortunately, there was no abnormal weather along the way, and the sea was cloudless, and you could see the head at a glance. Under such good weather, Iger finally had time to open his faith panel again and prepare to absorb all the raindrops into his body again. Whoa, whoa, whoa. The dense rain sounded again. Iger did not hesitate this time, and directly stretched out his hand to the rain in the space. Hundreds of thousands of raindrops were called up and flew towards Iger. Ton ton ton. The raindrops flew over without any hesitation, and fell directly into Iger's palm. Then, the raindrops that followed directly hit every part of Iger's body, penetrating into his body from every pore. This process lasted 10 minutes. 10 minutes later, when the last drop of rainwater sank into Iger's body, Iger, who had been opening his arms and closing his eyes, slowly opened his eyes. As soon as he opened his eyes, a very faint and warm light suddenly spread out, and the surrounding sea water seemed to sense something, and it vibrated slightly, as if cheering for his gods to become stronger. Lightly clenched his fist and felt the change in his body, but Iger was slightly disappointed because he found that his body did not seem to have been strengthened too much, and the feeling that he felt several times fiercer after the strengthening was no more. This Nima, what kind of shit is this? It's too stupid. It's raining heavily, so many raindrops have accumulated, and the result is this. System, please explain it. Iger was really dissatisfied. I thought this enhancement would be an epic super enhancement, but it turned out to be only about 30% higher. But the cost of raindrops is 10 times or even 20 times as much as before. It's too unreliable. Ding Master, listen to my explanation. I don't listen. Ding Master is like this. The basic attribute enhancement you can get at the level of Rainstream has reached the upper limit. Raindrops can enhance your affinity for the ocean. That means, Iger said thoughtfully, rubbing his chin, the next time my basic attributes can be strengthened, that's when my faith level rises to the next big level. Ding, in theory, it is such a master, but at the same time, the ocean power you can use has been greatly enhanced. This is true. Iger glanced down the side of the ship, and only felt that all the seawater within the field of vision could be used for himself. This time, the improvement of his combat power is also quite huge. Iger was about to open his attribute panel to observe, but was suddenly interrupted by the shouts of the Navy soldiers on the observation deck. There is a situation. This voice immediately attracted everyone's attention. Everyone on the boat looked in the direction of the watcher's telescope. On the calm sea in the distance, there was a small inhabited island at first sight, and at this moment dozens of wooden boats were leaving leaving the coast. There was nothing unusual about dozens of ships leaving the coastline, but after watching it for a while, Iger suddenly realized that the people on these ships were very flustered. Moreover, it was a small wooden boat that was rowed with wood pulp, and it rowed into the sea without hesitation, without any scruples about the possible dangers at sea. Not only that, but those who rowed the boat all looked panicked and lost their souls. Obviously, there is something quite dangerous on the island, so that everyone can't care that the boat under them can't support them to go to the deep sea, and they have to try their best to escape. However, this is not the end. Just when the eyes of everyone on the dog-headed warship were attracted by those who fled, a thunder suddenly sounded on the island in the distance. Immediately afterwards, one after another, the sound of dense thunder crackled, and almost at the same time, the refugees who were rowing at sea fell to the ground one after another. In the field of view of the lookout, each of them was hit by a bullet in the chest. Carp also snatched a telescope to observe the situation. After looking at it for a long time, he took off the telescope with an iron face, and asked in a deep voice, "The front, where is it?" "Report, it's Syrup-town." "Let's go there first." Chapter 367 Village Haze. Inexplicable strange thing. Run. Get out of this place now. It's terrible. We'll all be killed. He's telling the truth. Wherever we go, we'll definitely be killed. Hell, who will save us? As the dog-headed warship got closer and closer to Zabro village, the faint sound of thunder that everyone heard at first became more and more clear. At the same time, everyone on the dog-headed warship can see more and more clearly what happened just now on this coast. The entire coastline was almost crowded with wooden boats that were preparing to escape. Everyone was frantically rowing the wood pulp in their hands with extreme panic and anxiety, hoping that the boat under them could drive faster. It's a pity that things didn't turn out as they hoped. The coastline is like a death line. As long as a ship crosses that line, a blood flower will burst on the chest. However, even though the whole scene was so tragic, even if the people on the dog-headed warship looked around and tried their best, they couldn't see who they were, and they could make these poor people scared like this. Iger, Cap, Law, Corazon, Adjutant Paquito, and Brother Will all looked down at the bottom of the ship, leaning on the railings, watching the small ship slowly drifting past both sides of the dog-headed warship. The wooden boat can't help but show the color of aversion to the cold. I saw that on the calm sea. The ships farthest from the coast had lost all their power at this moment, because the people who were struggling hard on the paddle had all fallen into a pool of blood at this time. Everyone, or now every corpse, without exception, had a big hole cut open in their chest, and the bright red blood seeped out from under them like a fountain. Iger deliberately glanced at one of the guys with his back up, and found that there was only a small hole on the back of the poor man. As far as this method is concerned, the killer uses the same method for all people. That is to say, something hits the back of this group of guys, and then directly blows their chests. The only thing that can do this is a high-speed bullet shooter. There is a shooter on the island. This shooter, hiding in a position that no one can see, uses these guys on the coast who are ready to escape as moving targets. What is even more terrifying is that the victims that I have seen are actually the first to die the farther away from the coastline. What does that mean? One after another wooden boats have been crowded together on the coastline, and the heads of people sitting on the wooden boats are densely packed, but these are not his goals. His target was the people on the fastest boat with the densely packed heads ahead. His bullets are going to pass through those rushing for their lives to catch up with the front ship, and all the ships were destroyed in the same second after crossing the same line. It's like setting an invisible trap around the coastline. Anyone who crosses that line will surely die. This sniper's control of bullets is simply meticulous, and it is not an exaggeration to even describe it with magical skills. Carp, Corazon, and Iger exchanged colors, all of whom knew what the scene in front of them meant, but the three of them don't know who the sniper is. So far, there has not been a big pirate famous for his sniper skills in the Navy, but the technology shown by this guy is extremely tyrannical. As the warship got closer and closer to the coastline, the dog-headed warship finally crossed that line and passed by the wooden boats who were rushing for their lives. However, the dog-headed warship is like a ghost crossing the border at this time. Everyone, not only the sniper's bullets completely avoided the warship, but even the poor people who were shrouded in fear of death completely ignored the dog-headed warship and desperately went far swim around. This makes the people on the boat feel a little strange. If you encounter any terrifying pirates, the Navy arrives at this time. Shouldn't you be happy to ask the Navy for help? Why did he ignore the past and still row forward desperately? Everyone is sure that their dog-headed warship has absolutely no stealth function, so there is only one explanation left. That is, these guys simply don't believe that the Navy in front of them can save their lives. Even the Navy itself may face life-threatening. I'll go check the situation. Iger asked Carp for instructions, and then without any dawdling, several thin invisible filaments pulled each other into a net in the air, supporting Iger's body to move move in mid-air. Be careful, Garp instructed behind him, looking at Iger with a worried look in his eyes. After instructing, Garp also fully used his knowledge and domineering and tried hard to search for the sniper's position. However, after searching for a long time, I didn't find any breath, as if those sniper bullets with powerful power were created out of thin air. There was no way to judge where this person was. And during this period of time, another 7 or 8 people were brutally murdered. The bullets whizzed and whizzed past Iger's body, but each one did not hit him. But after wiping him, they hit people who crossed the line of death in the distance. Good guy. Looking at the tragic state of the guys behind him, Iger couldn't help but secretly panic, and his navy uniform was useless except for self-protection. This sniper didn't even change his mentality at all. It's so calm and chilling. Passively strolling through the bullet rain, Iger walked from the air to a wooden boat with only 2 men on it, one with a bald head and one with a skull tattoo on his arm. Pirates. Was it a pirate fight? With just one glance, Iger determined the identities of these people, and he still wanted to save them, but since they were pirates, there was no need. What the hell happened? Although I thought about not saving these guys, Iger still looked anxious, as if he didn't know their identities at all. Get out. Don't delay our escape. Even if you are a navy, you will definitely be unable to protect yourself in this place. The man with the skull tattoo looked anxious and cursed directly at Iger. The wood pulp in his hand slashed faster. Some. Chapter 368. First confrontation. Mysterious sniper. Boom. Before Iger could speak, the sound of gunshots from somewhere in the distance sounded again, directly blasting the head of the man with the skull tattoo. Boom. After a muffled sound, the skull-tattooed man's head suddenly looked like a watermelon. The flesh of the melon splashed, and then his body slowly fell into the boat. Iger reacted quickly, and secretly said that the thunder fruit was awakened. Almost at the same time, the whole person had completed the elementalization, and the whole body became a shining thunder and lightning. The blood foam that burst out even had no time to get close, and it was already baked into pieces of coke by the hot electric sparks. Boom. There was another gunshot, and just when Iger had just had time to elementalize his body to block the exploding blood foam, the sniper in the distance launched another attack. This time, it was the companion of the man with the skull tattoo, the bald man. Boom. There was the same muffled sound again, and the bald man's body also fell softly into a pool of blood. In just 1 second, the 2 people on the wooden boat that he landed on were all dead. Moreover, Iger also observed that he was standing on a ship that did not cross that line of death at all. That is to say, from walking out of the dog-headed warship to walking in the air to landing on this ship, everything is clearly seen in the eyes of that sniper. It's the same as shooting the prey by rubbing the side of the bullet with the bullet, and when I land on the boat, I kill these 2 guys when I'm questioning myself. It's all intentional by this guy. This sniper hiding in the dark is provoking himself. Iger has never been a good-natured person, and can even be said to be a rather belligerent guy, so this kind of provocation really just provoked Iger's anger. Iger just felt that the blood all over his body was madly agitating, one after another hitting his head. He raised his head and looked at the inland of Shiluabia village, and his eyes seemed to be bursting with flames. "You bastard, wait for me to catch you." He gritted his teeth and roared, and then waved his hand. A transparent invisible barrier unfolded in the air, standing upright on the beach, holding all the pirate wooden boats that were running away. Boom boom boom, bang bang bang. The sound of a few gunshots in the distance sounded again, and Iger could even feel that in the mid-air of Zilab village, the air that had cut through layers of air made a sharp whistling sound, and rushed straight to the shore, rowing a wooden boat. People who are ready to flee. However, just when the bullet penetrated the entire Zilab village and came to the coastline, as long as you go further, you can shoot and kill several of these deserters, but suddenly hit an invisible wall. It was originally a large caliber sniper bullet, and after being blessed with domineering, it was even able to shoot so far, and its speed was much higher than that of ordinary military sniper bullets, but it turned out to be so strangely stagnant in the air. The entire bullet was squeezed into pieces of metal by its powerful kinetic energy, and then slid to the ground weakly against the transparent wall. The rhythm of the bullets, which was originally very stable, would be fired every once in a while, suddenly stagnated for a while, as if thinking about what happened to this scene. Hey, you know how good I am. Iger raised his chest, raised his head, and pointed an upside-down thumb in the distance. Just you? How dare you kill someone in front of the navy? Iger said with great pride, but suddenly felt a chill on his forehead. That feeling is as if at this moment there is a vicious pirate standing in front of him, pointing his black muzzle at the center of his forehead. That is a kind of killing intent that comes from the muzzle of a gun. This sniper is staring at himself, feeling a hint of coldness and numbness between his eyebrows. Not only was Iger not afraid, but a provocative smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and then he hooked his fingers in the distance. The moment Iger raised his fingers towards the distant air, he suddenly felt the numb and icy killing intent on the center of his eyebrows suddenly becoming much more intense. Boom! There was another burst of gunshots. This time, Iger had an intuition to understand that this bullet was the sniper's intense killing intent wrapped in a domineering kill shot. The ferocious bullets ripped open the air above the entire Ziluabu village and opened up a faint black road in the almost endless air. This bullet is filled with almost all the arrogance and killing intent of the sniper, and it is a surefire shot that is fired. Even if it is the city wall of Halashi in front, he can blast it out of a pit. However, in front of it is not the city wall of Halashi, but a barrier of absolute defense. Boom! A loud bang exploded, and the transparent barrier between Iger and the sniper didn't even vibrate at all, and the sure kill shot on the opposite side was directly shot into a piece of copper cake. Tisk tisk tisk, you don't can't do it. Iger shook his head arrogantly while speaking to the sniper with a very slow speech rate. Come, shoot me, provoke me, I challenge you to, and you still can't hit me. Out of breath. You are not angry. Grumpy Ignatius, specializing in all kinds of dissatisfaction. The sound of gunfire suddenly fell silent, but Iger didn't dare to touch the barrier rashly until Iger saw the pirates around. One of them was one, and they all fled from his side, and the gunshot did not sound again. I guessed that the sniper might have given up. Iger waved his hand to release the transparent barrier. Then he exerted a little force under his feet, and the whole body turned into a blurred after image, and it rushed towards the tens of meters away in less than a second coastline. Boom! However, just as Iger used the shaver to wash up on the beach, the sniper far inland fired another shot. Call out! The ferocious bullet ripped apart the air and space again, drawing a faint black line in the air, pointing directly at Iger's head. Boom! There was no time to react, and everyone didn't have time to react. The bullet that cut through the sky hit Iger's head like this. Iggy! Garp let out a loud roar and was about to rush out when he suddenly realized something was wrong. The people who were hit in the head by normal people are all bullets, and part of their bodies will be blown up, but Iger, who is standing on the beach, is intact from head to toe. Even the bullet went in through Iger's forehead, and when it came out, it turned into a pool of molten iron. Chapter 369 Village Warrior Usopp Cheel la la la. One after another, tiny silver-white lightnings shot out from the holes in Iger's brain that had been pierced, and danced in the air with gorgeous electric lights, which were then absorbed by Iger's body. Safe and sound. After taking a sniper's fatal blow with his flesh, Iger is still safe and sound. Not only that, even the bullet that the sniper shot just now was melted into molten iron by the super high temperature arc the moment it passed through Iger's body. Iger smiled slightly, turned sideways, and took several steps to the side so that the pool of bullets that had just turned into molten iron appeared in the sniper's field of vision. Silence. Even if the sniper glared his eyes out now, Iger would definitely not be able to hear it, because Iger was the only one on the entire beach now. Of course, even if Iger is alone, he is still very sure that the current sniper must be looking at himself through the scope, and then grit his teeth and secretly hate why he missed this opportunity. A violent darkness surged into his heart, and Iger only felt a great sense of accomplishment enveloped him. He turned his head proudly and faced an upside-down thumb at the air in the distance. That's it. Shoot me again if you can. Silence. There was no more thunderous gunshots in the air, and the faint killing intent that had been locked on Iger's body completely disappeared. Iger knew that the mysterious sniper was gone. Snort. Dare to provoke me? When I know who you are, I will definitely beat you up. Iger took a breath out of his nose and eyes, snorted with disdain, and then returned to the dog-headed warship. Since this mysterious sniper was too dangerous, Iger decided to discuss it with Garp. After getting on the boat, Iger first reported to Garp the identity of the deserters at the beginning, and asked Garp to chase the escape pirates, which should not be far away at this moment, and Iger himself will take Khorasan and Lugo to land on Zilab Island. According to Iger's memory, this island should be the island where Miskaya and Usopp are located, where a little boy who likes to brag and a eldest daughter stage an island love story. In addition, this place should appear in 7 years. The former head of the Black Cat Pirates, who disguised as Miskaya's housekeeper hundreds of crows, is right, and as far as I know, on this island there should be no character with such terrifying sniping skills, etc. Isn't Usopp's father Jesus Bulletin the genius sniper of the red-haired pirates from this village? Could it be that Jesus Cloth is back? With such a big movement in the East China Sea, almost all the pirates on the Great Route are gathering towards the East China Sea, so it is not surprising that in this East China Sea, what kind of pirates can be encountered. But no matter what, the sniper just now was too dangerous. Even if he didn't mention it, Garp wouldn't let his weak crew go to the island to face such a terrifying guy. So after a simple negotiation, Garp decided to lead a team to capture the group of pirates who were fleeing scattered on the sea and investigate what happened on the island. And Iger, with Khorasan and Lugo, conducted an in-depth investigation on the island, and if possible possible cleaned up the extremely arrogant sniper just now. In this way, Iger took Khorasan and strode toward the depths of Zabro village. Walking in from the beach, Iger saw the classic piece of land along narrow slope between two highlands. Iger's impression of this place is quite deep. Back then, Luffy and Chloe had a decisive battle in this place, and Iger was so excited. This place is the entrance from the sea to Ziluabia village. The two highlands on the left and right form a natural ambush ground. Only when I really walk on this road can Iger feel that this place is really a natural danger. If there are pirates ready to land, then as long as you arrange an ambush on this road, it will definitely have a miraculous effect. You said. Iger looked at Khorasan and Ludo and asked curiously, if a pirate landed here and arranged an ambush on the two surrounding highlands, would it be difficult to get in? This place is simply the best natural fortification. Khorasan also looked at the steep highlands on both sides and couldn't help but admire. At this time, if there are pirates ambushing us, we will definitely not be able to eat and walk. Bold invaders, don't invade Shiluabia village again. Before Khorasan finished speaking, as if to confirm what he said, a young roar suddenly came from the high ground on both sides. Iger, Khorasan, and Law were startled and quickly tried to find the source of the sound. But just as the three of them looked around, the stones shot down from the high ground on both sides. Shhhhhhh. The stones slid through the air silently, drawing soft arcs in the air, and slowly smashed towards Iger and the others. Iger glanced at the stones without moving his eyelids, and he didn't intend to shoot but patted Ludo's head beside him and said softly, Ludo, come on, show your ability. Bang. Hearing Iger's words, Ludo snorted, then opened his palms, a white air swirled, and then a blue egg-shaped film directly enveloped the three and the stones. Room. After covering the stone and three people inside, Ludo's eyes looked at the three clusters of dust on the ground and then gently twirled his fingers. Pat. The three stones and the three balls of dust seemed to be caught by a pair of big hands in the dark and then suddenly changed their positions. In an instant, the stones that could have hit the three of Iger and the others suddenly pierced through. After passing the three bodies, they appeared on the ground. What? Seeing this scene, the ambush who was hiding on the high ground suddenly screamed and then seemed to give up the plan to block the three of Iger. After a rustling sound, the three of Iger heard the distance gradually going footsteps. What? It turns out to be a coward. Ludo pouted disdainfully. You two stay here, I'll go after him to see. Iger didn't continue. After leaving a sentence, the whole person shone into a thunder scoff. The flashing lightning ripped through the air instantly, and Iger caught up with him at a distance of tens of meters. Iger stretched out his hand and pressed directly on the back of the man's head, knocking him to the ground. But after subduing this man, Iger's eyes widened and he exclaimed, You are Usopp. Chapter 370 Invisible Death. Van Oka. Iger looked at the little figure he pressed to the ground in a daze. Although he said that his face was on the ground, he couldn't see his full face, but looking at his long tuna-like nose, his identity can already be determined. When the old thief Oda designed the character of Usopp, he got inspiration from the story of Pinocchio and designed a long nose for this guy who likes to lie and brag. The whole pirate world will never find anyone else. This nose is unique. There is no one else. So the moment Iger saw the nose, he instantly determined the identity of the guy who was pressed to the ground by him. This is too coincidental. A trace of surprise also flooded into Iger's eyes. This nose. I really want to laugh. You. How did you know my name? Compared with Iger, the brave sea warrior who was being held down really didn't know that much. Tears were pouring out of his eyes, and he asked with a cry in his voice, but he didn't wait for Iger to answer. He continued, I'm telling you, don't look at you pinning me to the ground now, but my reinforcements will be here soon. I advise you to let me go quickly, or you won't be able to eat for a while. Go. When Iger heard what Usopp said, he was instantly happy. This is really a familiar recipe, a familiar taste. Immediately, he was very playful, and a trace of anxiety appeared on his face. What are you talking about? You can see my uniform clearly. I am a navy, and I came to this island to investigate the pirates here. Come on, look at me. As Iger said, he stretched out his navy uniform to show Usopp. Seeing the reassuring pure white that represents justice, the nervous and scared expression on Usopp's face instantly calmed down, and his body that had been tensed due to tension also relaxed. You are a navy. Damn, isn't this a misunderstanding? I thought you were pirates who entered the village. After all, I am the guard of this village. Then can you let me go? When he heard that this guy was a navy, Usopp subconsciously felt safe, and he blew his hair for a while, bragging with Iger. However, Iger knew too much how Usopp usually spoke, and he wouldn't tell the truth unless he was a little scary. But what, you know? Iger's words changed, and he instantly put on a perverted smile. Although I am a navy, I like to peel off lying children to life and then the meat is cooked and eaten. Usopp, who had already relaxed, was stunned when he heard Iger's words and seemed to spend a few seconds reflecting what Iger was saying. Then, his entire entire face turned from yellow to green as if it had faded, and then the green turned into blue within a few seconds, and then turned into purple. After a change of color, Usopp finally reacted. "This guy is a devil. Ah, hell, don't eat me. I never lie. Don't eat me." His eyes suddenly burst out like fountains, bursting out of Usopp's eye sockets. He was struggling like a fish that had just been picked up from the sea, but no matter how hard he struggled, he was locked by Iger, pressed to the ground. Seeing that his struggles had no effect at all, he panicked even more, and his cry was about to penetrate the sky. But Iger did not soften his heart because of this pitiful appearance, but smiled slightly and continued, "I heard that the nose of the deceived child will become longer. You must have been lying since you were a child with such a long nose. A repeat offender. I'm going to arrest you and eat you." "Oh, that's natural. It's natural. Don't eat me. I'm not lying. You believe me? Why don't you ask me a question and see if I'm lying?" Usopp is about to freak out. This guy is really a pervert, like a hungry ghost who often eats people. For the first time in his life, Usopp couldn't think of bluffing but wanted to embrace the truth and could not wait to tell everything he knew. "Okay, since you said that, I'll ask you a question." Seeing Usopp's appearance, Iger knew that his goal had been achieved and asked the question he was going to ask. "As early as when I saw this Usopp, I already knew that my normal questioning would not yield a serious result at all, so I used such a terrifying way to question people. You said, what happened recently on this island? I can tell you that the large troops of our navy have already begun to investigate around. If I know that you lied to me, he. Seeing Iger's smirk, Usopp's soul was about to fly away. Where would he still have the heart to make up lies? Immediately he swore an oath. I swear, if I lie to you, I will be struck by lightning." Iger let go of Usopp and sat opposite him, looking at him quietly, waiting for him to tell what happened on the island. "It's like this." Usopp sat cross-legged with a serious expression and began to speak slowly. "Things still have to go back a month or so. At that time, an earth-shattering event happened in the East China Sea. The heavenly dragon man, Hamuk, was killed. Moreover, the one who killed him, who was a child of God, was the sea god, the god of the sea. At the same time, there was also a rumor from the Goa kingdom that the super gem named Sea God was a peerless treasure comparable to One Piece. And because of this piece of news, all kinds of vicious pirates in the Great Route are all madly gathering towards the East China Sea. And among the many pirates, there are only a few who came to this village of Zilab. Although this Ziluabu village is not very big, there is a family of rich people who can be said to be ranked in the entire East China Sea, the Keio family. Originally, the pirates came here just to take a break, but when they saw the wealth of the Keio family, they couldn't run anymore. As a result, several groups of pirates lived here, preparing to snatch property and kill each other for property. Among these pirates, there is one of the most terrifying guys. Everyone has never seen him, but he is always threatened with death by him. He's a lone sniper hiding in the dark named Van Oka. Chapter 371, Vicious Pirate, True Identity. "So, you mean, there are several pirates in this place, all staring at the property of the Keio family?" Iger summed up what Usopp meant and asked with his eyes wide open. Hearing Usopp's description just now, Iger had an understanding of the general situation above the village of Zilab. The background is still the background of the treasure of the sea god, which caused many pirates to come out of the Great Route, and swarms gathered in this East China Sea, causing many islands to suffer. And this Ziluabu village has attracted a large number of pirates because of the rich family of Keia. Originally, there were many pirates who wanted to go directly to the door to rob, but there were too many pirates who were also pirates. The dog bites the dog, and no one grabbed these properties. Instead, they became each other's bodyguards for the Keio family. And the reason why the Keio family can still live well when there are many pirates dancing around is due to a guy who is not a pirate at all. That guy's name is Krabat, who was originally just a businessman who was shipwrecked near Shirobia village, but was saved by the kind-hearted Miss Keia. As a result, I really did not expect that this seemingly gentle businessman is actually a super tough guy. Every time a passing pirate landed here and made the idea of the Keio family, they would choose to rob them directly. After all, this family is just a business guy, and no one thinks they will use any combat power. But what they didn't expect was that just when their robbery was at a critical moment, the businessman would always show up and get rid of those robbery pirates in just a few minutes. After going back and forth, Krabat became acquainted with the Keio family, and was even taken in by Keia's father as a shrewd and capable housekeeper. With the arrival of Krabat, although the situation facing the Keio family has not been resolved, at least they no longer have to worry about their own safety. The villagers on the island felt this way and knew that person was coming. That man was Van Oka. In fact, no one has seen his real person, and everyone knows his name through the same way, a letter or a notice letter. On the first day he came to Zilab village, he left a letter at all the pirates' locations, and the contents were all surprisingly consistent. "Pirates, don't covet the talents descendants of the Koyo family because they are destined to belong to me, Van Oka. This immediately detonated the emotions of all the pirates, and all the pirates were excited for a while, vowing to find this guy named Van Oka tied to a pillar and burned alive. However, starting from the second day, the pirates received one after another notice letters from this Van Oka, all of which were threats like you are limited to leave within 2 days or you will be destroyed. Naturally, how could the arrogant pirates believe the threat of a coward who dare not show his face at all? After receiving the threatening letter, all the members of the pirate group were eagerly guarding the camp, fully armed, holding weapons and shouting slogans, waiting for the Van Oka who dared to provoke all the pirate groups. However, that night they did not wait for anyone. Just when everyone scorned and was about to finish work and eat, the guy who scolded the most suddenly fell to the ground in a thunder. Everyone was surprised to turn around to check the situation, but suddenly found that this guy had a big hole in his chest, and around no one can be seen at all. That night was definitely the most unforgettable night for everyone. Even if everyone did not escape the bullets that came from nowhere and turned into corpses, they would never forget the fear of that night. Nowhere to hide, nowhere to escape, even hiding in tents, hiding behind rocks, or running a few kilometers away. Absolutely no one is safe from death. Everyone, from Van Oka, everyone in the pirate group who was ready to clean up him was shot and killed overnight. Everyone's chest is an extremely consistent bullet hole. Where there is a first there is a second, and where there is a second there is a third. Day by day, the sun rises every morning, and people will find that the pirate group originally stationed in Ziluabia village will be reduced by one. Every day is like this. It's said and done. This guy has only been here for a week, and 7 pirates have already been poisoned by him. An extremely strong panic spread wildly among the pirates, and even infected the innocent villagers. No way, even if there are fewer pirates, the way they were destroyed is too tragic, so it is difficult for people not to rush to him and be afraid that he will attack him. Sure enough, just yesterday, after he once again dealt with the pirate group, he finally showed his fangs to the Koyo family. A threatening letter has been sent to Koyo's house saying that if the property is not handed over, everyone will die. With the fear accumulated by the previous ferocious methods, this letter has become quite convincing. The Koyo family is in a panic now, and they don't know how to deal with this Van Oka. It was probably like this. After listening to Usopp's description, Iger was also quite surprised. I originally thought that this place would at most meet the powerful pirate who was still young. Hundreds of clues, but who knew that such a small village of Shirobue would be so chaotic that even Van Oka came here. No wonder I always felt that the mysterious sniper just now felt a little vicious. It turns out that this guy is also a pirate. Who is Van Oka? That is the number 3 captain and sniper of the Blackbeard Pirates, a super genius level sniper from the East China Sea. He always wears a strange hat, has a blindfold on his right eye, has a long face, wears a black cloak, and has been holding a world-famous gun called 1000 Guns. When he first appeared, he shot a seagull hundreds of kilometers away from the roof of the west coast of the pressurized island. Even Usopp, who saw this kind of thing with his own eyes, felt that this kind of thing was absolutely impossible because the pressure island could not be seen at all from the position of the seagulls. It can be said that this is a ferocious pirate with super powerful strength but also a super bad personality. Chapter 372 Cravat Disguise. It was him. Iger nodded with a thoughtful look on his face. He didn't expect that the property of the Koyo family could attract pirates of this level. This had to make Iger face up to the strength of another person. Cravat. This name may not even be remembered by Senior Haimai, but if you mention his other name, it will definitely be loud. Hundreds of clones. This is his name on the East China Sea. Although it was said that he was defeated by Luffy a long time ago, his intelligence quotient enough to overwhelm most of the pirates in the world, as well as his extremely fast movement, are definitely seriously underestimated strength. At the beginning, this person was also stranded on the coast of Ziluabia village because of a shipwreck. He happened to be rescued by Koyo's family. She lurked in Koyo's house for 3 years with an absolutely forbearing personality, just to conspire to kill her parents. Take his property. This is an absolute conspirator, and at the same time an absolute tough guy. When he uses an extremely fast pace, the speed can even be comparable to the Navy's 6th style shave. What's more powerful is that his steps do not make any sound at all, which is a subordinate skill of a powerful assassination technique. According to the urination of the system, a guy like this that has not been fully developed in the original book will definitely be strengthened to the greatest extent and in all directions. Even the most impressive cat shadow walk in the original book may only be a small part of his entire skill pool. This guy is very likely to be well versed in various assassination techniques, fighting techniques. His body has undergone inhuman training, and there is even a 120% chance that he has learned two-color domineering, especially in this world where everyone has been strengthened in their own characteristics, and the degree of strengthening is impossible to estimate. This guy's strength is likely to be strengthened to the limit. Iger really didn't expect that Chloe, who should have been living on the beach in Zilab village 7 years later, was actually 7 years ahead of schedule because of his own trick to summon the Sea Kings. This is really interesting. Igmar rubbed his chin as if he had remembered something again, flicked Usopp's nose, and asked softly, "Then how did you know this?" In fact, you don't need to think about it to know that Usopp, an ordinary villager child, can know the family affairs of the big families in the village, and Miss Kaya, who has been friends with Usopp since childhood, must have told him personally. Sure enough, as soon as Iger asked this question, Usopp's face immediately turned red. He raised his hand and scratched the back of his head and said a little embarrassedly, "These are all. Miss Kaya from the Ya family told me that she has been in poor health since she was a child. Although she is now 7 or 8 years old, she still cannot walk by herself. I sit by his window and tell him stories every day." Good guy. Iger really feels like he has been fed a mouthful of dog food. The two of them have known each other since they were young, and since that time, this guy has been telling stories to Koya. The good guy has been talking about it for 10 years. This guy is not lying, and this imagination is enough for Iger to give him a thumbs up. "Then let me tell you something you don't know." Iger calmed down a little, put his mouth to Usopp's ear, and said softly, "Actually, that Krabbit is the one I'm working on." Pursued target. What? How is that possible? Usopp took a deep breath after hearing this, covered his mouth tightly with his hands. His eyes widened. Isn't he a businessman? How could he be a pirate? You haven't even seen him. You don't need to worry about these. Those are the news inside our navy. Iger waved his hand to signal Usopp not to panic and let himself finish his words first. What is certain now is that the good man Krabbit, who reciprocates the favor, is also one of the pirates who are eyeing your little girlfriend's property. It's just that this guy is so smart that you didn't find it. It's impossible. The young Usopp still had a hard time believing this fact and kept shaking his head, recalling the deeds of Krabbit. He is a good man who reciprocates, helping the Kaya family to solve the pirates several times. How could it be a bad guy? It seems to be a dog who is loyal to its owner, and it is very likely to protect food. Iger narrowed his eyes and said faintly, "He is just to protect this property from being taken away by others." That's it? Iger's words made Usopp speechless. He looked up at the pure white uniform Iger was wearing, and knew that what the man in front of him was saying was definitely not a lie. "I really don't want to accept this fact. If you don't believe me, take me to visit Koya's house." Iger also saw Usopp's embarrassment. After all, it was too early and cruel for him to accept this fact when he was young, but the fact was that he had to understand it, not only for his growth but also for the safety of Kaya's parents and Kaya herself. "This trip, you have to go. If you don't go, you have to go." And he also believed that for Kaya's safety, Usopp would be willing to take him to visit the Kaya family. Iger's eyes were burning, and he looked straight into Usopp's eyes. The latter also looked straight into the eyes of the Navy, as if he was judging whether this person was lying. After a long time, Usopp took a deep sigh and said with some confusion, "If you admit the wrong person, can Kaya and I still be friends?" You know, Kaya and Usopp's identities are very different. Even being friends is not supported by Kaya's parents. What Usopp can do is to sneak up on Kaya's window. Just talk to her. That's the relationship. If this Navy failed to find out that Krabbit during today's trip, then he and Kaya really won't have even this little connection. "Because I don't have that face at all, then sit on the branch by the Kaya window." Hearing this question, Iger didn't hesitate at all, and answered without hesitation, "If I don't admit the wrong person, then in the future, the murderer of Kaya's parents and even Kaya herself will be yours." One sentence, short and powerful, without explanation, just explained, let Usopp's cold sweat spread all over his body. Usopp never thought of this before. "Okay, I'll take you there." Chapter 373. Not to be seen. Usopp, don't worry, I have my way. Ig brought Usopp back to the narrow road to join Khorasan and the two of them, and said to Usopp as they walked, "As long as you can hold your breath, that guy will show his feet naturally." "Oh," Usopp responded in a low voice, not knowing what he was thinking. Iger took Usopp and explained the situation to Khorasan and Luo, and told the two to investigate Van Oka's trace, while himself and Usopp were to solve the Krabbit problem. According to the note left by Van Oka, tonight is probably the time for him to start, and his goal is also the Kaya family. If he is going to visit Kaya's house, he naturally wants to protect Kaya, but Iger didn't plan to take the initiative to defeat this Van Oka. He wanted to give Chloe an opponent that he needed to pay attention to all the time, and then show his feet when the property might be taken away. Even when Van Oka launched an attack tonight, it might be possible to kill Crow directly. The two walked side by side, and after crossing the narrow road at the mouth of the sea, they had already entered the range of Shiluabya village. The Kaya family lives in the center of the entire Zilab village. No matter where she goes, close to her house. It's not far, but it's not too close. It takes a few streets to get there. And just as the two of them crossed the street, they met two children head-on. Although Iger and Usopp were children in appearance, Iger's seemingly young body contained the soul of an adult. So for Iger, there were two children walking in front of him, one with glasses and the other with a snot. Yo, isn't this Usopp? Finished today's mission? As soon as we met, the kid with glasses had a very bad tone, came over and bumped Usopp on the shoulder, and then glanced at Iger in uniform. You're new here. Why are you playing such a boring game with him? Brave Navy and Sea Warrior? I'm laughing to death. Why don't you go and clean up those pirates in the village? Why don't you arrest that Van Oka? Get up. What do you know this person is? As soon as he heard the words of the two people who came to find fault, Usopp suddenly became angry and quickly opened his nostrils to defend, but was covered by Iger next to him. Van Oka, I will solve it later. Now we have something to do. If you don't want to be beaten, get out of the way. Iger frowned and said impatiently. After he finished speaking, he dragged Usopp directly into the two people who were in the way and walked away. The glasses kid and the snot kid obviously didn't think of such a thing. They were stunned for a moment, then looked back at the silhouettes of the two people who were far away and invariably compared a grimace, shouting from a distance, liar cloth, use yours. Go and save the world. Are you alright? Iger turned his head to look at Usopp and found that the latter was clenching his teeth hard at this moment. His fists were tightly clenched into a ball. Obviously he had endured to the limit. However, he did not burst out, but after taking a deep breath, he let it out slowly and said in a calm tone, it's okay, let's go. Speechless all the way, Usopp lowered his head all the way in silence, and Ig ignored him when he talked to him and walked quickly. Along the way, Iger noticed that the surrounding shops, merchants, and other people, but anyone who saw Usopp passing by with their windows open, pointed at this kid, and there was a vague expression in their expressions. Disdain. It seems that this guy is not welcome in the whole village. Iger was suddenly a little worried about this trip to Kaya's house. After a while, the ordinary dense buildings on both sides gradually turned into empty gardens, and right in front of the two, a tall and richly decorated European-style mansion appeared in front of the two. It's here. Usopp pointed to the big house to Iger. The corners of his mouth drooped, and he could see his unhappiness at a glance. I see. This time, we don't need to sneak in anymore. We can walk in openly. Iggy patted his shoulder and said softly. Without dawdling, the two of them strode to the door of the house and rang the doorbell directly. Ding dong, ding dong. Usopp was a little nervous and seemed to be thinking about what to say when facing Kaya for a while. If Kaya came to open the door for him, how should he greet him so that it wouldn't look like a price drop? However, things are always beyond his expectations. The man who came to open the door was a man in a suit and leather shoes. As he walked, he bent his hand into a grasping shape and pushed his glasses with the base of his palm. Iger recognized the sign's action at a glance. This man in a suit looks like a dog and has this strange posture of pushing his glasses, and he is one of the two opponents that Iger wants to solve today. Crow, or rather, Crabbit, what's the matter with the two of you? Crow walked to the iron fence and asked while pushing his glasses. When he saw two children, his face suddenly became impatient. Just yesterday, Mr. Kaya's house received a threatening letter from Van Oka saying that he would hand over all his property, otherwise everyone in the house would die. Master Kaya was taken aback because the things that Van Oka did before were so terrifying. He quickly ordered himself to organize to resist the attack of this terrifying sniper. However, until now, I have not thought of any useful method to prevent Van Oka from taking all the property away. He couldn't even escape from that terrifying bullet, let alone protect the Kaya family. When he was thinking of a solution, these two little devils came to knock on the door. Of course, he was quite impatient, seeing that the sky is going to get dark. If we don't solve this matter quickly, everything will be over. How can I still have the heart to greet these two children? Thinking of sending these two children away quickly, Crow was just about to say something when he heard the kid in the navy uniform across the iron fence door say, "You're the housekeeper of this house." "I'm the navy. The people sent to help you. I can make you resist Van Oka's sniping." What Chloe had just said suddenly choked in his throat, and he thought for a moment, then squatted down and looked directly into Iger's eyes and said softly, "Little brother, I know you want to protect Miss Kaya, but this is not the case here. A playground for kids." Before Crow could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Iger. "I'm not kidding. Van Oka's bullet can't penetrate my barrier." Chapter 374. There is something at home. Please come back. Van Oka's bullets can't penetrate his barrier. The delicate Crow activated his extremely developed brain in an instant, and the whole brain started to run like a computer. The amount of information in this sentence can be said to be quite large. First of all, why is this guy targeting Van Oka? Originally, when he saw this kid wearing a pure white navy uniform, he thought that this guy was a prop costume that he didn't know where to find it. He wanted started to dress himself up as a navy to play games. After all, this guy is following the legendary Usopp. This navy brat may not have seen this guy who is full of lies, but he sees this guy every day. If it wasn't for his master, that is, Miss Kaya's father, he specially asked him, or he could beat him 8 times a day. Good guy sneaked in from the back door of my house every day and then sat on the tree by Miss Kaya's window, and the two of them began to tell stories. They have been telling stories since the day they came here, not every day. Heavy. Acting with such a guy, it's hard not to doubt the veracity of what he's saying. However, after this sentence was said, I can't penetrate his barrier, which made Crow feel that things were not so simple. The barrier that bullets can't penetrate. Crow exhausted all possibilities and only thought of a situation that might appear to this child. Devil fruit. The only thing that can make a bullet that can penetrate the city wall helpless is the ability of the devil fruit, but for such a small child, possessing a devil fruit is really suspicious. How are you going to prove it? After thinking for a while, Crow decided to let Iger prove himself. Iger naturally expected that this guy would not be able to trust him easily, so he had already made preparations, and with a simple move, a transparent barrier was formed in the air, standing between Crow and himself. You should have a gun. Try it and you'll know. Shrugging indifferently, Iger said to Crow. After listening to Iger's words, Crow didn't hesitate. He slowly stretched his right hand to his waist and pulled out a black pistol. It was already sunset, and the light in the air gradually became dim, and the whole world seemed to have become a huge silhouette. It took a few seconds for Crow to identify the transparent barrier in the darkness, and then slowly raised the pistol, the black muzzle aimed straight at Iger's head. Immediately afterwards, without giving the two a chance to react, Crow pulled the trigger directly. Boom! The sound of gunshots sounded like a blast of thunder, echoing in the entire yard for a long time, but the bullet that Crow's eyes had been locked on was crushed into a flat piece by its own kinetic energy almost as soon as it came out of the chamber. What happened? The people in the distance were suddenly pushed away, and it was obvious that the people in Jiiko were alarmed by the sound of gunfire, but Crow ignored him, but stared blankly at the transparent barrier in front of him, his facial muscles twitching. There is no other reason, just because he had just wrapped his domineering bullets on purpose, and he didn't even leave any marks on that barrier. Even at the moment when it was hit by the bullet, the barrier that looked like a glass plate didn't even tremble at all. This barrier is far more powerful than I imagined. This Navy boy can really solve the Oka crisis that the Koya family is currently facing, and no one will be sacrificed. But he has also arranged a plan to confront or use Van Oka, that is, wait until midnight, let that crazy person kill all the family, and he has already found a substitute and put it at home, along with the Koya family. Lord die together. In this way, with the advantage of distance, you can definitely grab all the property. Therefore, I don't need the help of this Navy at all, let alone let them in. Hey, look and see, and fight. Can you let me in? Am I waiting? Seeing that Crow was reluctant to open the door for himself, Iger was also a little impatient and urged. Chloe, who was escaping, heard Iger's voice, but pretended not to hear it. His eyes still stayed on the barrier, and his mouth kept admiring. While Chloe was thinking about how to deal with Iggy, Usopp on the side was looking deeply at Chloe inside the door. He couldn't believe it. That guy who found out that he was sneaking in every day, but just smiled and never chased him away, was actually a bad guy. He is obviously a very gentle person. It turned out to be a villain who covets the property of Kaya's family. Usopp gritted his teeth and lowered his head to prevent Crow from seeing his eyes, but the corners of his mouth were biting fiercely, preventing himself from making a sound. Iger had explained that he could not reveal his doubts about Crow. Frowning his brows, Iger was really impatient. Just as he was about to speak, he saw a straight figure in the same suit and leather shoes walking over from behind Chloe, and an old voice came out of his mouth. Crabatle, what's going on? How did I hear the gunshots? What are you doing to frighten Koya? Besides, what are these two kids doing? While speaking, the tall figure had already approached. Iger took a closer look and saw that this was a middle-aged man with neatly combed blonde hair. He could see fine wrinkles around the corners of his eyes and around his nose, and the eyebrows and eyes were somewhat similar to Kaya in his impression. If nothing else, this should be Kaya's father. Hello, Kaya's father. Iger was about to open his mouth to introduce himself to Kaya's father, but was interrupted by Chloe's voice. Hearing the words of Kaya's father, this guy turned around and bowed slightly to the latter, then interrupted Iger's unfinished words with a very humble and polite tone. Master, these two a kid who helped us fend off Van Oka. When speaking, he deliberately bit the word child very hard, as if to emphasize the identities of these two people, and Kaya's father also ignored what Iger said just now. After listening to what Chloe said, he turned his eyes to Iger and Usopp outside the door. Are you Usopp? The moment he saw Usopp, Kaya's father's expression changed instantly, and his tone became cold several times. I'm sorry, there is something at home today. Please come back. go. Chapter 375 Just because of you. No negotiation. I'm really sorry. Two little friends go back first today. After Kaya's father said this expressionlessly, he was about to take Kay back to the house, not wanting to have any more communication with the two of them. Please wait, uncle. Seeing that Kaya's father didn't intend to let the two of them in, Usopp became anxious and shouted quickly, and when he saw that Kaya's father did not stop because of this, he was even more anxious. His voice also increased several times. We're not here to play today. We're here to protect Koya. The man next to me is a navy who can protect you all from Van Oka. Hearing this sentence, Kaya's father finally stopped, and just as Usopp's face was smiling, he heard a somewhat contemptuous response from Kaya's father. Usopp, I can allow you sneak in every day because you can really make Kaya happy, but in this case, you did go a little too far. Obviously, Koya's father didn't believe Usopp's words. Hearing his response, Usopp was stunned at first. His expression was obviously lost, and he didn't know what to say for a while. Seeing that Usopp didn't speak, the corner of Kaya's father's back turned his mouth with a trace of disdain, and then said, also, the problem Kaya is facing today is not depression, but a real death threat. I hope you don't playing this kind of trick. If something happens to Kaya, you have no law to make up for it. Boom. In a word, like a heavy hammer, it hit Usopp directly on the chest. Hearing such words from his dream father-in-law, the young Usopp suddenly lost his soul and lost both eyes. Focus. Iger looked at Usopp's reaction and sighed secretly. It seems that this Usopp usually has no credibility in this village, but in the same way, Iger didn't have a good impression of this Kaya's father. Dare this guy acquiesced in allowing Usopp to come in just to use this guy's rich imagination to tell Kaya's stories to make her happy. No kidding, like that. If I put aside Iggy's temper, I would scold him a few times, then turn around and leave. But today, his purpose is to protect Kaya's safety, and he must enter this door today. Father Kaya, let me state first, I am the Navy, and I discovered the trace of this Van Oka only after receiving internal news. I came here today to stop his atrocities. Iger really suppressed his anger and reasoned with Kaya's father in a good voice, but before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted again by Kaya's father. This child, I think you are a little bit familiar. Maybe it's a new child. Kaya's father's tone was also quite tough, full of unquestionable meaning. I advise you not to learn from the child next to you. It's broken. Go home. Boom. This time, the bang was no longer the damage caused by the heavy hammer to Usopp, but the sound that really happened. The huge sound directly attracted the attention of everyone present. Everyone followed the sound and saw Usopp's face buried in the darkness on the iron railing. Seeing this scene, Kaya's father suddenly swallowed what he wanted to say, and there was a trace of complexity in his eyes, some surprise, some regret, and some hesitation. Uncle, Usopp yelled directly at Kaya's father, do you really think that I would make fun of Kaya's life? I would not worry about Kaya's safety at such a dangerous time. Do you play by yourself? Although Usopp's roar was still immature, the will in it was quite hard and loud, and for a while, both Chloe and Kaya's father were shocked and speechless. Of course I know that people like me can only sneak in, but this time, please believe me, I am serious. I really brought someone who can save Kaya's life. Kaya's father never thought that Usopp, who seemed to be glib on weekdays, would actually be able to say such words. Looking into Usopp's eyes, he suddenly felt a firm will agitate in it. This kid is serious. Kaya's father's tense face suddenly relaxed a little. Maybe what this young man said was true, because there was only sincerity in his eyes. Seeing this scene, Chloe on the side cried out inwardly, if this goes on like this, Kaya's father may really believe these two little devils. Thinking like this, Crow hurriedly leaned into Kaya's father's ear and said softly, Master, I tested the child's ability with a pistol just now. It's still a little difficult to hold that guy's bullets, but don't worry, I have already thought of a perfect plan, and it has been arranged. There will be no problem. Oh, is that so? After listening to Chloe's words, Kaya's father suddenly looked happy and quickly turned to look at Chloe. Of course. Chloe nodded and smiled. Of course, the plan is very comprehensive, and the arrangement is also arranged, so there will be no problem, but it means that there is no problem with getting the property. That's the best way. Kaya's father clapped his palm, thinking that his housekeeper is really too reliable. He immediately turned his head and said to the two children outside the door, Children, I appreciate your kindness, but my housekeeper has arranged everything. You should hide in a safe place to avoid hurting you by mistake. After he finished speaking, he was ready to take Chloe back to the house. Chloe followed behind Kaya's father, turned back and smiled slightly at Iger and Usopp. For some reason, the two of them could always see the weirdness in that smile. Knowing that this guy is a bad guy, how could Usopp endure it? He grabbed the iron railing in front of him, squeezed his head into the gap of the railing, and roared at the back of Kaya's father, who was walking away. Uncle, you can't trust him. That guy, he's a pirate. No. Saying this sentence, not only Kaya's father and Chloe, but also Iger next to him were taken aback. "You guy, didn't you say it's okay not to talk about this? You will only do the opposite," Iggy growled inwardly. Sure enough, hearing this sentence, Kaya's father stopped again, but this time his voice was full of anger. "Usopp, this is my housekeeper. It's not your turn to dictate. Being able to come in and slander others, that's why I don't want you to come in, you know." Chapter 376. "I'm sorry, I've already entered this door. It's because of you that I don't want you to come in, you know." Kaya's father's sullen voice echoed at the door for a long time, and it also lingered in Usopp's heart for a long time, lingering for a long time. He lowered his head and looked at the tattered sandals on his feet. For some reason, the self-confidence that belonged to a man, which had been managed with great difficulty since childhood, collapsed into scum in an instant. His vision began to blur, and he felt his eyes were hot, his cheeks were cool, and he licked his tongue, salty. He covered his mouth tightly, otherwise he would make a little noise, but his trembling body betrayed the emotional agitation in his heart at this moment. "It hurts so much. Even if I am a child whose father has left the country, even if my father does not send so much money to my family every month, even if I am just an ordinary villager in Ziluabia village, even if he is the richest person in the entire Ziluabia village, even if his property can be spread all over the East China Sea, even if he lives in a luxurious mansion that is incompatible with the entire Ziluabia village, even if I always tell some lies, I always brag, could it be that his sincere good intentions should be trampled by him recklessly?" Usopp couldn't find any reason why he could trample himself, but at the same time he also found that he couldn't find any reason why he didn't. Powerless. He just felt powerless. Not only was he weak in his heart, but even his body seemed to be drained of all his strength in an instant. He only felt that his whole body was limp, and he could only squat down slowly so that he would not look so embarrassed. And these were clearly seen by Iger's eyes. Looking at Usopp's appearance, Iger didn't know why he felt an inexplicable pain in his heart. I don't know if he thought of the memory of his previous life. Iger suddenly felt a nameless fire ignited wildly from the bottom of his heart and then all the way along his veins, burning all over his body. He absolutely can't stand the child he likes, such a lovely child, being treated like this by an uncle who doesn't know him. "Father Kaya, there are some things you can't say like that." Iger's voice was not as hysterical as Usopp's, but the anger contained in the language, with the domineering arrogance of the overlord, made everyone feel it clearly. Of course, to Koya's father, even if this Iger was wearing a navy uniform, he was just a child playing a house. Who cares about the emotions of a little kid who doesn't know each other? Especially, this child is still standing next to a liar king. Kaya's father strode forward, completely ignoring Iger's words, and didn't care what the little guy could do. Crow, who was walking behind Kaya's father, had no plans to look back at all. A child, the fruit's ability is still a complete defensive type of barrier ability. Even if he is a real navy, it is impossible to open this iron door. As long as he can't get in, absolutely no one can interfere with his plan. What they didn't know was that the two of them completely ignored Iger's attitude, that silent indifference, but thoroughly angered Iger, who had endured and endured again and again. Dark fruit, awaken. With a light drink in his mouth, Iger stared at the seemingly solid steel fence in front of him, raised his not generous palm, and aimed at the ground under the railing. It seems that I was inspired by Iger, and the already dim sky turned completely dark very quickly, and it seemed that everything was swallowed into the darkness, and at the same time, it was crazy towards the iron fence. Doors come together. Hum. For a while, the space vibrated gently, and a dense darkness that could not be opened at all gathered together under the iron fence gate, and it was already spinning at an astonishing speed. After a while, the black mass could no longer see the traces of rotation, and the shape of the entire black mass became extremely regular, as if it was a black round mirror quietly sticking to the ground. Boom. Immediately afterwards, under Iger's instruction, a strong gravitational force erupted violently from the depths of the black round mirror just below the iron fence gate. Creak creak. Almost instantly, the fence gate made of welded iron bars made a crumbling sound, as if it was deformed by a strong big hand. The sudden and strange voice immediately attracted the attention of Kaya's father and Crow. The two of them turned around abruptly, but they were surprised to find that the strong iron gate that could isolate all the pirates from the outside had been twisted. Look, just a few short steps away. What the hell did this kid do? Hey, what are you doing? Compared with Chloe, Kaya's father's reaction was even more intense. He immediately jumped into a rage, roaring in his mouth, and was about to walk back to the door to reason with the two little devils. However, just as Kaya's father took a few steps, he was suddenly grabbed by Chloe's arm. When he turned around, Chloe reminded him to look at the ground. Kaya's father heard the words and looked to the ground. After watching it carefully for a while, he realized that there was a small black hole just a few meters in front of him. This is. Kaya's father and Chloe looked at each other. No one knew how this guy, the kid in the navy uniform, uniform did this. Especially Crow's heart is full of horror. Is this also his ability? How can it be? Isn't his ability a barrier? And in the moment when the two of them hesitated, the two heavy iron gates of Ya's family, which were built with a lot of money, were kneaded into a ball like noodles and disappeared into the black hole with a puff. My door. Kaya's father watched with a heartache as his door disappeared, but he couldn't do anything. He could only ask Iggy loudly, "Is there a navy like you? Destroy the property of the residents privately. Believe it or not, I will report you to the East China Sea Navy." In the face of Kaya's father's questioning, Iggy didn't care, but responded with a contemptuous sneer. "Do you remember that I'm a navy at this time? That's great, otherwise I'll be worried that you think I'm a rogue. Your current behavior is no different from a hooligan. You pay me, otherwise I will report you." Kaya's father also lost his mind and pointed at Iger's nose and roared, "Report me? You may have nowhere to report it." Iger slowly closed the black hole and responded gently, "I'm so sorry, I've settled in this door today." Chapter 377 Defeat him and show you. "Today, this door." I entered. Iggy's voice was loud, and it echoed in the ears of Koya's father and Chloe for a long time, making them both a little confused. Too arrogant. These two have never seen anyone as arrogant as this Navy kid. Before they came up to say a few words, the host had clearly refused their entry. It stands to reason that as a guest, you should obviously go back to the house obediently. But this guy didn't. This guy just chose to start a fire with Kaya's father. His master didn't pay attention to it because of his self-restraint. As a result, this guy just demolished the door. What kind of rogue is this Nima? Shouldn't a child who grew up in a rogue block become a pirate? Why are you wearing a Navy uniform? Aren't you afraid of embarrassing the Navy? What did you say? Kaya's father was shaking with anger, and he couldn't even point his fingers at Iggy's head. "Do you dare to say it again?" I was really mad at him. Ever since he came to this Ziluabia village, Kaya's father had never met such an unreasonable person. Even the pirates who stayed here to rob him these days are more reasonable than him. Iger naturally didn't care about Kaya's father's questioning and stared straight at the latter's angry eyes. His tone was extremely flat, as if he was talking about an uncontroversial matter. "I demolished all the doors. Isn't this yard just wanting to enter? Rogues. You are all rogues." Kaya's father only felt black in front of his eyes, turned his head and shouted at Usopp, "I knew it. The kindness I showed you before was of no use at all. Pirates' children are destined to be just a bad guy." Boom. Kaya's father, who had lost his mind, was about to start cursing indiscriminately, but halfway through his words, he was interrupted by an incomparably huge roar. A terribly large shadow with a sharp arc instantly crossed a distance of several meters and rubbed Kaya's father's cheek. Kaya's father was instantly stunned, and his round eyes slanted to the side of his temples. A sharp pain spread from between his temples, and at the same time, he felt a thick and warm liquid flow out of his cheeks. Subconsciously reaching out and wiping it under the nose, it was a salty and fresh bloody smell. But he didn't exclaim, because when he was about to scream, he was frightened by a loud noise behind him and held back. He turned back a little dumbly and saw that the sycamore tree, which was more than 20 meters high and 1 meter thick, was planted in the doorway, and it was directly broken by the middle. A distorted black shadow fell on the ground, and then the light in the house was revealed from the window, and Kaya's father could clearly see what it was. "That is the iron gate that was swallowed into the black hole by this Navy kid just now." Looking back again, I saw the boy who was originally just a calm face. At this moment his expression was as gloomy as iron, and his eyes were staring straight at himself, and those eyes were full of anger that could burn like a sea of fire. I don't know why. He's obviously just a nasty little devil who is not worth mentioning, but when he looked at him, Kaya's father actually had a feeling of wanting to worship from the bottom of his heart. "Father Kaya, I just treated you as an elder, and I didn't say anything to you out of politeness," Iger said in the air, and every word could form a sharp ice ball. "But if you talk like that, you will don't blame me for being rude." Kaya's father wanted to say something, but as soon as he saw Iger's terrifying eyes, and if there was no coercion emanating from him, he felt his tongue soften and he couldn't say a word. Not only the tongue, but even his waist, legs and knees. For some reason, as if all his strength had been taken away, he was a little weak, and just when he was about to fall to his knees, his weak body was dragged by a strong hand. When he looked back, it was Crow, who had a respectful face. "Master, you don't have to worry. These rude little devils, leave them to me to deal with." Crow nodded slightly at Kaya's father and asked for instructions. Seeing Chloe's calm face, Kaya's father's heart was certain at the moment, as if there was a big rock that suppressed all his emotions, and his reason returned to his body. As if realizing his gaffe just now, Kaya's father coughed a little embarrassedly. Then leave it to you. Teaching these two children manners is also the responsibility of us adults." "Yes." Chloe nodded politely, then walked slowly towards Iger and Usopp. A grin gradually appeared on his face. "Little devil, our master said that I need to educate educate the two of you. I'm sorry, we'll go back right now. Hearing what Chloe said, Usopp seemed to be completely disappointed with this family. He slowly stood up from the ground, bowed deeply in the direction of Kaya's father, pulled Iger up and was ready to go back. Things have already developed to this stage, so there is no need for him to persevere any longer. Besides, it is impossible for Iger to beat that housekeeper. Today, he was really educated. A person of his own identity is not qualified to knock on the door of Kaya's house. He is only the son of a pirate and is destined to be spurned by others. Rather than being beaten and thrown out, it's better to walk back in a decent manner. However, just as he was pulling Iger up to retreat, he found that he seemed to be pulling a solid gold statue. A heavy force was against his palm and he couldn't pull it at all. Looking back, Iger was looking at himself with a livid face. His eyes were full of terrifying anger. He gritted his teeth and said to himself word by word, "Usopp, can you be a little bit better? Just walk back like this. Don't you think it's a shame? You're a bit of a jerk." Word by word, linked together like a barrage of cannons, finally shattered the last trace of Usopp's reason. He jerked away Iger's hand, tears and snot flowing, the muscles on his entire face contorted, and he shouted hysterically, "Then you say being beaten up and then thrown on the street in disgrace is worth it? Ah, who do you think you are? You are just a child. Do you think you beat him, bastard?" Iger looked at Usopp and his chest that heaved violently. His heart suddenly calmed down and his tone returned to plain. "Usopp, you can't go anywhere. I'll beat him to show you today." Chapter 378. Educate me. You are not worthy. Young man, don't be too arrogant. Kaya's father said calmly, "My butler's strength is something that a half-hearted navy like you can't imagine. He is stronger than any pirate you've ever seen." He really convinced this navy kid. What could give him such confidence? Is it the navy hero garb? I saw with my own eyes that the housekeeper I accidentally rescued at the beginning, by virtue of his own strength, destroyed all the 5 pirate groups that came to besiege. With that kind of strength, he was terrified when he watched from the house behind him. There are 5 pirate groups on the opposite side. Add up to 500 or 600 people. He was taken care of by his own housekeeper, and all of them were wiped out. This kind of combat power, even in the navy, can be regarded as a lieutenant general level. If you want to deal with this intern kid who doesn't have any military rank at first sight, isn't it easy to catch him? This point, although Kaya's father did not say it clearly, but Chloe tacitly agreed with him. "Beat me to show him. Do you think this is playing a house? I didn't want to do anything to you at first, but who made you go so far? Let's make your memory better today." Hearing Iger's words, Crow sneered immediately, and a dagger made of fine steel flashed in his hand at some point, flashing a hint of coldness in the dark yard. "What are you kidding? Although you don't know who I am, do you think I only use my brain if I have the title of hundreds of clues? Underestimate me will cost you dearly. What you don't know is that in a certain corner of the sea, there is a giant company in the underground world. The business of this company is to help all kinds of people in need to eliminate his opponents. Killer Company. This is the most authoritative and efficient killing company in the world. As long as the money is given in place, it will definitely solve the target with the most perfect method in the shortest possible time without leaving any traces. The reason why the killing company can have such achievements, such prestige, and such efficiency of execution all depends on their killers. And these killers, almost all they have collected from all over the world, are helpless and full of geniuses with assassination and fighting talents. After concentrating these geniuses in an unknown secret location, they will be trained in inhuman hell for more than 10 years until they become the world's top killers. Of combat power, it can even be compared to CP0. There are even rumors that among the CP0 agents serving in the world's official government, a considerable number of them were bought from murder companies at high prices. And he, Crow, was one of the killers who escaped after learning from the murder company of effort for me to fake myself into death and completely break away from that terrifying company. A killer whose combat power is comparable to that of the top secret agents of the world's official government against a child who has just served or is even underage. No matter what kind of devil fruit ability this little devil has, in the face of absolute murder, it is no problem. Let you know right away what it is like to die. Originally, I just wanted to send these 2 guys away, but since these 2 guys are shameless, they have to come together to sabotage their plans and even try to expose their identities. Then no wonder they are ruthless. Today, these 2 people must die. Hey, Iggy, don't make trouble. You can't beat him. Let's go. Usopp stood by and looked at Iger. He didn't expect this guy to be serious, and his heart felt warm at the moment. He didn't expect that someone could really care about his feelings. However, he also understands that the result of a hero who succeeds for a while must not be a good result. In the face of such an adult, a child has no capital to fight at all. At that time, I don't even have to think about the ending of myself and Iger. It must be cleaned up by this housekeeper and then thrown back. Even if the pirate pirate's mind is more vicious, it is very likely that Iger will be killed on the spot. That is the result that I absolutely do not want to see. However, he could actually vaguely feel in his heart that this guy in front of him is the master who will do whatever he says. Sure enough, after listening to Kaya's father, Chloe, and himself, this guy didn't waver at all, and he didn't even know if this guy could listen. He just stood there silently, quietly listening to everyone finish their words, with a faint smile on his face, and when the air was quiet again, he raised his head again, ignoring Usopp. Kaya's father, looking directly at Chloe, said, "You said you wanted to educate me. I'm sorry, you might not be worthy." In a word, the atmosphere of the scene instantly became tense. Kaya's father, Usopp, and even Crow himself did not expect that this seemingly unremarkable boy would be able to say such a thing. I don't know if it hurts if I don't hit the body. What did you say? Crow smirked angrily, the smile on his face terrifying like a ghost. I don't deserve it, but I still want to educate you. What should I do? Then come and try it. Iger also responded with a slight smile. When his voice fell, the whole world seemed to fall into a dead silence. The air seemed to be filled with mercury, and for some reason it became stagnant and heavy. Immediately afterwards, two inexplicable pressures slowly emerged from the two people, like two ancient dragons between half dreams and half awakes. They were about to be awakened by a slight disturbance at any moment. Usopp and Kaya's father were quite consciously far away from these two people, not because they didn't want to watch by the side, but by the side of these two people there was no way to breathe freely at all. Even there is a feeling of being pointed at gunpoint all over the body. That feeling is really terrifying. Even staying next to them for an extra second is definitely a torment. What shocked them even more was that the Navy kid who looked like he was in his early 10 years was able to stand up to such a powerful butler. While their thoughts were flying, the air that had been stagnant in a ball suddenly stirred up. Immediately afterwards, the two of them saw that K-Logo directly turned into an afterimage and charged towards the opposite IGE. Chapter 379 6 Styles Eagle vs Hundreds of Crows. Swish. The distance of just a few meters between Chloe and Iger was almost instantaneously deceived by Chloe's tempered and strange movement technique. At this moment the sun has already set on the horizon, and Crow is wearing a black suit again. In this environment, such a speed burst is no different from stealth. What's more terrible is that this guy's pace moves without any sound at all. This is equivalent to that in this dark environment Crow is completely invisible. Crow's speed is too fast. Iger can only choose to resist subconsciously, and now it is a move with the palm of his hand, and a huge barrier is unfolded directly in front of him, with an area of several hundred square meters completely blocking Crow's straight line attack. Hit clang 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 clang. Almost at the same time, when Iger unfolded the huge barrier in front of him, Crow's dagger attack arrived instantly, and the crisp sound of the collision of gold and iron joined together. If Iger's hearing was not greatly enhanced, even think that there is only one sound. A series of sparks burst out frantically, and the attack speed of this crow was astonishing for Iger. In just 1 second, he attacked dozens of times. One spark had just sputtered out, and before it had time to dissipate, another spark ignited immediately. In an instant, the dark air was like a canvas, and the red sparks accumulated in the air into a gorgeous firework. At such a speed, even the fastest man in the entire sea is not an exaggeration. Not only that, even though his attack speed is so fast, his attack power is not low at all. As expected, according to the urine nature of the system, Hundreds of Crows should be the guy who was dealt with at the very beginning, but when he got here, he actually learned the domineering arrogance of the armed color, and the level is not low at all. After a short flash of fire, Iger barely saw the color covered on his steel dagger. It was not the color of black iron, but the dark purple that made people feel sick. With this kind of domineering blessing, every time Crow slashes, Iger will clearly feel that his stamina, which should be bottomless, will drop by 0.1%. This is definitely not a small amount. You must know that your physical fitness has increased several times than before. Even if you have to resist the bear's air nuclear bomb at this moment, it will only consume about 10%. In this comparison, each of his blows will be equivalent to the power of several tons of explosives. What's more, every blow of this guy is enough to reach this value, and in just 1 second, this guy hits dozens of knives abruptly. That is to say, in just 1 second, his physical strength has dropped by nearly 3%. Converting it down, at most, he can withstand his continuous attack for more than 30 seconds. But fortunately, Beiji K-Logo is a smart man, and he is also the fastest man in the entire sea. After slashing more than a dozen knives in 1 second but no effect, he immediately put away the dagger, and the whole person was once again hidden in the darkness. But for this kind of guy, even if Iger thought about him with his toes, he knew that this guy definitely wanted to use the movement he told to bypass the barrier he set up, and the speed is outrageous. I don't know where he came from. Immediately Immediately, Iger withdrew his barrier immediately, and then his body bowed slightly, his calf pulsing like two powerful hearts. Shave. With a light drink in his mouth before the words could spread, Iger disappeared in place. Kang. At the same time, Iger had just left his forefoot, and in the next instant the steel dagger in Crow's hand was accurately inserted on the ground where Iger was standing. The sharp and hard blade pierced the ground directly, and the gravel was accompanied by sparks, allowing Iger to see clearly a terrifying killer who took lives from the invisible in the dark night. In such a dark environment, Crow is simply integrated with the darkness, and at the same time has the blessing of seeing and seeing, so he can be able to everything around. On the contrary, Iger can only rely on his intuition that he is facing a death threat, and he is completely blind. The battle of two people for a while has a sense of human beings fighting against ghosts. However, even so, instead of dispelling Iger's will to fight, it aroused Iger's incomparably powerful fighting will. He plans to no longer use other powers, and the barrier fruit just now will never be used again. Didn't this guy learn assassination? I just want to use the 6 forms to surpass him in physical skills. Otherwise, wouldn't it be to admit that he was inferior to him in physical skills? This kind of thing, he can't stand it. Kang. Another ball of sparks splashed, and the steel dagger that was inserted into the ground was pulled out by Crow at an astonishing speed. Then, he once again merged into the darkness, moving towards Iger like a ghost. Pounce. A chill rushed from the solace of his feet to Tianling Gai, and Iger felt the goosebumps all over his body being stimulated by the killing intent. Chloe's murderous aura is like this whole night. All the murderous aura seems to be melted into the darkness, and all the darkness is infected by the murderous aura. Under this wonderful reaction, Iger only feels that every inch of darkness seems to be all with sharp murderous intent. You are fighting against the shadows of the entire earth. Without hesitation, Iger absolutely believed in his body's intuition, and there was another stubby force under his feet, and the whole person turned into an afterimage again, dodging away in the other direction. Attack, dodge, attack, dodge. In this way, Iger and Chloe, in the darkness where they could clearly see nothing, staged a cat and mouse game of chasing me. Every time, Iger felt that the killing intent in a certain place became stronger, and then evaded, and each time after Iger evaded, Crow's attack had arrived in the next instant. After such a few rounds of you chasing me, K-Logo's heart actually felt a little chill. This kid is definitely not an easy kid. Originally, he thought that this kid just had the power of a devil fruit and barely passed the Navy's test. With his killer's physical skills, he could easily deal with him, but who would have thought that this guy actually learned the 6th form of the Navy, and the speed is on par with himself. It is a shaved who has practiced to a very mature state. This kid is not as simple as it looks. Chapter 380 Landfoot Rose. Clang, clang, clang. When Iggy and Crow started the cat and mouse game of chasing each other, every attack and every dodge had a fairly clear rhythm and note. However, when it all fell to Koya's father and Usopp, who were hiding and watching the battle, it was a completely different scene. In the field of vision of the two people, they couldn't hear a sound, and they couldn't see the slightest shadow of the two people at all. They could only see a string of sparks that suddenly exploded on the ground and then disappeared suddenly, as if they were blooming flowers. The speed of the spark transfer was so fast that the two of them even felt that something strangely shaped hit the ground, and the sparks were splashed, but it was not until a few seconds later that they realized that the sparks were bursting one by one, and the two of them can only see the macro scene of dozens of sparks connected together. This is really amazing. Whether it's Usopp or Kaya's father, whether it's an ordinary pirate child or an excellent businessman on the rich side, at this moment they are all staring blankly at a series of sparks that burst on the ground, murmured in amazement. I originally thought that Steward Krabbit and this arrogant Navy kid were fighting each other, and the situation should be completely unilaterally crushed, but this kid turned out to be on par with Krabbit in speed. In other words, from the current point of view, this Navy boy's performance in terms of ability turned out to be evenly matched with the powerful butler who once single-handedly singled out 5 pirate groups. Because the two of them couldn't see what the specific battle situation was like, they could only judge whether the battle was going on or not by the sparks. After all, every time a spark splashed, it meant that Chloe launched an attack, and until now, Crow's attack has never hit once. This thing is quite scary. Of course, as for not being able to hit a single blow, compared to the shock of Usopp and Kaya's father, Chloe himself is the worst. Do you count Loach this kid? After hiding for such a long time, it is not too tiring. Another dagger pierced through the ground, and Crow almost couldn't help the anger in his heart and roared at Iger, who had fled far away. This guy's physical strength is really good. After telling the move so many times in a row, except for the colleagues who have been brutally trained with him since he was a child, Chloe has never seen anyone whose stamina can be so perverted. This guy must find a way to kill him. Otherwise, I have formed a beam in the this place, and if I encounter it in the sea in the future, I don't know how much this little devil will grow. Maybe by that time he will no longer be his opponent. Thinking like this, Crow forcibly stopped the figure he was about to throw. I can't force the speed competition like this anymore. This kid's speed and physical strength are quite terrifying, and he can be on par with himself. Such a blindly forcible attack will definitely have no effect. Everything has to be planned and then acted. On the other hand, Iger felt that after the training of Chloe, his perception ability was obviously enhanced. Just like in the original book, Luffy was blindfolded by Rayleigh and then dodged the attack from Rayleigh behind his back. The intensity of his training is even far more than that of Luffy. After all, he is now in a real combat, and he is in a situation where he can't see anything, just relying on his intuition to dodge Crow's attacks from all directions. At first, his dodging was a little difficult, but after a few minutes, he clearly felt that in his consciousness there were several invisible tentacles reaching out into the darkness and began to receive signals in the darkness. That's it. He is also in the process of gradual progress, and he can easily avoid Crow's attack. Although the speed has not improved much, the victory is that my rhythm has accelerated a little. However, this kind of dodging is more or less prejudged. If Crow suddenly changes his attack method at this time, I am afraid that his own will fall into passive again in a short period of time. Swish. When Iger was using a short time to organize his training results, the tentacles stretched out in his mind suddenly felt something. That kind of feeling is very strange. It seems to be able to feel the faint airflow far away from him. Chloe is here. He rushed straight towards himself. Sure enough, it was another chasing backstab. This is what Iger felt with his own body. Without hesitation, Iger once again skillfully displayed his shave, easily dodged in the other direction with extremely fast speed, and then looked back. However, this is what he looked at, but it directly made him fall into an ice cave. The spark that was originally expected did not splash out this time, and the faint breath that I felt just now was also dissipated in my perception after my high-speed movement. This guy is smart. He doesn't attack anymore. Iger, who lost his sense of Chloe, suddenly became nervous, and the cold sweat seeped out layer by layer, directly soaking the lining of his uniform. This guy has concealed his breath. Concealment, the skills that high-rank killers in the world must know. In the places where the general strength is outrageous on the Great Route, the sight and hearing are basically standard. No matter how fast the speed is, there will be times when it will be discovered. At this time, you need to use a high-end technology that can hide your breath. After using the concealment technique, you can almost completely eliminate your own aura, so that cultivators who have seen domineering and domineering will not be able to detect it, and only when the user launches an attack will they reveal a trace of their own aura, and often by this time, it's too late. At this moment, Crow completely concealed his breath and used his cat shadow step to approach Iger silently. In the strong contrast between the fierce onslaught and the silent attack, this navy boy will definitely be at a loss and be killed silently by himself. One step, two steps. Crow didn't make a single sound, let alone leak a little breath, and it took more than 10 seconds to touch Iggy's back. And knowing that now Iger is still dumb, his whole body is tense into one piece, and it seems that he has not noticed the existence of Crow at all. The purple-black armament color covers the sharp edge of the steel dagger. Crow's eyes have been locked on the back of Iger's neck, and the dagger in his hand has been raised high. Break the hidden. The knife falls. In an instant, the murderous aura accumulated in Crow's body was released in an instant, as if a group of vicious demon wolves directly drowned Iger's entire body. If this knife is stabbed, the head will be separated on the spot. Crow knew that he had already succeeded, and the kid was a kid, and he couldn't be his opponent at all. However, just when a triumphant smile appeared on Crow's face, Iger, who should have been unaware, suddenly trembled and then drank softly. Langiao rose. Pirate Eye, the son of Roger, a 9-year-old admiral. Chapter 381-400. Chapter 381. If you want to kill me, you have no chance. Lanfoot rose. Yi gently drank the name of a move, and before the words fell, his body already understood. Brush, 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 brush. In just a few tenths of a second, Iger raised his right leg and quickly drew dozens or hundreds of lines all over his body at a lightning-quick speed in the air. Immediately afterwards, a stream of blue light slowly lit up in the air. 10, 20, 50, 100. More and more blue half-moon-shaped rays of light have spread all over his body in a fraction of a second, forming a sharp rose that is 5 meters high and lifelike around him. The rose outlined by the blue crescent moon has just been formed, and a wild and intricate sharpness suddenly spreads wildly, as if it is a steel rose made of swords, just by looking at it. Scalp tingling. One after another, sharp air currents stirred up in an instant, and the hard rocky ground that came to Kaya's house, which was covered with a lot of money, was split into intricate and bottomless cracks, as if it was a destructive thing outlined by the invisible brush in the hands of God. The violent destruction explosion means a frenzied stirring from the rose, as if to completely shred everything it touches. Usopp and Kaya's father, who were standing not far away to watch the battle, only heard the sharp sound of the wind breaking out in the air, and then they saw somewhere in the darkness, as if a blue paintbrush was rapidly sketching, blinking. Kung Fu appeared a rose, but before the two of them could react, a wave of sharpness spread out from the graceful petals of rose, directly cutting out the clothes and the skin of the two of them. Blood stains, hiss, until the blood flowed wildly, and the aftermath of Kyanggui's escape gave a flush wound to the whole body. The two suddenly reacted and grinned and hid to the side, their eyes full of astonishment. They don't know who made this move, but they know that the person who can make this move, as well as the opponent who fights with this person, must be terrifyingly powerful. Regardless of whether the Navy kid used this trick or not, he was outrageously strong. At least solve the two of them effortlessly. Kaya's father didn't have time to care anymore. The expensive ground made by that guy was embarrassed. After all, even the ground can be easily split, and it is even easier to split his own body. Forget it, they'll be happy. He just sits here and waits for the result. If his butler loses, he will. If he wins, And even Usopp and Kaya's father, who were far apart, were cut all over by Rose's aftermath, and the sharpness faced by Chloe, who was just a stone's throw away from Iger, was even more terrifying beyond imagination. In just a split second, when that azure blue rose lit up in the darkness, his intuition from the killer, which had not been aroused for many years, was thoroughly aroused. That was when he had not yet matured. Every time he received training or went out to perform a mission, every time it was a near death, and it was in these struggles that he trained a killer who could smell danger. Intuition. In his intuition, the enchanting and gorgeous looking blue enchantress in front of him is definitely something that can kill people without using domineering. Originally, he put all his energy on hiding his breath and only used a lot of armed colors on the dagger, but now he can no longer pay attention to the hidden breath and directly put all the domineering all open to the maximum. If you don't have to be domineering, you will be cut into pieces by this guy in minutes. Boom. As the fastest man in the whole sea, it took Crow less than half a second to go from reacting to being domineering, and after just half a second, the bud that was about to be released and closed tightly. The roses burst open. Brush. The blue rose petals swirled out one by one, covering all directions of Iger in all directions without dead ends. The petals are still cyan blue, and several cyan blue crescents still maintain the soft shape of the petals. They seem delicate and beautiful, but in fact each piece is full of sharpness that can cut through everything. This trick is inspired by Doflamingo, arranging the cutting blades together and adding different shapes. As long as they are sharp enough, you can get a ruthless shredder. And this is not over at all. Iger's palm moved towards his feet, and a purer darkness suddenly rose in the darkness. Both Usopp and Kaya's father could see clearly. They thought that the surrounding air was already so dark that nothing could be seen, but it was not until the darker and purer black ball appeared that they felt the surrounding air not black at all. Compared with the black mass, the surrounding area can be said to be bright and dazzling. At the moment when the black sphere was born, Iger heard the sound of metal collision coming from behind him. With a tyrannical and domineering dagger attached to Krona, he slashed away the blue blade that Iger threw out. Hey, little devil, it seems that you can't cultivate your domineering skills. When he succeeded in one strike, Claw immediately smiled. In an instant, Crow's hand suddenly seemed to have a continuously variable speed change. The originally straight knife threw out a knife flower in an instant. With his fastest hand speed, he frantically slashed the seemingly weak petals. No, it doesn't look like it anymore. It's really weak. It turns out that the sixth form of the Navy is nothing more than that. When I cut these petals off, it's time for your Navy to die. Crow roared with red eyes, his expression as cruel as a hungry cat who saw food. Is that so? His own roses were chopped down by Clo cutting melons and vegetables, but Iger was not panic at all, but responded calmly. I already know where you are. If you want to kill me, there is no chance. As soon as the voice fell, the pure black ball under Iger's feet suddenly rose sharply. The blue petals that were flying out in all directions suddenly stagnated, and then, under the gravitational pull of the black ball, they all turned their direction and fell towards the madly slashing Crow. At the same time, black and red lightnings also appeared on the petals. Chapter 382. With you. How do you want to stop me? Chill. The red and black lightning jumped wildly on the petals. As the jump became more and more intense, the red and black colors on the top gradually penetrated into the blue petals, and the blue color was densely covered dark purple. And when the cyan blue petals were all dyed dark purple by red and black lightning, a violent and turbulent aura of terror that seemed to be able to suppress everything suddenly erupted. It was an aura that was absolutely impossible to resist, as if the whole sea was rushing towards him. For a time, whether it was Kaya's father, Usopp, Kaya in the house, or even the entire villagers of Zilab village all felt heart palpitations on the spot and then knelt down in the direction of Yig from a distance. It's not that the shock is too overwhelming to cause people to faint, but that everyone's body, out of ancient instincts that have been passed down since ancient times, kneel and worship because of the worship engraved in the depths of their genes. This is the first time Iger has used his tyrannical arrogance seriously after opening the faith panel. It is really unexpected that he has only increased his momentum by a dozen points and has such a terrifying improvement in his arrogance. With this powerful overlord even finding a kingdom to enthrone right away, saying that he is the lord of destiny in this country, no one will have any doubts. The surrounding spectators, even the innocents a few kilometers away from the battlefield, knelt down towards Yigi reverently. At this moment I am afraid that in this Ziluabia village the only one who can still stand is also. It's just Chloe. But even if he can still maintain his body standing, Crow is definitely not having a good time. The legs seem to be filled with lead. They could have flashed hundreds of meters in 1 second, but at this moment it was quite laborious to even lift them a little. Every single hair on his body stood up straight, and Crow felt as if he had been thrown into the seabed as deep as 10,000 meters. The extreme cold and extreme oppression fell on every inch on the skin. It seems that every inch of the surrounding air has become 1,000 even weights, as if the surrounding air is no longer air but mercury sticking to his body and squeezing his body. An incomparably strong feeling of suffocation struck, leaving Crow in a state of hypoxia, but at this moment his mind did not become drowsy due to lack of oxygen, but was filled with thick shock. This is the overlord color. This Nema turned out to be an overlord. Moreover, this overlord color is not comparable to those who have just awakened. It is a kind of overlord color that has been tempered and can even be wrapped around the surface of the weapon to cause physical damage. Is this kid really a person? What are you kidding? How old is he? He is clearly a child in his early 10 years. How could he have such a terrifying domineering arrogance? As a senior killer, Crow has also dealt with the kind of guy with domineering, and there are not a few, but whether it is solved by himself or not killed by himself, there is absolutely no horror in front of this kid in front of him. What kind of environment did this guy grow up in? So young to have such a terrifying domineering? In an instant countless thoughts flashed through Crow's mind, causing his already stagnant body to move more slowly. Just at the moment of his hesitation, Iger's purple petals wrapped in the color of the terror overlord have already arrived. Damn. Crow tried to dodge again, but under Iger's domineering ability to force ordinary people to kneel on the ground with a sluggish look, there was no way for his body to move at a high speed. There was no other way. He could only scold it secretly, and then gritted his teeth, urging all the domineering from his body to condense on the tip of the dagger, and then he faced the purple petals without hesitation, and slashed it fiercely. Kang. The first petal arrived, seemingly light and without any quality and hardness, but in fact the moment Chloe's dagger blocked it, he felt the sharpness and hardness of the petals that could crush everything. What a joke. How could I lose to something like this? Chloe's veins burst out all over his body, and the aftermath of the petals burst out and cut one after another on his suit, and the bright red blood splattered on the ground, and the color could not be seen. He yelled with all his strength, completely abandoned his defenses, and transferred all his domineering arrogance to his dagger, and the purple-black light suddenly rose. Click. There was a faint sound of glass breaking in the air, and then the first dark purple petal that floated in front of K-Logo shattered amidst K-Logo's roar. However, after Crow smashed the petals, the joy in his eyes didn't stay for half a second, and then it was replaced by a thick panic, because after the petal he just smashed there are still hundreds of petals lined up behind, waiting quietly. On the other hand, Crow himself, the hand holding the knife just now, began to tremble uncontrollably, almost completely out of strength, and the turbulent domineering that was just able to shatter the petals has also consumed nearly half. The most terrible thing is that after this round of consumption, I don't have any strength at all, so I can dodge again. He could only watch helplessly. The gorgeous and beautiful petals, but at the same time full of terrifying power, slowly drowned himself. The dark purple petals lined up again around K-Logo, and then recondensed into a lifelike rose, and then, under the control of the black ball at Iger's feet, it exploded. Boom. Everything happens in the dark. Kaya's father and Usopp knelt on the ground, only to see that a rose moved to another place and turned into a rose, and then exploded. The sharp wind sounds seemed to be fighting each other, repeatedly entangled to make a sharp and harsh sound, and the strong sharp cutting force collided frantically, and a huge creaking sound of friction erupted. Iger controlled it very well this time. The whole process was limited to a mere 5-meter radius of the dark purple rose, and it was enough to solve the matter of Chloe. Kaya's father's eyes widened, searching in the darkness, trying to find out what happened, but in the end, until Rose completely disappeared, only to see a black figure falling to the ground. Then, a voice sounded in his ears. Who else do you want to send to stop me? Chapter 383. Just you still want to protect your daughter? No. Hearing this voice, Kaya's father was covered in a burst. He knew this voice, not only knew it but also had a violent conflict with him. No, it's not that it's happened, it's now in the midst of a violent conflict. He didn't even think that he would be the victor in this ultra high level battle in the dark. That Navy kid in his early 10 years in a Navy uniform, Krabbit, the Krabbit who blocked the invasion of the 5 pirates alone, lost. Until now, Kaya's father was still kneeling on the ground, and his eyes were finally able to see the figure standing in front of him. In the darkness, his clothes were still extremely conspicuous, pure white. It is absolutely impossible to misunderstand. Even if he is kneeling on the ground, he is almost as tall as him. This is the kid without a doubt. Just no matter what he is, he can't believe it at all. This little devil, who is only about 1 meter 4 or 5 meters, is actually right in front of his eyes, knocking down the super housekeeper he is proud of. How could it be possible? Fraudsters don't say that, do they? This is just bullshit. My housekeeper, I had seen his battle with my own eyes. The whole battle was clean and neat. Even in the face of hundreds of times my own number of people, my body was still standing upright, and there was no fear in his expression. Moreover, he was barehanded, and the pirates on the opposite side were complete with swords, halberds, axes, forks, hooks, and forks, and each and every one roared and rolled towards him like an army. But their housekeeper didn't flinch at all. He walked among 500 or 600 people like a stroll in the courtyard, like a small boat with oil on the bottom of a boat in the turbulent flow, but he didn't get any water on it. In this way, in less than 10 minutes, the pirate united army of 500 or 600 people fell to the ground, but their butler didn't have the slightest scar. Facing the siege of 500 or 600 people, he was stunned that he was not injured at all, and at an average speed of 1 per second, he killed everyone. It was this kind of appalling strength. At that time, he was stunned. He opened his mouth and looked up to the sky and sighed, quietly asking God if there really exists such a person in this world. It was such a person with super strength who was right next to him and was thrown to the ground like garbage by a Navy kid who looked like he was only in his early 10 years. Is the world crazy, or is he crazy? How can there be such a person in the world? Kaya's father's mouth murmured, and he couldn't say a word. His worldview was being greatly impacted, and it would take a long time for him to recover his sanity. Iger also clearly saw the activity of Kaya's father's heart and immediately ignored him, but went to the side, stretched out his palm and picked up Usopp, who was still kneeling on the ground. How is it? Didn't you break your promise? Iger raised his brows at Usopp and asked jokingly, don't be stunned. Tell me what you think. Usopp's state at this time is not much better than that of Kaya's father. The whole person's psychology is almost collapsed, and his mind is full of echoes of the scene of the unconscious Chloe falling out of the darkness just now. Compared with this shock, it doesn't matter whether I kneel or not, because even if I didn't kneel before, when Iger came to me in a while, I would have to kneel. Too strong. It is simply stronger than I imagined. Among the stories he usually made up, the most powerful one was the story of a brave sea warrior who fought 1 against 10 on a desert island, and when he knew that the housekeeper of the Kaya family could fight 500 people with 1, the whole person was cracked, because he had absolutely no way of imagining what the concept of a guy who could singled out 500 people was. Since that time, the housekeeper of Kaya's family has always been the pinnacle of human strength in Usopp's worldview. Anyone in the world, any sea warrior, even if he is brave, is definitely not the opponent of Chloe. Of course, it also includes the Navy, and even a child who is only about 10 years old. When he heard that Crow was going to clean up himself and Iger, Usopp believed from the bottom of his heart that Iger would definitely be beaten or even killed by Crow. That's why I wanted to drag Iggy away. However, reality always brings people up from unexpected angles. The guy who seemed to him to be similar to himself and had absolutely no chance of winning, even in front of his own eyes, completely overthrew the Crow who had the top combat power of sea warriors. It turns out that the world is much wider than I imagined. You really defeated him. Usopp stared blankly at the figure lying on the ground not far away. Baba said, are you a monster? Hey, otherwise why do you think your father yearns for the sea so much, even if he abandons his wife and children? Iger replied angrily, it's because the world at sea has infinite possibilities. Infinite possibilities. The short 5 words directly and powerfully hit the boy's heart, and Usopp could feel it himself, and there was light coming out of his eyes. It turns out that the world at sea is so beautiful. A strong yearning emerged from Usopp's eyes. He raised his head to look at Iger, but saw a hand stretched out towards him. Let's go. Let's protect Kaya, the brave warrior at sea, from now on. Iger said quietly, grabbed Usopp's arm, and walked to the dull-looking Kaya father. At this moment he was hanging his head as if he was remorseful, and a little remorseful. He kept repeating a few words in his mouth. Iger listened carefully, only to hear that he said, it's all over, Koya. Kaya, and we are all going to die. Hey, Father Kaya. IG looked at him condescendingly with a serious and oppressive tone, which made Kaya's father raise his head. I repeat, I'm here to protect you, your housekeeper. I'm here, the wanted man, to follow. So what if it's a real wanted criminal? He said just now that he has made preparations to protect us. Kaya's father didn't care what Iger said. Now that he's down, isn't what he prepared in vain? Stupid, outrageous, unreasonable. Hearing Koya's father's words, IG was furious. Do you know what his plan is? He wants to use Van Oka's bullets to kill you all, then run away with your possessions. Even if you know that he is a pirate, you would rather believe that he can protect you than the Navy. Just like you still want to protect your daughter. Chapter 384. The truth is revealed. Van Oka strikes. What's the use of believing you? Kaya's father seemed to be stimulated by Iger, and immediately raised his head. His eyes were splitting. His whole face was distorted by excitement. He stared fiercely at Iger's face and roared hysterically. Since the day the Tianlong people were killed, I had expected many pirates to come to the East China Sea. Since then, I have been asking your navy for help, begging you to increase the garrison, and the result? What's the result? As a result, the pirates came one nest after another, and they even almost occupied the entire village, and none of your navy troops were seen. Do you know how many pirates we encountered in just one short week? If it wasn't for Krabat to protect us here, we would have died 10,000 times. Even if he is a pirate, so what? At least he has truly protected us, and even our lives can be counted as his. Even if he wants to use us later and wants my money, I am willing to give it all him. Kaya's father roared like a barrage of cannons, stunned Iger for a while, and was a little speechless, but after a brief silence he suddenly reacted. Then what do you mean? Laozi came here on purpose to save you from misfortune, or it's my motherfucker's fault. Iger's voice was several decibels louder than Kaya's father's, which made Kaya's father roar for a while. I'm fucking thinking about eradicating future troubles for you, and then cleaning up all the pirates on the whole island, including the so-called Van Oka. Now the biggest danger has been lifted. You old bastard, actually, and scold me. Kaya's father never thought that this Navy kid's temper was so dry that he was dizzy at his voice that could penetrate the clouds. Thanks to Iger's terrifying volume, Kaya's father was finally shaken back to his senses, and he began to think about what Iger said. But at this moment, Iger, who was opposite, seemed to be about to go crazy and said a word louder than a sentence. I still have two people, you saw, who came to you with good intentions and told you that they could solve your problem. In the end, you can do it. Well, forget about it and humiliate you saw. Do we fucking owe you? If it wasn't for Kaya's face, and if you didn't want to protect Kaya's safety just like you, I would beat you up with one punch. Who cares if you live or die? Kaya's father can't say a word anymore in front of Iger, who has a domineering look. His momentum is not at all two parts, not to mention he is still kneeling at this moment. However, even though he had been scolded by Iger, this violent Navy kid seemed to be still in a state of dissatisfaction, and he directly picked up his collar. Kaya's father was so frightened that he quickly closed his eyes and was ready to be beaten. This guy is the master who can kill even Krabat. He would have to knock out a few teeth before he fainted with one punch. However, after waiting for a long time, the expected severe pain never came. Instead, he felt a shining light on his eyelids. When he opened his eyes again, he had already arrived at the door of his house. Looking at his other hand, he was pulling the Usopp. In less than a second, he teleported to the door of the house. What kind of ability does this kid have? But Iger didn't have the slightest emotion to run away, so he just threw it away. Kaya's father was thrown out like garbage. He slammed open the door of the house and fell to the ground in a miserable state. Dad, what happened? Hearing the change in the living room, Kaya, who lived in the upstairs room, also pushed her wheelchair out of the room, but she couldn't go down the stairs by herself, so she could only sit on the stairs and ask loudly, it's okay, Kaya, it's okay. Kaya's father got up from the ground with difficulty and said nonchalantly, the Navy is here to protect us. Ah, is this true? That's great. Add in Krabat, and we must be pretty safe. Kaya was obviously quite happy when she heard that there was a Navy. However, her father obviously doesn't think so, because at this moment, the Navy who came to protect the father and daughter is rudely kicking open every door in his house like a rogue, not knowing what to look for. The friend from the Navy looked at the stairs leading upstairs nervously. At this time, his eyes were full of tangle. I really don't know if these two guys are here to protect themselves and their daughter, or if another group of pirates is here to raid the house. But this is the end of the matter. People can come directly into their own home. Then it seems that I don't have much say. I can only ask weakly. That Navy, bro, what are you looking for? Is there anything I can do to help? After more than half a minute, Iger responded angrily, no need, I found it. Boom. Iger's figure appeared at the end of the corridor with a man in a suit in his hand, and then he tossed it casually, and the man in the suit drew a perfect parabola in the air and smashed hard at the feet of Kaya's father. Kaya's Kaya's father looked down at the man and suddenly widened his eyes. Crabadle. But he's not. Take a closer look. Iger walked over slowly and took off the guy's glasses. This is just a servant of your family. This, what the hell is going on? Kaya's father was taken aback. He picked up the servant's collar and asked. Yes, it's the housekeeper, he said. I want to dress up as him so that I can protect the safety of the master and the young lady. The servant was obviously frightened and said tremblingly, protect me and Kaya. Kaya's father didn't understand. Don't you understand? Iger sighed. This guy is Iger's dead ghost. If Chloe hides, he can pretend to be the tragedy of the Kaya family being wiped out. Iger is too familiar with this set. This is Crow's famous stunt. Originally, he wanted to find Crow's weapon. Who knew that he ran into such a guy and immediately knew what tricks Crow was going to play. With the naked evidence in front of him, even if Kaya's father didn't want to believe it, he had to admit that his housekeeper really planned this way. I actually almost killed my Kaya. Kaya's father suddenly felt a strong sense of guilt welling up in his heart, raised his head to face Iger, said sincerely, it was my fault. Navy little. Boom. Just as Kaya's father's words of apology were about to be said, a very loud thunder suddenly erupted from somewhere in the distance. Van Oka. The moment the thunder sounded, a name appeared in the minds of Usopp and Iger in the room, and at the moment when the two of them reacted, a small, almost invisible shadow suddenly flashed in front of Iger's eyes and went straight into the poor servant's head. Chapter 385. Look at me, sandballs. Boom. Click. With the sound of thunder, just a few seconds later, the floor-to-ceiling windows on the side of Ya's house suddenly shattered without warning. Immediately after, when the smashed glass slag hadn't fallen to the ground at all, a bullet made of brass drew a faint shadow in the air and broke into the house abruptly. Everything was so fast that he couldn't react at all. The bullet that burst from nowhere flashed across the room a few meters away and hit the servant on the ground straight on the head. Puff. Like a watermelon that had been blown up, the servant's head instantly exploded into red all over the ground, and the splashes of blood stained everything in the room. Iger, Kaya's father, and Usopp were all covered in blood, dyed blood red. The remaining body, like a soft bug, fell to the ground softly, and the thick liquid flowed out from the wound, staining the entire floor a deep red. Hello, Kaya's father shouted, and then it was as if he had been shocked by something. The whole person froze in place, the muscles around his eyes twitched slightly, and his mouth was open, as if someone was strangling his neck. Can't say a word. Usopp, who was standing beside him, was directly frightened. This scene was too shocking for him, who had never seen a real sword fight. Just imagine, a 7-year-old kid who is just bragging and telling stories in a yard full of flowers, where he has seen such cruel scenes. With a trembling palm, he touched his face. It was warm, sticky, and fishy. Blood. It's real blood. Usopp struggled to refocus his pupils, and with a stiff neck, he turned his head and glanced at the headless corpse on the ground. Yuck. With just one glance, Usopp's legs softened, his eyes darkened. He immediately sat down on the ground. His stomach turned like a river and a sea, and a sourness rushed up, killing him. Never thought that the pirate he longed for was so terrifying and murderous. And just when Usopp and Kaya's father were both shocked and hesitant because of the servant's fall, only Iger reacted the fastest, and his face changed drastically, and a rather explosive news appeared in one's mind. Van Oka. Van Oka is here. Van Oka, who single-handedly cast a terrifying shadow over the entire Zyrob village just a few days ago, the one who left a threatening letter to the Kaya family yesterday, saying that he would kill the entire Kaya family. Van Oka, here we come. This shot is the horn of his attack. Hurry up, climb down, take cover. Immediately, Iger didn't hesitate at all, and roared directly at the two people on the ground. Immediately afterwards, before the two could react, the powerful Overlord color instantly burst out with the powerful gravity of the dark fruit directly acting on the two of them, pressing their bodies to the ground. After doing this, Iger's two pure black eyes suddenly turned into a khaki color, and the other turned into a crystal color, and then he made a move with the palm of his hand out of the window and said softly, dark fruit, Shasha fruit, barrier fruit, awaken. This is an operation that Iger dares to use after he has been strengthened many times. At the same time, he awakens a variety of fruit abilities. If it is left in the past, this operation must directly drain him, and even now, if you want to use this operation at the same time, you have to spend a lot of physical strength. After the fruit was awakened, Iger didn't dare to be slighted, and quickly made a move with his palm, and his two arms exploded into two sandstorm wind columns. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Endless sand was continuously sprayed from Iger's body, but even so, the Yuz house was still as clean as new, and not a single grain of sand was left. All the sand and soil, under the precise control of Iger, frantically emerged from the opened door and the smashed window, turning into yellow sand so dense that nothing could be seen, directly covering the entire house. In the middle, crystallize. Yi drank again softly. The words followed, as if the sea water drowned the whole house in the violent sand. A firefly sky blue color suddenly appeared, and then all the sand condensed into 3 layers in the rotation, as if being pulled by a magnetic field. Ning, look at my sand balls. Iger grasped it in the palm of his hand, and the 3 layers of blue sand suddenly condensed into a 3-layer eggshell-like protective cover, which protected the entire house airtightly inside. Did something happen, Dad? Kaya upstairs also heard the sound in the hall, and also saw the changes happening around him, so she couldn't help but be a little anxious and asked aloud. However, after waiting for a long time, the hall was still silent, and no one responded at all. Hey, Dad, what's going on? What's going on? Without getting a response, Kaya became even more anxious, and wanted to stand up and go downstairs. No, it's fine, Kaya. Find a place without windows to hide. This is the Navy to protect us. Kaya's father was simply stunned by Iger's so many methods. He stared blankly at Iger's operation. It took a long time to react, and he responded with a very dull voice. Even if he saw this guy knocking Krabbit to the ground just now, he wasn't so shocked. The 3-story out of 3-story Nema is simply too safe. However, this is not over yet. After arranging the rock eggshells on the inner 3 layers and the outer 3 layers, Iger waved his arm again, and a transparent barrier was created out of thin air, which was also curled into eggshells like sand eggs shape. The transparent eggshell firmly protected everyone present. Even Kaya and Iger upstairs protected the entire staircase and bedroom. Immediately afterwards, Iger was still uneasy, and a circle of black ripples erupted from the body, filling in between the innermost sand egg and the house, turning into a circle of black moat. Boom! Just when Iger had just finished all this and had not had time to breathe a sigh of relief, a violent thunder was faintly heard again in a distant place where he did not know where it was. Another shot. The bullet effortlessly crossed a considerable distance, with a terrifying posture that could penetrate everything, and charged straight towards the sand egg. Chapter 386 Shocking Bomb vs Shadandan. Laugh. This time Van Oka didn't seem to intend to attack directly and shoot dozens of bullets at a time, but first condensed his domineering on one bullet and explored the reality of this rock ball. And all of this, Iger, Kaya's father, Kaya and Usopp, who were hiding in Kaya's house, didn't notice it. They didn't know what Van Oka was thinking at all, and could only hear it vaguely. To the sound of bullets piercing the sky. Closer. Every second, the sound of the howling bullets became clearer in everyone's ears, and after a long dozen seconds, the sound of the sonic boom that surpassed the speed of sound finally resounded in everyone's ears. Join together. Clap, clap, clap. The dense sound of sonic booms crackled outside the eggshell, and then, in the midst of everyone's tense thoughts, it crashed into the outermost eggshell. Click. Almost in an instant, Iger passed through the crystallized rock wall that was strengthened countless times, almost no different from the glass that was shattered just now, and made a crisp cracking sound. Usopp and Koya's father couldn't see or feel it, but Iger, the creator and controller, had a very sensitive perception of the rock ball. In his perception, the bullet didn't have any obstacle at all, and it went directly deep into the thick rock eggshell. That is to say, the first layer of rock eggshells made by oneself is thick enough that it is not broken at the first moment of contact between the two parties. Even the thick rock wall can provide considerable friction, slowing the bullet as much as possible while passing through it. Of course, just a layer of rock with no blessings, it is impossible to stop Van Oka's top-level sniping. So after a few tenths of a second, the bullet passed through the first layer of rock wall smoothly, flashed through a layer of air without hindrance, and hit the second layer of eggshell again. Click. There was another crisp sound, and Usopp and Kaya's father knew at this moment that it was the sound of the eggshell in the middle being broken. In this layer, although the eggshell is not as thick as said, Iger can mix some sea god's power into it, which greatly strengthens the hardness of the eggshell. It was originally expected that the bullet could be stopped directly by the hardness of the second layer when the first layer had already slowed down the speed of the bullet. If that's the case, I can save a lot of energy and resist for a longer time, but Iger realized that his current arrangement was correct because the eggshell on the second side was also powerless to resist and was pierced by the bullet. Clap, clap, clap. The violent sonic boom, as the outermost two eggshells were pierced, became closer to everyone's ears, so the volume became louder and louder. Hearing the sound of the sonic boom getting closer, Kaya's father and Usopp's faces turned pale with fright. This guy, at that time, he confidently said that he could withstand Van Oka's bullet sniping. Is what he said really reliable? But no matter whether he can resist or not, he really has no way out anyway. After all, even the Krabbit, who he thought was invincible in the world, has been cleaned up by this guy. He is the strongest person on the entire island. Even if you don't believe it, you have to believe it. There was no way. The two were really frightened, so they had to close their eyes tightly, then curled their bodies into a ball like a peekaboo cat, madly reciting the big words "Don't hit me" in their hearts. Kaya upstairs also heard the violent explosion outside. She is smart and sensible and naturally understands what is going on outside, so she can only do it quietly in the corner, hugging herself tightly. In the whole house, IG was the only person standing at the end, and at this moment he was looking at his own eggshell with determination, and his eyes were full of confidence. And just after a few tenths of a second, Van Oka's bullet had already reached the surface of the last layer of eggshell. Boom! Finally, this time Van Oka's bullet was no longer to tear apart Iger's defense line, but to forcibly shatter the eggshell to the crack after sending out a trace of domineering. Broken again. The third layer of rock walls has also been broken. However, even so, there was a relaxed smile on Yiji's face, because even if the bullet successfully penetrated 3 layers of eggshells, the speed of the bullet has been weakened a lot due to the layers of barrier of the eggshells, and what it has to face next is carefully set by Iger. Powerful gravitational pull. Iger set up a vertical downward circular gravity pull around the house just to play a role at this time. Squeak, squeak. The bullet came into the action range of the gravitational field almost instantly. In the incomparably powerful gravitational force above the gravitational pull, even a hard bullet made of brass had to be twisted and deformed. Gravity suddenly increased like an invisible palm, dragging the bullet down fiercely. As a result, the bullet that was supposed to go straight into the room, under the action of the gravitational force of just a few meters, began to draw a parabola in the air and quickly fell to the ground. Boom! The thick wall suddenly burst open and the rubble flew. Usopp and Kaya's father, who were curled up beside them, were shocked and bounced far away. And at this moment another blast sounded and a huge crater suddenly appeared on the floor. Iger looked at the crater on the ground with an indescribably complicated expression. In order to block this bullet, I spent quite a lot of battles, because there is no way to create such a large area of the barrier, so I can only choose to use this method. But even with 3 fruit abilities, this bullet was still quite tenaciously shot into this house. This is just the first bullet. When it comes to bullets, people really have as many as they want. Now the competition is who can hold on for a long time. If you can't hold on before you solve this guy, then you will really fall short. When it falls, the people I want to protect, Kaya and Usopp, will be shot to death in an instant. If you can't stick to the position where you found this guy, then this game with Van Oka will be a direct failure. But in his current state, there is absolutely no way to identify this guy. Where is he hiding? Chapter 387. The disciples arrived and volunteered for Usopp. The bursts of sonic booms and the sound of metal crashing finally subsided, and it was only at this time that Usopp and Kaya's father slowly opened their eyes and carefully touched their bodies. After seeing that everything was intact, he finally let out a long sigh, and his entire body relaxed. The cold sweat that had been trapped in the body by the tense pores suddenly soaked through the clothes of the whole body. After this, the two finally had the energy to look at the bullet holes on the ground. At this moment, under the window that was originally shot, the wall close to the ground suddenly peeled off a large piece, and in the center of the peeling, a smooth and inclined bullet hole could be seen. On the ground near the bullet hole, there is a deep crater. Bullet didn't hit anyone. Did this Navy boy really intercept Van Oka's bullet? Let it fall directly to the ground with no chance of hitting anyone at all. This is really awesome, isn't it? What kind of operation is this to accomplish such a thing? You actually did it? Kaya's father looked incredulous, looked at Iger in the center of the living room in amazement, and took a deep breath. In the recent news of Zyrobe village, the name Van Oka has been demonized, and various legends have emerged one after another, making people feel that this guy is simply a devil. What can't find people at all? People can't identify where the gun was fired at all. These are trivial things. Really scares Van Oka is that his target can be killed without any suspense, no matter if the target hides in the tent, in the water, in the house, or even across a hill. This is the horror of Van Oka. Not only can he hit the target thousands of miles away, but more importantly, no matter where the target hides or what kind of bunker he uses, it has no effect at all. Originally, Kaya's father thought that even if the Navy really came here, even if he could use the ability of any fruit, it was absolutely impossible to resist the bullet of Van Oka. But what I never imagined was that this young admiral, who seemed to be only about 10 years old, actually made Van Oka's bullets deviate from the direction. Me, I'm still alive, I'm still alive, I'm still alive. IG, you're amazing. On the other hand, Usopp finally reacted to the whole thing. After once again confirming that he was not killed by the bullet, he jumped up happily and rushed directly to Iger. Don't be too happy too soon. Iger stretched out his hand and pressed Usopp's face and pushed him away, his eyes still looking out of the eggshell seriously. Things have only just begun. If we can't find the guy's position before I can't hold it, we still have a dead end. Oh no, it's not us, it's you. What? As soon as he heard such a thing, Usopp lost his calm immediately, and immediately let out his tongue and screamed out. Kaya's father also nodded solemnly. He also knew the seriousness of this matter. matter. The matter is not over at all, but has just begun. If Iger can't hold out until Van Oka's bullets are gone, then what awaits everyone is death. So the problem now is that we have no way of finding the trace of that guy. Iger shrugged. Unless there is. Before Iger could finish speaking, there was a sudden shock in the space inside the house, and then two figures, one large and one small, appeared strangely in the house. Under such a tense situation, anyone who suddenly breaks into the base camp is simply frightened. However, seeing the appearance of these two uninvited guests, Iger smiled involuntarily, because these two people were the same Khorasan and Lugo who had been sent out to find the trace of Van Oka. Khorasan, Lugo, Yige shouted in surprise. Why are you here? Lugo still stared at those dead fish eyes. Your egg-like fortress is so eye-catching. Who can't see it? Don't say it's useless. Has Van Oka found it? Iger asked eagerly without talking to Lugo for the first time. Looking at Iger's earnest eyes, Khorasan's eyes moved. He sighed and said, we searched for a long time, and we searched the entire Ziluabia village. Lugo's physical strength was almost at the limit, and he really didn't even see half a figure was seen. Khorasan and Lugo, who were looking for the trace of Van Oka, accidentally saw an egg-shaped building in the center of the village. Immediately afterwards, the two of them heard the sound of sonic booms and metal collisions, so they did not hesitate and directly used Lugo's ability to enter the room. That's about it, Khorasan explained in a few words, then turned to look at Kaya's father and Usopp again. These people are, that's Van Oka's goal today, and it's the object we want to protect. Iger explained, then turned his head and introduced it to Kaya's father. Let's get down to business. You mean that you haven't found Van Oka's shadow at all? After a brief introduction, Iger asked another question. I thought that there would be no clues at all, but looking at the two people slowly shaking their heads, Iger's heart suddenly fell to the bottom. Good guy. Even if Lugo, who has the space ability, and Khorasan, who has the domineering have been dispatched together, they have even turned the entire Ziluabia village upside down, but they haven't found the slightest clue at all. This Van Oka really a ghost? How does Nima fight? Not knowing the position of this guy at all means that he has no ability to counter-attack at all, and can only hide in this eggshell and be beaten passively. The eagle. Just when everyone was at a loss, Usopp suddenly spoke. What's wrong? Can you? Although Usopp was trembling all over, the firmness in his eyes made Iger feel a little frightened when he saw it. I think I have some ideas. Have an idea? Although he was weak when he said this, when he finished speaking, everyone in the room dropped their jaws in shock. This kid, what did he just say? He just say that he has an idea for the position of that Van Oka? Chapter 388 Silent Bait. Father Koya, you mean, you probably know where that Van Oka is. Hearing such words, Lugo was the first to disagree. What are you kidding? He and Khorasan were two navies. The two teamed up and ran all over the entire Zilab village. Using the fruits of surgery and their arrogance, they almost turned the Zilab village upside down, but they didn't find half a person. As a result, he has been hiding in this room, holding his trembling guy. Can he have an idea? What international joke are you making? Who can't brag? Lugo said angrily, rolling the eyes of the dead fish with a look of contempt. Khorasan and I have searched the whole village, and we didn't find that Van Oka's at all. A trace. Kaya's father on the other side was still in shock at this moment, and he had not recovered from the thrill just now, but when he heard Usopp's words, he also subconsciously revealed doubts. If you say it's the three navies in the room, it might be convincing to say such a thing, but this guy Usopp knows him well. This guy is just a child born and raised in this village. How could he have the ability to find the trace of Van Oka? What's more, this child is a well-known liar in the village. Khorasan, Lugo, and Kaya's father all held a wait-and-see attitude towards what Usopp said, and compared to them, Iger really knew Usopp too well. This guy, at a time like this, would never lie, and he also knows something that other people can't know at all. That is, this guy's father is one of the strongest snipers in the entire Dahaishan. So Usopp must have inherited his father's sniper talent, and coupled with his understanding of the island's terrain, it is possible that he might have guessed where Van Oka is. Don't worry, Usopp, what are you talking about? Iger waved his hand to silence everyone, then turned to Usopp and asked. Seeing Iger's reaction, everyone was a little stunned. After all, Iger is the real backbone of everyone now. He actually believed what Usopp said. Maybe this kid really knows something? Thinking like this, everyone was quiet, and their eyes were staring at Usopp, wanting to hear what he could say. Cough. It's like this, I can't judge more things. Usopp saw that everyone's eyes were on him. He was a little embarrassed, scratched his head and said first, which drew boos from the crowd. I told you, don't play tricks if you don't have a solution. Lugo's eyes were about to roll over. His eyes were full of disdain. Wait, I haven't finished yet. Usopp defended, and then said, although I don't know where he is, I already know from the time he fired this shot just now. This guy is not in Shirobia village at all. Not in Shirobia village? Stop kidding me. This time, even Khorasan, who didn't say a word just now, waved his hand to express his disapproval. After our exploration of this village of Zilab, the whole shape is a village close to a circle, and its radius is 4 kilometers. 4 kilometers. How many snipers can shoot 4 kilometers away? You must know that Khorasan has seen the most powerful sniper guns in the Navy, and the maximum effective range is only about 2 kilometers, and at this distance, the accuracy of shooting will be greatly reduced. 4 kilometers is simply an impossible distance. Not only is the performance of snipers difficult, but the requirements for snipers are extremely high. Shooting is different from other combat methods, especially the long-distance design. It absolutely needs to look at the target. 4 kilometers away, you can't see anything at all. It is impossible to snipe at this distance. How is this possible? But you didn't find him in this village, didn't you? Usopp even thought of a very clear counterattack. Isn't this the best proof of my speculation? Usopp's words directly made Khorasan, Lugo, and Kaya's father collectively misfire and looked at each other in dismay. Then how can you be sure where this guy is now? Iger actually predicted that Usopp might be the best weapon against Van Oka and couldn't help asking, wait for another shot. I'll know where he is. Without any hesitation, Usopp's eyes were unusually firm, and he answered without hesitation. Looking at Usopp's eyes, Iger nodded heavily, patted his shoulder and said solemnly, then please, Usopp, everyone else, from now on, don't speak, don't make any noise. Click, click, click. After Iger finished saying those words, everyone kept their mouths shut and sat on the sofa quietly without making a sound. Everyone can only hear the sound of their own heartbeats and breathing, and the sound of the clock hanging on it. Time passed by minute, 1 minute, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, half an hour. After a full hour, everyone was stiff. Their clothes were soaked with cold sweat, and their muscles were sore because they couldn't make a sound. But Van Oka's next bullet was delayed. Up here. What's the matter? Is this guy gone? Kaya's father asked in a low voice, unable to bear it any longer. No, this guy is waiting. Iger shook his head. This guy is waiting for us to relax, waiting for us to leave. This guy's intentions are too good to guess. Since he wants to kill everyone tonight, he just needs to wait until his defense can't hold up and then shoot. Anyway, for him, shooting it doesn't take much time at all. So, we need a bait. Iger continued. My protection won't last long. I have to lure him into shooting. I'm coming, Navy boy. Before Iger could finish speaking, Kaya's father, who was beside him, took over and said, his goal is our home, so he will definitely kill me today. This is my home. There is always something I can do, so let me do my part. Chapter 389 Thrilling Bomb Target Transfer. Please let me do my part. The words of Kaya's father made Iger feel a little confused. Originally, he was going to let Lugo or Usopp be the bait because he expected that Kaya's father would definitely be grumpy about what happened to Chloe just now and would not be willing to help. But Usopp had to be busy identifying the direction, so he would definitely not be able to function normally when facing Van Oka's bullet. And if Lugo was dispatched, that guy probably wouldn't shoot. You don't even need to think about yourself and Khorasan. Everyone else is in the house and they just hang out by themselves. Not to mention the trap. I'm sorry for myself. In his own mind, Kaya's father was the best bait, but considering the danger, Iger didn't want him to take risks. As a result, this guy volunteered himself, which Ig didn't expect. Seemingly seeing what Iger was thinking, Kaya's father smiled embarrassedly and explained, Brother Navy, this is my house after all. As the master, not only did you not treat you well, but also did such things to you, but you still protect me and Kaya regardless of your previous suspicions, which makes me very grateful. You are in charge of dealing with Van Oka. These two Navy brothers have also been looking for a day. Even Usopp is responsible for identifying the location. Then I should do something, and I just happen to be the best bait. Well, you're right. Looking at Kaya's father with a sincere face, Iger suddenly thought that this guy was not bad, and his impression of him was greatly changed. Then stop talking nonsense and get to work right away. After confirming the candidates, Iger and others did not hesitate and directly told everyone about their plans. At the same time, a few kilometers away, on a hillside somewhere, this is one of the tops of the hills surrounding the village of Zilab. Under normal circumstances, only hunters who go up the mountain to hunt and children who chop firewood and pick mushrooms will come here. In recent days, it has become a new stronghold for uninvited guests. Van Oka. Of course, even hunters who often go up the mountain to hunt, or even beasts living on this mountain, are almost impossible to find the trace of this guy. In a rather ordinary-looking bush, a square-faced man with a strange inverted T-shaped hairstyle and a monocular sight on his eyes was lying on the ground quietly, with a mighty and domineering long tube in front of him. A few shots. The 1.5 meter long gun body, only a section of the barrel and the scope are exposed outside the bushes, and the rest are well hidden in the bushes. At this moment Van Oka was very focused on putting his face on the scope and was concentrating on observing the situation of a huge sand egg a few kilometers away. This kid is really amazing. I don't know if he is an important person in the Navy, he muttered to himself. I managed to solve my penetrating bullet with this method. This operation is quite powerful. The bullet he fired just now. For half an hour, Van Oka had seen the arrangement inside through the crack of the sandball. The Navy kid who saved dozens of pirates' lives from his own hands could think of using 3 layers of sand to slow down the speed of the bullets, and then used something like magnetism to pull his bullets abruptly to the ground. I watched the Navy kid enter the house, and it is estimated that there should be a barrier to protect the targets. This also means that there are at least 3 capable people in that splendid-looking mansion. As expected of a rich man, 3 capable players. This defensive lineup, even with his extremely confident sniping skills, he felt a little tricky, so after firing the first bullet, he chose the most effective strategy. Wait until their abilities can no longer support these defenses, or wait until they leave. Anyway, the night is long, and they only need to wait here, and they need to support a hard defense until their next attack. In this regard, he has an absolute advantage, so just wait quietly. And until this time, he knew that his waiting had progressed. Inside the sniper scope, the hill-like sandballs suddenly trembled and then turned into lumps of sand, peeling off and disappearing layer by layer from the outside to the inside. And after the 3 layers of rock eggshells peeled off and disappeared, the black moat surrounding the house that was hidden inside also slowly dissipated as if inspired by something. Here comes the opportunity. The finger has slowly pulled the trigger, and Van Oka is ready to shoot the Koyo family. If possible, it would be best if even those navies were shot together. In the process of preparing his fingers, his eyes were not idle, and he was still carefully observing the situation near the house. At the same time as the black moat disappeared, Van Oka saw that the door of the big mansion was pushed open, and the lights came out of the house like a train, leaving a long mark on the ground. In that light there are several people. He took a closer look and saw that it was the Navy kid who challenged him in the afternoon, and there were 2 people dressed in navy beside him, and behind them is the master of the Koyo family and a child. The 2 groups of people were talking and laughing as if they were saying goodbye. After less than a minute, the Navy group waved at the master of the Koyo family and then walked side by side towards the outside of the house. They are gone. The passion that had been suppressed suddenly returned to the body again, and Van Oka resisted the excitement in his heart and still waited quietly. It would be at least an hour before they could shoot, until they were far enough away from Koyo's house. As long as they are far enough away from Koyo's house, the servants that they bought in advance will help him bring out all the previous things in their house. After watching the Navy group go away, the master of the Ya family stood at the door for a while, apparently thinking that he had left. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes. The master of Koyo's family walked into the house and took the little boy to sit by the window without any precautions. There really is no defense whatsoever. 10 minutes, half an hour. The 2 of them still didn't notice anything strange. They changed the window and continued to sit as if they were eating something. 1 hour. Time up. A smile curled up from the corner of his mouth and the muzzle moved slightly. Kill the most important people first. Boom. The child popped into the chamber. The target was not Koyo's father, not Usopp, but Koyo, who was on the 2nd floor with only a little scowl. Chapter 390. His goal is Koyo. An hour ago, Koyo's house. Iger took Korasan and Lugo to say goodbye to Koyo's father generously and swaggered out of the door of Koyo's house. Master, are we leaving like this? After so many days of getting along, Lugo was finally willing to call Iger a master. He walked side by side with Iger, raised his face to look at Iger, and asked, "What are you joking about? You know it's impossible. Otherwise, why would you come here?" Iger tapped Lugo on the head. "Follow me out of here first." Oh. A few minutes later, watching the 3 of them walk out a certain distance, Iger quickly pulled Korasan and Lugo into the fork in the road beside the house, turned left and right all the way, and came to a rather dark place. This is a good hidden stronghold that Iger and Usopp have been looking for after teaming up. It is only a few dozen meters away from Koyo's house. You can just see a window of Koyo's house. Now, that window, the window is wide open, surrounded by tall trees, and the fact that he was smeared with dark fruits, even if his eyes were made of telescopes, Van Oka could never see the situation here. Picking up a stone and handing it to Lugo, Iger pointed to the open window of Koyo's house and said, "Come on, use this stone to send the 3 of us in again." "So that's how it is." Lugo was enlightened at once, and immediately followed suit. Brush. With Lugo's fingers turning, the 3 of Iggy returned to Koyo's house. "Okay." Eagle clapped his hands and got down on the ground. "This way, our plan is complete, and then we can just wait for him to shoot." Iger's plan was quite simple. It was to revoke the defense he had arranged in front of Van Oka, then play a play of going home, and then go back to the path and use Lugo's ability to return to the house. In the house, Van Oka will think that he has returned to the naval base with all the guys who can resist bullets, leaving only the few few people who are unable to protect themselves and then shoot the bullets that kill people. Next, we just have to wait quietly, Iger said to Khorasan and Ludo. When the three of Iger hid in an unoccupied corner, Kaya's father and Usopp in the living room were already sitting tight on the two chairs by the window. The two sat opposite each other with big eyes to small eyes, and they could both see the cold sweat on each other's faces. Usopp wanted to say something to break this embarrassing situation, but Naihe's muscles were hardened into a ball and he couldn't even open his mouth. Instead, Kaya's father, who was the bait himself, seemed more calm and said, "Actually, I really have to apologize to you, Usopp. I'm sorry." "Well, what?" Usopp was taken aback by the sudden apology. "I said that to you just now because I knew it was too dangerous here. You are a child. How could I risk your life by letting you in? I can only find a way to get you to leave quickly and not stay." Kaya's father's face was no longer the arrogant he had when he was at the door just now, but was filled with a gentle smile. "Thank you for always coming to tell Kaya's stories to chat with her, and thank you for rushing over to her today. I'm too narrow-minded. You are a real man." "Ah, ha 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 ha, no, it's okay uncle. These are what I should do." The sudden change of Kaya's father left Usopp at a loss. Who would have imagined that the person who had spoken ill of him just now would sincerely apologize to him now? For a while, Usopp didn't know what to say, so he could only scratch the back of his head and say something polite. "If you want to come to Kaya in the future, you don't have to sneak in, just knock on the door." Alright. Silence. Awkward silence. It should have been nervously waiting for Van Oka to attack, and he should have prayed in his heart that Van Oka would not be so fast or even shoot. As a result, the two stared at each other with big eyes and small eyes, and they could not wait for Van Oka to quickly shoot the damn bullet. But things backfired. The clothes on the two people have long been soaked by the cold river bank, and their bodies are already stiff. The most important thing is that these two people are embarrassed and cancer is about to commit. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. There is no sound. 15 minutes, 20 minutes, half an hour. There was still no movement, but both Usopp and Kaya's father were already dry, swallowing their own saliva. 40 minutes, 50 minutes, 59 minutes. The two of them even changed seats once, but that's it. Both of them could feel that their butts were about to go numb. Just when the two of them couldn't hold on any longer and felt that this Van Oka might have already left the shooting position, Usopp's eyes suddenly tightened and goosebumps all over his body jumped up because his extremely sensitive ears just a moment ago caught the explosion from a few kilometers away, which represented the killing. Boom. Van Oka, who was hiding a few kilometers away, finally launched an attack on Kaya's house. Call out. This time the bullet seemed to be stronger than the last one, and the sound of the sonic boom from a distance was more wild and explosive than the previous one. Everyone was silent, waiting for Usopp to analyze Van Oka's position, and Iger also stretched out his hand, and a transparent barrier appeared between Kaya's father and the window. Everything is ready, and the moment Van Oka's bullet is stopped by Iger's barrier, that's when Iger is ready to fight back. However, just when everyone relaxed a little and thought that they could fight back soon, Usopp, who was analyzing the bullet trajectory with a dignified face, suddenly changed his face and almost roared, "Crap, Koya! His goal is Koya!" Where did the sound of the sonic boom go to Kaya's father on the first floor? It was Kaya who stayed on the second floor and couldn't come down. What? Hearing Usopp's roar, Kaya's father was instantly stunned and immediately jumped up as soon as he slapped the table and was about to rush upstairs. However, Iger was faster than him. The moment he heard Kaya's name, an electric light shone on him. Almost at the same time, he appeared in front of Kaya. Boom. As soon as Iger appeared in the room, the bullet shattered the glass and slammed straight towards Kaya. Chapter 391 Collective Rage. Position exposed. After the sound of glass shattering, Kaya's sharp cry was followed, and the cry contained a huge fear, which spread directly to every corner of the house. "Kaya, Kaya, Miss Koya." Hearing Kaya's cry, everyone in the house was startled for a while and hurriedly roared. Kaya's father was the most anxious. He, who had already stood up, immediately quickened his pace and ran upstairs, followed by Usopp. This guy heard Kaya's scream, and his beard and hair were almost nervous, and he rolled up the stairs while trembling. In the other corner, Ludo and Khorasan, who heard Kaya's cry, walked to the entrance of the hall very tacitly. Room. As Ludo's shout fell, a cyclone swept across his palm, and then, a thin blue transparent film instantly expanded, covering the entire large house of the Kaya family. As early as when he left Kaya's house just now, Iger had already told Ludo that once something happened, he would cover the house with his room as soon as possible, and any bullets that were shot would be transferred to him. When Ludo opened the room and Khorasan turned on the information to help him warn him, Kaya's father and Usopp finally climbed the stairs and came to the door of Kaya's room. "Kaya!" The two roared in unison, then rushed into Kaya's room and looked up. It doesn't matter if you look at it, the hearts of both of them almost stopped beating. Reading. Kaya, the precious daughter of the master of Kaya's family and Usopp's dream lover Kaya, is now lying beside the wheelchair that has been deformed a little. On the other side of the wheelchair, Iger was lying in a navy uniform. Kaya, you can't die. Kaya's father burst into tears immediately, as if he was hit with a heavy hammer. He stumbled and ran, going to Kaya's side, pushing Kaya's shoulder while whimpering, "You can't die. If you die, how can I live?" When Usopp saw the scene in front of him, it was like being struck by lightning. His whole soul seemed to be taken away. He walked to Kaya's side, staring blankly at her face. All the voices in the world seemed to be far away from him, and there was only the face of this beautiful girl left in the whole world. Her face looks so good up close. The skin is white and red, tender like a flower. The whole person is quiet, like falling asleep. This is the legendary Sleeping Beauty. It turns out that death is really like falling asleep. What's the matter? Why is Kaya's face blurred? Damn it, why is there water coming out of the eyes? Kaya, woo-oh. The young Usopp finally couldn't hold it anymore. Tears bursting out like a dike burst, and he cried bitterly in the sky. "Oh, I said you." Usopp and Kaya's father started to cry when they hugged Kaya. At this moment, Iger's trembling voice came from the side. "Look carefully, the one who is really hurt is here." Huh? No. Kaya's father and Usopp, who were still crying on their backs, couldn't help being stunned at the same time when they heard this familiar voice, then turned to look at Iger on the other side and immediately took a breath. "I was worried about Kaya just now." The two of them didn't see Iger's situation at all, but Iger was the one who was really injured. At this moment, Iger was sitting on the ground with a pool of Yinhong under him. The two of them looked in the direction of Yinhong and found that there was a blood hole on Iger's thigh. It turns out that Iggy was the one who got shot. "It turned out to be you. That's all right." The two were relieved when they saw that it was in Iger's hands. "Anyway, take care of me too. I helped Kaya block the bullet." "You two bastards." Cough cough. "What do you want to?" "Fuck off. I'm fine." Iger waved his hand furiously and scolded the good intentions of the two people. His face was so painful that all the muscles were twisted together. "It hurts too much. I feel like this leg is not my own anymore." The lightning flashed, and Iger turned his entire leg into a fiery arc. In a few seconds, the bullet embedded in the leg turned into a pool of molten iron. The thunder leg turned back to the flesh leg again, and a terrifying wound suddenly appeared. Iger sacrificed his own thread and fruit and simply sewed the wound up. Standing up with some effort, Iger looked back at the three people on the ground, his complexion as iron. He never imagined that this Van Oka would be the first to attack Kaya. Ming, Kaya's father, was sitting downstairs, staying in such an obvious position by the window. He didn't make a move, and even aimed at Kaya, who didn't show up upstairs at all. He had already decided that the first goal was to kill Kaya. Then when Kaya's father rushed over to hug Kaya and wept bitterly, he killed Kaya's father in one fell swoop. As for why he did this, of course, it was to see Kaya's father crying bitterly. This guy is not a simple robbery at all, but a murder. Is it a child or a child with a physical defect who is brutally murdered without the slightest mercy? Thinking that when Zwofu faced Sanji, he would rather starve to death and leave all his food for him. Compared with Zwofu, this Van Oka is simply devoid of humanity. I don't know if it was the pain of the bullet being shot into the body, or the anger towards him in my heart. Iger only felt the blood in his body pouring into his forehead one by one, and he felt that the blood all over his body was burning. "Hey, Usopp, you just figured out where that bastard is, right?" Iggy's voice was cold, as if it could form ice in the air. "Yes." Usopp wiped away the tears on his face. His eyes firmly said, "Go out from this window. Go northwest. Keep walking. You can see a mountain. He should be on the top of the mountain." Even an outsider like Iger felt the blood pressure rise, and Usopp's hatred for Van Oka was even more surging, and his expression was filled with an indescribable ferocity. "The person I love, even if it just faints, can never forgive." "Iger, please." Kaya's father didn't say anything extra, just looked at Iger seriously, knelt down, and kowtowed reverently. "Please make sure to deal with that bastard. Don't worry, you can just take care of her." Iger left a sentence softly, and then transformed into a blazing thunder, rising into the sky. Chapter 392. Run Wild. Dark Hunter. "Hey, has this stinky boy really left yet?" Van Oka, hiding in the bushes, observed everything through his scope. Iger turned into an electric light and rushed upstairs, blocking the fatal shot in front of Kaya, while the remaining two Navy rushed to the door and used something like a protective cover keep the house inside. Sure enough, these guys didn't leave at all. He was talking about why this group of Navy is so complacent, and he has established a splendid reputation on this island. Even if he thinks with his toes, he knows that these guys are absolutely impossible to leave like this. And the bullet that I just shot just now is to test whether these guys are gone. This test really hasn't gone away. Hehe. But what if you don't leave? Van Oka's mouth curled into a smug smile. You're already injured. Can you still stop my bullets? Are you still not retreating? He's targeting Koya for another purpose, which is to disrupt their positions and start the offense again while they're their defenses are scrambling. But what he didn't expect was that this Navy kid's movements were really absurdly fast. Before he had time to take another aim, he had already arrived in front of Kaya and blocked the bullet without any sense of beauty. But that's fine, that Navy kid is injured and it will only advance the time for them to return to the Navy camp. Until then, it's time to really start the slaughter. All you have to do now is to hibernate again. Quietly putting away the barrel, Van Oka still observed the situation inside the house through the scope. They've all been shot by my bullets, and your protection mission will end soon. This is the confidence from a top sniper. As long as I am shot, even if I don't die, I will definitely go to receive treatment. Van Oka stared closely at the house, already feeling in his heart that the property of the Kaya family was about to become his own, and a smug smile appeared on his face. But with a smile, the muscles on Van Oka's face suddenly stiffened, because in his field of vision, the Navy kid who was supposed to be injured and unable to move, and even had limbs that could be blown off, actually stood up in less than 2 minutes. Not only did he stand up, he even talked to the two people behind him, and then his entire body turned into a bolt of lightning, rushing straight out, and the direction is facing you. How is this possible? How is this possible? This is absolutely impossible to happen. You must know that you can snipe them from such a distance, relying solely on your own operations, your own weapon performance, and your own terrifying vision that is beyond ordinary people. I have never used the slightest bit of arrogance, and in fact no one, no matter what Roger the Pirate King or the naval hero garb, is absolutely impossible for any human being to cover 4 kilometers away. The sight and smell are domineering, and within a few dozen meters or even 100 meters of the user, they can maintain the highest sensitivity and the highest concentration, and when they reach the range of a few hundred meters, the sight and smell will be diluted by the distance. After a distance of 1000 to 2000 meters, the user's knowledge is almost too thin to feel anything at all, and when it reaches 4000 meters, it is absolutely impossible to feel anything with the distance of seeing and hearing. Therefore, the position where I am is a real over-the-horizon strike, a place where sight, hearing, and color are absolutely impossible to cover. What's more, I can also find a place around the mountain. My gunshots will be reflected back and forth countless times, and finally cover up the location of my real gunshots. Even if the hearing is good, it is almost impossible to judge it is. In which direction? How could someone be able to accurately determine where they are when they only fired 2 shots? Is that Navy kid a monster? When Van Oka hesitated, IG, who had turned into a lightning bolt, almost left the village and charged straight towards the mountain where he was. Brush. This speed is really terrifying. Looking at the terrifying thunder and lightning that rushed towards his face, Van Oka only felt that the cold sweat on his body directly soaked his clothes. Without any hesitation, Van Oka immediately knew that his position had been exposed, and hurriedly jumped out of the bushes where he was hiding, burst into his limit speed, turned around and rushed into the dense forest behind him. One of the must-have skills for top snipers, the 3-kilometer sprint. On the battlefield, the battle situation is always changing rapidly. Snipers with sniping methods have a great disadvantage in melee combat, so after the position is exposed, they must be transferred as quickly as possible. This is the most annoying thing about snipers. They have long hands, they can hide their breath, and they can run so fast. Scoff. Above the dark sky, the tyrannical lightning of Iger's incarnation directly tore the sky, and it took only a few seconds to reach the direction pointed by Usopp. But after coming here, Iger was dumbfounded. This Nima, where can I find it? I saw the top of this mountain. Looking around, the dark trees were like black silhouettes overlapping one after another, and the complex branches with their claws covered most of the light. And under the forest where 10,000 ghost hands overlapped, there were clusters of dense bushes, like huge mushrooms blooming on the black grass. Above and below, on the left and right, except for the protruding rock on the top of the mountain, all are dark woods and shrubs. In such a dark and complicated area, finding a sniper who is good at hiding is simply harder than reaching the sky. Iger looked around at the surrounding dark woods and bushes with a rather ugly expression. Looking around, it is the same everywhere, and there is no trace of Van Oka. I originally thought that in the direction Usopp pointed, I could solve this guy directly when I got there, but it seemed that I was still thinking too simple. This Nima absolutely can't let that bastard go, but he doesn't know where to start. Maybe in just this moment he has been shuttled back and forth in the woods, and has already run away. And just when Iger was standing in front of the dark woods, in the dark jungle bushes, the dark muzzle had quietly locked him. Chapter 393. Sign in. See and hear the color awakening. Gan. This Nima, where can I find it? This guy is like a rat. He has to hide several kilometers away for sniping. I don't know how to thieve. Iger looked at the dark bushes around him with a bad face, and bad words were written all over his face. Maybe this time that Van Oka has already escaped. He knew that he shot himself, and he also knew that he didn't leave and return to Kaya's house, so he must have seen it in the scope in advance when he came here with the ability to activate the Thunder Fruit. It is estimated that he has already found a new hiding place. This guy came here more than a week before himself. He must be very familiar with this place. Maybe he is lying in ambush somewhere, waiting for him. When he walks to a corner where he can't see him without any defense, this guy shoots directly and takes his own life. Damn it, if you don't see and hear yourself, you can't find it at all. Damn, what can I do with this Nima? Iger was talking to himself and was about to lift his foot into the woods to find someone, but suddenly felt a chill come over his body. The cold killing intent and the cold stress brought by it turned into goosebumps, spreading from the soles of the feet along the calves, thighs, buttocks, waist, abdomen, back and neck directly to the entire Tianling guy. The feeling at this moment is exactly the same as the confrontation with Van Oka on the coastline in the afternoon. Even more than that, this guy is definitely not far from him, otherwise he would never feel such a strong killing intent. Definitely somewhere in the bushes here, locking himself with his muzzle. Noisy. Out of nowhere, there was a slight rubbing sound, and a moment later, all the cold hairs on Iger's body exploded fiercely. Call out. The bullet, which has terrifying kinetic energy and is wrapped in a domineering armed color, streaks a faint black shadow in the air, which cannot be seen in this darkness, and rushes straight to Iger's forehead at an extremely terrifying speed. Whoa, whoa. At the moment when the bullet popped out of the hole, there was a sudden commotion somewhere in the woods. A dark figure suddenly stood up and then got into the deeper jungle. Iger originally heard the commotion and wanted to look at the direction, but first of all, he had to face the fierce bullet coming from the tree. It was too late to summon the transparent barrier, and it was too late to use the Thunder Fruit. Iger only had time to use his calf to instantly exert force, and then the whole person turned into an afterimage and flashed directly to the side. It's dangerous. After dodging the first bullet, Iger patted his chest in fear in the air. Fortunately, his reaction was fast enough, otherwise this shot would really kill him. Really, as I traveled more and more places, Iger really found more and more people who didn't seem very conspicuous, but they also had the ability to be quite dangerous and even able to take their own lives. This guy, he has to beat him even if he is high or low. Iger gritted his teeth and looked at the direction in which Van Oka left, gritted his teeth and made up his mind. He must catch him and clean up. However, Iger still underestimated the power of the sniper. Just when he secretly swore in his heart that he was going to clean up Van Oka's meal, there was another faint sound of friction in the commotion in the woods. Noisy. In such a dark situation, this guy was able to turn around and aim at himself with a gun while repeatedly shuttling among the trees. This bullet, however, no longer aimed at his head, but chose to target a bigger chest. Damn it. At this moment, Yi hadn't had time to stand up at all, and the intense chill with goosebumps all over his body spread all over his body at once. Damn. The soles of the feet clasped the ground tightly, the calves contracted suddenly like a heart, and a huge force exploded from the ground, directly pushing Iger's body obliquely flying out. Boom. The bullet rubbed the clothes on Iger's chest and tore a charred blood stain on his chest, and then nailed it to the ground fiercely, digging out a deep pothole. Damn it. Really, Nima thought she could play with me. Although the two bullets were all near misses, they made Iger, who was already in a rage, even more angry, and his whole body was about to explode. If I don't skin you today, I'll be a dung beetle. Looking at the trees and jungles that had long since recovered, Iger forced himself to calm down. One after another thunder snake slowly lit up from his body, and the blazing white light ripped apart the surrounding darkness. Van Oka loudly shouted out Van Oka's name word by word, and then the whole person turned into a lightning bolt and rushed into the depths of the jungle frantically. The dark jungle, the staggered ghost claw branches, and the bushes one after another formed a terrifying mouth that seemed to be able to eat people, swallowing Iger's entire body. After swallowing it, it exploded like a bomb in its mouth, and the entire forest was illuminated by a blazing white light. Iger deliberately controlled the intensity of the current so that the temperature of the arc would not be too high to ignite the trees on the mountain. However, even with an extremely advanced electro-optical lighting system, looking around, he still can't find the shadow of this guy. And at this moment, the feeling of being locked on the body with a gun came back. Noisy. The bullets whizzed through the gaps in the branches once again, directly catching Iggy's heart. This time, Iger felt the shot in advance, and hurriedly fell to the ground to avoid the fatal bullet once again. Damn. Iger was so angry that he gritted his teeth. From going out to sea until now, which opponent was not cleaned up by himself the first time he met? It's the first time I've been bullied like this. He is in the light, he is in the dark, and the other party is still a master of disguise. How can this be done? The shining thunder light on his body is simply reminding him where he is. And the most irritating thing is that even if you turn off the lightning lighting, the other party is still domineering. He can still lock his position and send bullets to him, but he has lost the only only chance to see it. This Nima is in a dilemma. Ding master, it's a new day. The situation is urgent and they have activated the automatic sign-in system for you. Ding, congratulations, you have obtained knowledge color domineering LV10. Chapter 394 Foresee the future. Take your life. See the color. It's a sight to behold. In the world of pirates, since he went out to sea, one of the domineering powers that almost everyone can master is the domineering power of seeing and hearing. After such a long time, the system finally gave strength once. Finally, I am also a person who has the knowledge and domineering in the skill library. Hearing the thoughtful voice of the system in his mind, Yi had the urge to burst into tears at that time. This Nima, from the time he went out to sea, only had a pitiful kind of domineering, a domineering look. You can't say that he is weak, nor can you say that he is not easy to use, but facing so many opponents who will use knowledge and domineering, every battle of Iger is quite uncomfortable. In the past, Iger always believed that if you cultivated to the extreme, as long as you have the overlord color, you can solve everything, and many times you don't need the so-called knowledge color. Until he went out to sea by himself, he really fought against the pirates who had mastered the knowledge. From the very beginning, the one was crushed in the battle rhythm, and now this one is clearly in the same space as others, but there is no way to detect the existence of the other party. After so many pains in the battle, Iger finally realized how important it is for a battle to be domineering. Just like now, standing in this dark jungle, turning on a high-tech electric light, the sniper on the opposite side is hiding in the dark and staring at him. This light is not turned on or off by itself. Open it, the bright one will become a target for others, but if you don't open it, there is no possibility that you will be able to find where this guy is. In this dilemma, in the end, I will definitely be killed by this guy with bullets. That is so wrong, but everything is different now. He already has the capital to fight against Van Oka. Skill name, knowing and domineering LV10. Skill attribute, passive skill. Skill rating, SS. The explanation of an ancient powerhouse. Domineering is a potential power possessed by all human beings in the world, the same, just like instinct exists. However, the vast majority of people are unaware of the existence of this power, or there are many people who have never been able to exert its power in their entire lives. And seeing, hearing, domineering is a kind of power that can strongly feel the opponent's sound. Once you have entrained this power, you can read the position and number of enemies outside your sight. What's more, you can also feel the actions the other party will take in the next moment, the strength of the other party's strength, and the emotions and thinking of the other party. And when the arrogance of seeing and hearing is raised to a higher level, one can also foresee the future. This is a realm that even the top human beings in the world would call superhuman. Remarks: when using the domineering color, you must be calm. There's no way to be effective when you're emotional. Set the knowledge book to use. Iger suddenly felt that the world around him suddenly became extremely complicated. It was an extremely indescribable feeling, as if the whole world had suddenly come to life, and everything in my field of vision, even things I could not see at all, suddenly began to breathe. Yes, just breathe. Trees, stones, insects in the soil, birds in the air, and even swimming fish in the ocean in the distance are all breathing. This is not a sound, but a feeling. I can feel that every individual in this world is breathing. It's as if a game that was originally a standalone game was suddenly transformed into an online game. In an instant, every grass and tree that was originally playing the map around him became an online player of the game. The whole world suddenly became lively, and in the midst of this excitement, Iger naturally felt that hidden among a group of lovely trees, a breath completely different from trees. Van Oka. Even if you can't see him, you can still feel his presence. This time, I don't need to do this anymore. I have arcs all over my body, and then I bump around like a fool. The boy's counterattack has begun. A cold smile evoked from the corner of Iger's mouth. He snapped his fingers gently, and the arc all over his body suddenly went out like a spark that had been extinguished. The entire forest has returned to darkness again, and the moon in the sky is also blocked by dark clouds. With no light source at all, it is almost absolute darkness in the woods. However, the deprivation of vision did not make Iger at a loss, but it allowed him to concentrate more and use his domineering arrogance. Thoughts flashed through the auras quickly. In this almost pure natural environment, as long as the aura around him is determined to be trees and plants, then all the creatures on the entire mountain can be quickly marked, and among the large tracts of plants and stones, those moving creatures are extremely conspicuous. Then exclude those who are obviously underground, and those flying in the sky, and then exclude those who are too far away, and the most unnatural breath left is the target you want to find. Fan who hides his breath. Oka. Although this guy has learned the technique of hiding his breath, it is obvious that he was easily discovered in front of Iger, who has already reached the full level. Even in the darkness, Iger's eyes could not receive any light, but the breath of the enemy marked after heavy screening was as bright as a torch in the darkness. And at this moment that aura that was as bright as a torch was quietly aiming the muzzle at him and gently pulling the trigger. Noisy. Another small friction sound sounded, and the bullet came out of the chamber without a sound, turned into a little devil in the dark night, and shot towards Iger's abdomen once again. This time, Iger was not completely unprepared, but he was aware of its existence from the moment it popped out of the chamber. This time, I will definitely not be as embarrassed as before. Van Oka, give me your life. Iger roared loudly, and black smoke came out of his body, and then the whole person turned into a black phantom facing the direction of the bullet and rushed away. Chapter 395 Gunfighting or Sniping. Hey, this stinky brat in such a dark place, making himself so bright. Isn't that what he owes to death? A certain bush in the forest. Van Oka pressed his face against the scope and moved the muzzle slowly, trying not to make any noise from his movements. After the test of the few shots just now, the little guy in front of him is a master who doesn't know anything at all. The first bullet was dodged completely by instinct, and the second one followed without any early reaction at all, purely relying on the function of the body. Just these two shots, Van Oka can already be sure that this Navy kid will never know anything. This is fate. Van Oka murmured softly. A cruel smile appeared on his face. In this almost absolutely dark environment, without relying on eyesight, not relying on seeing, and not relying on any high-tech equipment, it is absolutely impossible to find yourself by relying solely on hearing. In such a dark environment, one side has the sensuality while the other does not, and the one who does not have the sensuality will be tortured to death. And the little devil in the Navy opposite him happened to be the one who didn't know anything about it. It's all destiny. Van Oka resisted his inner excitement, tried hard to keep the gunman steady, and then slowly pulled the trigger. Dark fruit, awaken, shave. Iger let out a low roar, and thick black smoke rose from his body. Then, his entire body turned into a dark substance like ink, and then, as if he saw the ghost of his prey, he found the bullet and shot it. The direction you came from, rushed directly over. This was developed by Iger himself. The awakening technique of the dark fruit is to elementize his entire body and become an extremely black hole man with almost infinite gravity. In fact, when he got the dark fruit, Iger already knew that the dark fruit could not be elementalized, but even if it was elementalized, it could not escape physical attacks. This is somewhat different from the dark fruit that Iger expected at the beginning, so after a period of research, Iger finally figured out what the elementalization of this fruit is all about. In essence, the dark fruit is something that can even be swallowed by light because the gravity is too large. In nature, it is the black hole that can represent this ability. And black holes, to put it bluntly, is that huge mass is compressed in a limited space, and then a material with extremely high density and great gravity is born. Because of its infinite inclusiveness, all matter can be crushed by the most basic particles with an incomparably powerful gravitational force, and then turned into a part of one's own body. This is the development of the dark fruit for the people who have received a modern education of affectionate ideas. Crunch. The awakening of the dark fruit directly generated an extremely tyrannical gravitational force on Iger's body, and everything around him, flowers, plants, trees, birds, beasts, and insects, were all rolled out, directly swallowed into the pure darkness, and turned into a grid source of power. As for that little bullet, it was already pulled off its original track by the endless gravitational force of Iger, and then crushed into pieces by the incomparably tyrannical gravitational force, turning it into the power of Iger's sprint. Boom boom boom. Behind Iger, all the flowers, plants, and trees were lifted up and slowly rolled up into the sky with Iger's gravitational pull, forming a pure black monstrous earth wave directly behind Iger, aggressively moving towards Van Oka. Rolled over. The shaving speed is quite fast, almost in the blink of an eye. It has already approached in front of Van Oka. The trees were all uprooted and merged into the monstrous earth wave behind Iger. With the disappearance of the bushes and trees, they were originally hidden among the trees, carrying huge sniper guns and wearing an inverted T letter. The figure of the hat appeared impressively. Van Oka, this inhuman villain who wants to play with people's lives? You kill me, Van Oka. I'm going to rectify you on the spot today. Iger was billowing black smoke all over his body. His eyes were splitting. He looked like an evil spirit who was killing his life. The palm is open to the maximum extent, and the infinite gravitational force erupts from the palm. If it is hit by this palm, a guy like Van Oka who specializes in sniper shooting will be crushed by the tyrannical gravitational force. At this moment, in the face of the menacing Iger, Van Oka's reaction was not panic or shock but sluggishness. What? How is that possible? The eyes behind his lenses were bigger than the lenses. This guy stared blankly at the oncoming man, like Iger who was trying to kill him. He really couldn't understand why this guy suddenly rushed towards him. Over here. Just now, when this guy just reached the top of this mountain, he used the first bullet to test his ability ability. Obviously, he is a guy who relies on intuition to defend against bullets. And after this guy entered the woods, he was like a blind man, and he was so stupid that he had to be covered with electric lights before he dared to move forward. It's just a guy who doesn't know anything at all. How can you suddenly find your location? This is absolutely impossible. Van Oka, with a sluggish face, was still thinking about it in his mind. The terrifying palm of Iger on the opposite side, which seemed to come from hell, was indeed imminent, and it was about to be photographed. Madly urging all the domineering in his body, trying his best to resist the strong gravitational force from the darkness, Van Oka deftly avoided Iger's palm with a short body and a sliding shovel. Not only that, he even had the spare strength, holding his sniper a few shots and shaking it fiercely. Noisy. The bullet wrapped in domineering burst out of the chamber, spinning wildly in the air. With the help of the friction between domineering and the air, it directly drew an arc in the air and stabbed the back of Iger's head fiercely. Gunfighting. He can actually use a large rifle to use gunfighting techniques at such a close distance. No one would have thought that a terrifying bullet wrapped in domineering could still hit at such a close distance. This kind of lethality is no less than the strongest sword energy slashed by the zombie Ryoma with his beloved sword. If it were anyone else, even a physique master in the Navy who mastered all the variations of the 6 styles, he would definitely not be able to eat and walk in the face of this kind of gunfighting. However, in front of Iger, who has turned into the source of darkness, this spear fighting technique is useless at all. The advantages this guy originally had over him were his arrogance and superb long-range attack methods, but now both of these advantages have disappeared. Gunfighting. You'd better send me to hell to snipe. Chapter 396. Your fate is to be arrested. Before saying this, you should worry about whether you can survive or not. Van Oka's psychological quality is quite good. He didn't listen to Iger's words at all. Instead, he used his movement to move away for a while, and then he was facing Iger's famous gun and shotgun. His eyes almost didn't need to aim. He directly locked onto Iger's body with his own arrogance. For him, aiming at such a close distance was just a very trivial matter. Bang bang bang. Almost instantly, Van Oka had emptied a shuttle of bullet clips, and with the tyrannical wrist blessed with domineering, dozens of bullets burst out along almost completely different angles. The initial directions of the dozens of bullets were completely different, but using the domineering arrogance wrapped around the warhead, after drawing arcs in the air, they once again pointed to every key point on Iger's body. You are the one who is going to die, Van Oka said coldly. Your fruit ability can devour my bullet itself, but it is impossible to devour the energy of the bullet, let alone devour it. The domineering above. I want to see how you're going to resist my bullets. Shhhhhhhhhh. Before the words fell, the bullets ripped apart the air frantically, and bursts of sonic booms erupted, turning into a mechanical devil that seemed to be able to tear everything apart, roaring and rushing towards the key point of Iger. What he said was correct. The musket was originally an extremely powerful weapon invented by humans. Since its birth, it has crushed all cold weapons in terms of lethality, just because of its terrifying kinetic energy that can tear everything apart. Some people say that there are so many ice cooler users, even if they can't beat them with muskets, those who use muskets are the weak. This is utter nonsense. When the terrifying kinetic energy of bullets is born, coupled with the domineering power that is extremely hard and can even shatter steel, the power is greatly enhanced several times. Why did Kizaru immediately raise his hands when he was staring at the war when he faced Beckman's muzzle? In fact, it was not just to release water, but his shot. Even a natural body might not be able to withstand it live. That hurt, and that is still the most illusory glittering fruit. Iger's dark fruit, but a solid natural fruit known as not immune to physical attacks. This kind of damage will definitely be greatly magnified on Iger's body. But who is Iggy? Is Yike's dark fruit an undeveloped fruit like the rumors from the outside world? Of course not. Puff. Of the domineering bullets that Van Oka deliberately fired, pointing directly at the vital points of his body, Iger didn't even look at it at all, and his eyes locked tightly on Van Oka in front of him. The gravitational explosion. Those poor bullets finally came back in an arc in the air, finally corrected the direction, and shot at every corner of Iger's body, covering every vital point of his body. However, it was because of such a small maneuver that the sand waves rolled up from the back were directly swept in. Van Oka used to snipe at the beginning. In order to facilitate the control of gunfighting, it is a bullet with a deliberately reduced weight, and it is because the weight of the warhead has become very light, so it no longer has that kind of powerful penetrating power, and it was easily shot down by the monstrous sand waves that rolled up. After the bullet was swept into the waves by the sand waves, a powerful gravitational force suddenly erupted, and the endless earth waves wrapped around the bullets. Under the action of gravity, they were madly compressed toward the center. Crunch. One after another poignant voices came from the tumbling earth waves, and each time it came out, Van Oka's face became even more ugly. He never imagined that his proud spear fighting skills, which once made all the foolish opponents who thought they could solve him just by getting close to him, would be completely useless to the kid in front of him. How is this possible? How could my bullets have no effect on you at all? Van Oka couldn't believe the scene in front of him and even forgot to escape. He shouted out in panic, "It's all destiny." Iggy raised his palms high, his eyes wide open like a dark llama, and the dark gravitational force exploded frantically, forming a dense black ball slowly entwining in the palm of his hand. This is the most powerful gravitational force of Iger's cohesion, a small black hole formed by condensing dark and dark matter together. As long as it touches it, it will be torn apart by the terrifying gravitational force contained in it. Since you don't treat people's lives as lives, but treat them as game targets that you can play with at will, your outcome today is already doomed. Your fate is today when you are arrested by me. Swish. Before he finished speaking, Iger's palm, who had transformed into Dark Yama, had already drawn a faint phantom in the air and then slapped it on Van Oka's shoulder. Carrera. In an instant, just an instant, the moment the black ball in Iger's hand touched Van Oka's shoulder, the terrifying and chaotic gravitational force contained in the black ball exploded in an instant. Even though he was protected by a solid armed arrogance, his flesh and blood shoulders turned into a material harder than steel, but he still couldn't withstand the terrifying gravitational force of the black ball and was torn apart. Scoff. As if the cloth was torn, the fascia of the joints in the shoulders were torn, and a similar sound was made. Immediately afterwards, large tracts of blood spurted out of the fracture like a fountain, casting a blood-red shadow over the entire arm that fell to the ground. A shrill scream erupted from Van Oka's throat. At this moment he couldn't feel anything in his mind except the pain that made one want to die like this. Brush. Iger flipped his palm, and another palm quickly hit Van Oka's other shoulder. Scoff. There was another sound of cloth being torn, and Van Oka only felt that his body had lightened by another piece, but without shouting, he rolled his eyes and fainted in pain. Hey, this fell down. Sure enough, the most sought-after player is the shooter, and his physical fitness is not good. Iger spat. 2 electric arcs sprang from his fingertips, directly scalding Van Oka's wound, then picked up his body and 2 arms, and walked back. Chapter 397 Gunfighting. Get. Ding. Congratulations, Master. Congratulations on your new achievement, Death in the Darkness. The new title has been unlocked. Ding. Congratulations to your master. You have won the new title, Dark Yama. The reward has been issued. Please pay attention to check it. Ding. Congratulations on getting the achievement reward, Famous Gun, Thousand-Faced Buddha. Ding. Congratulations on getting the achievement reward, Spear Fighting Wangwo. Iger was carrying Van Oka's 2 broken arms and his famous gun, and on his shoulders was carrying the fainted Van Oka. A series of system prompts sounded in his mind, and he stopped immediately. When he just finished listening to the system broadcast, he was not very interested. After all, gunfighting, this kind of thing, is quite a lot of things in the pirate world. If you don't believe it, just look at the captain level characters standing on the top of the Pirate King's combat power list. Which one will take out a bring a gun? No. In the world view of pirates, the real romance is the thrill of fisting to the flesh. What's the point if your fist or your sword can't hit someone else's flesh? If you look at that Van Oka, you will know that when you haven't seen his real deity, the oppressive force can be described as horror. And once he got in front of him and chose to fight him in close quarters, his spear fighting skills didn't even show off at all, and he was killed by himself. So when I first heard the system's announcement, Iger didn't take it seriously at all, and subconsciously felt that this was just a routine reward given by the system after it had solved a specific enemy, and it had no use value at all, until he opened the skill and item panel and took a look because of his subconscious habit. As a result, it doesn't matter if you look at it. When I saw it, Iger immediately wanted to applaud himself, and immediately apologized for the thought that was quietly contemptible in his heart just now. What is this useless thing? This is simply a treasure that can integrate all his abilities. Skill name: Spear Fighting, All Nations. Skill rating: SSS. Skill description: a super strong fighting technique that only exists in legends or fictions. It is a comprehensive fighting technique that combines physical techniques, spear techniques, and various abilities of the user. Because it integrates the user's ability, the moves are also ever-changing and can be compatible with a variety of completely different abilities, and multiple abilities can be used at the same time. Users can produce their own bullets, gravity bullets, electric shock bullets, barrier bullets, rock bullets, and so on. And the application technology of Wanguo gunfighting is far more than that. It can also integrate the user's ability into physical skills for higher dimensional development. Several built-in application techniques are as follows. The first type: Shaved Dark Web. The user can use the changeable high-speed movement to create a black gravitational net wrapped by strong gravitational lines at close range. With the domineering and bullet speed. The enemy can be torn apart without any response. The second type, Land Gun Thunder Flash. The user quickly draws an arc in the form of a lantern foot and at the same time is equipped with thunder bullets, which can directly create a huge thunder blade which is pervasive and has extremely strong penetration. The third type, fourth form, Remarks. The skill is very strong. The master must keep it well. There are still a lot of development skills waiting for the master to develop. SSS Class 3's level skills in Iger's hands. Although it doesn't look that powerful in the skill panel, Iger knows how terrifying this technology is for improving his combat effectiveness. You must know that you have multiple fruit abilities, which is of great help for you to use different processing methods in battle. However, the activation of the devil fruit takes time. No matter how fast you switch, you still need at least one reaction time. The delay time is about a quarter of a second. Don't look at this short quarter of a second. It is even faster than some people's reaction speed, but in fact this time is in the eyes of more and more powerful opponents, especially the guys who have seen domineering graduates. Hey, it's time for a killer move. For a long time, Iger has never seen domineering, and he is strongly suppressed by the powerhouses of all parties in the rhythm of the battle. In this case, the ability to waste time switching fruits is simply exposing its shortness. Although I said that I was able to use several abilities at the same time in the Kaya family's house, it was only in a static state and it could be used as a defense. In this way, I still can't have any extra movements and I can't even exert my physical skills. This kind of operation in a high-intensity battle is simply impossible to use. And this newly acquired spear fighting, Wanguo has solved his troubles very well. Although it is only a simple fighting technique, it can allow him to use n kinds of fruit power at the same time. This means that from this moment, IG, who can only use multiple abilities, has become IG who can use multiple combinations of abilities. This increase in Iger's combat effectiveness is as exaggerated as it is from a screw to a steam engine. This is not to mention he can also be compatible with physical skills at the same time under the condition of using multiple abilities. You can even use the principles of physical art plus the principles of your own abilities to exert more powerful application skills. This is not to be invincible rhythm. I'm sorry system, it's me who blamed you. I silently apologized to the system in my heart, and Iger couldn't wait to open the famous gun he had just acquired. Item name, Famous Gun Thousand-Faced Buddha. Item rating, SSS. Item description, one of the 50 famous guns circulating in the world. Even among the 50 famous guns, its performance and power are absolutely among the best. Famous gun uses the fantasy material programmed metal, and the craftsman adds stainless steel, brass and other materials to it, which is almost indestructible and incorporates the structure of almost all thermal weapons into it. The standby state is a smooth hexahedron which can be transformed into various thermal weapons according to the user's mind. No magazines. Use the user's domineering and ability as the bullet, and the form can adjust its structure according to the user's ability. Remarks. It's time to test your imagination. High-tech. Chapter 398,000 Faced Buddha. Super sci-fi weapon. Iger really never thought that this new weapon of his own would be so high-tech. Does this count as taking care of the soul of our modern society? He even equipped himself with such a sci-fi guy. Good guy. This kind of thing, even Ignatius has only seen it in the sci-fi movies of the previous life. Even in his daydreams of galloping at will, he never imagined that one day he would possess such a weapon. Do you think there will be such weapons in this world? Is this really the most famous gun in the world? If you say that such arbitrarily deformed high-tech weapons can appear in the world in the next few hundred years, you will believe it. But in an era when this structure has not been transformed with intimacy and attention, this thing is definitely super avant-garde. Iger dared to make a promise. Even if he gave this thing to the so-called genius scientist Vegapunk, would definitely open up that guy's horizons. What's more, this famous gun is not only as simple as being able to be programmed and deformed arbitrarily, but more importantly, it can match the user's own ability. This means that this weapon is extremely malleable. It can be turned into a pistol, a rifle, or even a hand cannon, etc., and a variety of thermal weapons. Then with your own abilities, you can launch live ammunition, gravity bombs, electric shocks, and even pure domineering. This he is an arsenal by himself. In the future, when facing the kind of tens of thousands of pirate legions, and they will not be affected by the overlord at all, how beautiful is it to change out a high-tech energy cannon casually? No. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became, and Iger immediately took it out to try it out. With a random move, a smooth silver-white cube suddenly flashed out. Iger grabbed it and closed his eyes. In an instant, countless articles about the application of this weapon and the names that can be turned into weapons turned into an endless list and appeared in Iger's mind. Type 95 Glock, Sand Eagle, Bar Terbium even have the heavy firepower of Gatling and laser cannons. In a dizzying list of weapons, Iger found the one he liked. Electromagnetic gun, Iger said silently in his heart, and the cube in his hand suddenly moved like a living thing. The entire cube suddenly turned into a mass of silver-white liquid suspended in the air and constantly agitating, and then turned into a mighty and domineering electromagnetic gun in the eyes of Iger's surprise. The long barrel was as thick as a human head, and behind the barrel was a block that could be held. Iger couldn't see the structure of it, but based on the principle of believing that the system was the truth, he still felt that he had to experiment. Spear fighting all nations. With a light drink in his mouth, Iger extracted the template of spear fighting from the skill book and used the power of spear fighting to simultaneously activate the power of rustling fruit and thunder fruit. As soon as it was turned on, Iger instantly felt the smooth feeling that there was no blockage and no excessive consumption at all. It's like two abilities that can be stimulated at the same time, that is, your left and right hands powerful, and they live in peace with each other and can cooperate with each other. From now on, you can use both abilities at the same time without any worries. A little surprise came to Iger's heart, but he didn't stop the movement in his hand. As soon as his mind moved, a cloud of sand mist exploded on the shoulder of his left hand and then quickly condensed into a ball the size of a watermelon. The blue light flashed and it suddenly turned into a hard cannonball. With the awakening of the sand fruit, Iger can already change the properties of sand and gravel, turning it from an ordinary rock into a magnet with magnetism. After crushing the sand into cannonballs, Iger manipulated the cannonballs to drill into the cannonballs, and then he hurriedly injected the power of the thunder fruit. At the moment when the power of the thunder was injected, the future electromagnetic gun in his hand suddenly made a violent roar, and then the entire gun body vibrated violently. Boom! A few seconds later, the roar of the gun body reached its highest level, and a black image burst out of the gun barrel like a rocket. Call out. Even with Iger's eyesight, he couldn't see the appearance of the gun popping out of the chamber at all. He only heard a bang, and then he felt a huge force that directly lifted him out. With a strong waist, Iger rolled in the air a few times and landed firmly on the ground, but before he could stand firm, he heard a violent sound explode in the distance. Boom, boom. One explosion, three echoes. Iger looked in the direction of the voice and was shocked to see that the nearby mountain that his gun muzzle faced just now was forcibly cracked by his own cannonball. The entire mountain was directly traversed along the plane hit by the shell, and the entire mountain slid down a little obliquely. This Nima is too strong. The power of this electromagnetic cannon made Iger look stupid, and he couldn't help but murmured with his eyes wide open. This Nima is simply a big killer. This shot, I obviously felt that it didn't use much power, but the power it exerted was directly comparable to the dragon's breath after Kaido opened the dragon form. With this power, it's not a problem for me to use it to single out an army. It seems that this plan to single out the 100 beast pirates has to be put on the agenda. Iggy's eyes were shining, and he was already imagining the scene when he faced Kaido in the future. When the time comes, I will stand on the edge of the Ghost Island and fire a few shots at will, and I will be able to destroy an army. The tyrants, the waiters, the Valley Six Sons, and the givers will all be completely vanished under his own cannon. Really too strong. I really found a treasure today. Iger can't wait to get in touch with that gunfighting technique. With 1,000-faced Buddha, Wanguo, and 1,000-faced Buddha must be powerful. Iger looked at Van Oka in his hand, and there was a hint of a malicious smile on his face. I don't know when it started. I have forged an indissoluble bond with the members of the Straw Hats, and every time I meet, Iger will leave them some gifts. This time on this island, Usopp is no exception. As a sniper from the Straw Hats, and a super genius who can tell the position of Van Oka just by his own hearing, of course, this kind of guy must give him a chance to grow. Chapter 399 Triumph of Victory. Marine Eagle. Shiluabya Village, the mansion of the Kaya family. What happened just now? Kaya opened her eyes slowly, and when she opened her eyes, it was the magnificent chandelier on the ceiling. Kaya, you're awake. Great, Kaya, you're finally awake. Hearing Kaya's movement, Usopp and Kaya's father, who were standing beside the bed, cried out together and rushed towards Kaya lying on the bed with concern on their faces. How, is there any injury? Kaya's father touched Kaya's head lovingly. His eyes were full of concern and self-blame, as if he was apologizing for his incompetence, and there was no way to protect his daughter. Usopp, on the other hand, stood bewildered. His fists were loose and tight and loose. His two little hands just didn't know where to put them, and his face was full of embarrassment and anxiety. Usopp, you're here too. It's dangerous here. How did you get in? The two appeared in front of Kaya at the same time, but Kaya didn't even look at her father at first, but looked at Usopp in surprise and sat up directly. Seeing Kaya's reaction, Kaya's father was stunned for a moment and stopped when he touched Kaya's hand, while Usopp on the other side was quite shy and responded hesitantly. Just I heard about you, so I came to rescue you. I met a navy on the seashore, and he told me that Krabbit is a seafarer thief, so I brought him here. What? Krabbit is also a pirate? This information is even more explosive to Kaya than it was to Kaya's father at the time. Usopp nodded with difficulty, and then told Kaya everything that happened during this time, including how he knew Iger and how Iger convinced him. It also includes a series of battles outside Kaya's house just now, as well as the fact that Iger blocked the bullet for him just now, and now he is especially dealing with that Van Oka. Now he's taking care of that Van Oka, and when he takes care of that pirate, our village will be completely safe. So Krabbit, he is really a pirate. After listening to Usopp's words, Kaya suddenly became thoughtful, and the shadow of Krabatel appeared in her mind. After all, during the period of time when the Kaya family rescued him, he has always been courteous and gentle and meticulously taking care of himself who is inconvenient. He is very gentle, and Kaya has always had a good impression of him. But who would have thought that this gentle and good housekeeper is actually a pirate with a hidden evil intention? Although there are 10,000 people who don't want to believe in Kaya's heart, she is more willing to believe in Usopp, who she has known since she was a child, and who is like the god of thunder who blocked her just now. Bullets, Mr. Navy. Then, Mr. Navy, is he okay? Thinking of this, Kaya had given up thinking about what happened to this Krabbit, and immediately cared about Iger. That Van Oka, didn't he deal with several pirate groups before there was no road at all? Mr. Iger will not be in danger, right? Yeah, guys, but Van Orca is really strong. It's not very strong just in terms of record. Van Oka is simply not comparable to the Krabatel from his own family. Use your own power to kill everyone who wants to infringe on your own property. This also adds a lot of prerequisites. The challenge letter has been sent out in advance, and he is alone again. The most important thing is that this guy has never shown up. This guy is like a ghost, quietly taking everyone's life. The fear he brought to the villagers in the entire Zilab village was enormous. After all, he was the one who had told everyone in the village his name from the very beginning. And during this entire period, everyone, pay attention to everyone, including the villagers all over the village of Zilab, including Krabbit, including the Navy brother who entered the village later before he attacked. None of them were able to see the deity. And under such circumstances, that Van Oka shot everyone who was fully armed, whether it was a pirate or a villager. This kind of person, I am afraid that even the most outstanding admiral of the Navy headquarters, it is difficult to clean up him. To tell the truth, even if this Navy boy named Iger can defeat his own housekeeper Krabbit, he may not be able to deal with this terrifying Van Oka. And to be honest, I don't really believe that this Usopp really has this ability and can judge the position of a sniper just by hearing from thousands of miles away. Trust him, uncle. Please believe me too. Hearing this kind of words from Kaya's father, Usopp suddenly became enthusiastic. He stared at Kaya's father with righteous words and raised his fist, which was not tough, and his eyes were full of firmness. Trust me, my judgment just now is absolutely correct, and Iger will definitely successfully clean up that bastard. When he said this, Usopp couldn't believe it himself. He was obviously the person Iger met by chance. Why could he trust him like that? Obviously he is too afraid of this Van Oka. Why do you think this Iger can defeat him? Even, what's the matter with his suddenly full of passion? Usopp himself was like this, and Kaya's father next to him were even more surprised. Kaya looked at Usopp. Her eyes were a little fascinated. For some reason, this guy seemed to be different from the glib boy who was sitting on the branch before. Kinda. It's like taking a big step towards a true sea warrior. Usopp, you. Kaya's father also looked at such a high-spirited expression and unconsciously felt a little dazed. I originally thought that this guy was a fool who didn't know anything and would only brag every day, but the look in his eyes, for some unknown reason, made me feel a little shocked. Very good. That's right, Usopp. You need to have this kind of confidence in your partner. Chapter 400 New Apprentice. Sniper Genius. Usopp. Very good. You should have this confidence, and your confidence is the most important thing for your partner. The sudden voice grabbed the attention of everyone in the room. At first Kaya was stunned. She didn't know who the voice belonged to, but at the same time, Usopp and Kaya's father, who were in the same room with Kaya, were shaken violently at the same time. Kaya didn't know this voice, but the two of them were so impressed that it couldn't be more impressive. The owner of this voice is Iger, who just used absolutely tough means to expel the ill-intentioned pirate Kolabator for the Kaya family, and then used his own body to block the bullets for Kaya. Iggy. Usopp and Koya's father, at the same time, shouted his name in a surprised tone. Eagle. It's Eagle. The two turned their heads together and saw a thin figure who looked to be in his early 10 years, carrying a guy covered in blood and a sniper shot that was taller than himself. Really, Iggy? Iggy. Great. You're alright? And cleaned him up? Usopp jumped up happily, turned his head and said to Kaya's father proudly, how is it, uncle? I'll just say, Iger will never lose. although I don't know why, but I just believe he will succeed. Usopp's inner excitement is indescribable. This is like the excitement of seeing a childhood idol, a sea warrior deity. Do not even more excited than seeing the sea warriors, because he, with his own help, saved Kaya and saved the safety of Kaya's family. How can this not be exciting? After all, even if this is the case, he is already an assistant to a marine soldier. Although he has always firmly believed that he will succeed, when he really appeared in front of him, the excitement was simply impossible to control. Since I was a child, I have been able to hear from everywhere about the story of the brave sea warriors who are chivalrous and righteous. Since then, a dream of becoming a hero has taken root deeply in my heart. At that time, I had to reread the story of the brave sea fighters every night. No matter how many times I read it, I never got tired of it. Although it is the same story every time, as the number of times I watch it increases, the heroic and fearless spirit of the sea warriors is more and more shocking to me. Even later, every time I read the story of the sea warriors, I could feel that a hero's soul was surging in my chest, causing the blood in my body to pulsate uncontrollably. And until today, I have seen this real sea hero named Ige, the scheming Clow, and the Van Oka who spread fear all over the island by himself, were all subdued by him with super tough methods. At this moment in Usopp's heart there is only deep admiration for Iger, and the honor that he has helped him make military exploits. Compared to Usopp's excitement, Kaya's father was deeply shocked. He turned his head sharply to look at the wall clock on the same wall. Just over an hour had passed since he rushed out of the window aggressively just now. About an hour. He had already rushed out of the edge of Zyrob village, directly killed the mountain outside the village that Usopp pointed to, and cleaned up the Van Oka who made the whole village terrified. And it's still under the condition that you don't know the terrain of Ziluabu village at all, and you don't know which hill it is, and there are dozens of hills surrounding Ziluabu village. Opposite is a sniper. From his appearance on this island to the arrival of Iger, no one has ever been able to find his true body because of his extremely superb camouflage, and it is still in the mountains at night. All the moonlight is blocked by the branches, and there is no light at all. Anyone, even an army carrying countless torches and frantically searching the mountains, would be impossible to find. Even if it can be found, I am afraid it will take a few days and nights to find it. Take another 10,000 steps. Even if this kid can be found in a very short time, that Van Oka is not a muggle. How could he not move at all when he is approaching? Not fighting back at all. It must have been the case that you chased after each other, full of traps and battles, and won the victory. And all of this happened in just over an hour. It has to be said that it is absolutely impossible to happen, right? Or there is only one explanation for this matter, that is, this navy called Iger has the strength to completely crush Van Oka. This is so scary. This little devil is only a little over 10 years old. Well, Usopp, I have something to give you as a thank you for helping me find my way. As the focus of the audience, Iger directly ignored everyone's shock and excitement, put Van Oka's body on the ground, and shoved the famous gun into Usopp's arms. Along with the sniper shots, there were also two small books, which were the sniper training notes that Iger had collected from Van Oka just now, and the knowledge and color skills book that he had re-engraved from the system. This is this guy's weapon. It's a super powerful gun, and these are his practice notes and training cheats, which I collected from him just now. From now on, you will be my apprentice. Why? Usopp took the 1,000 guns and 2 books unprepared, and his head was full of what Iger had just said. Brave sea hero, ready to take me to be his apprentice? That brave sea hero, who was so excited just by hearing his name, actually made himself his apprentice. He suddenly remembered his father, the figure of the world's #1 sniper in his own impression. Can you be such a person yourself? Tears flowed out of his eyes completely uncontrollably, and Usopp fell to the ground without a sound, sobbing and responding, "It's okay, it's okay. I totally agree. Woo-oh, master, please accept the apprentice's worship."